Reddit is the #7 most visited website in the world, just behind Facebook in terms of social media, but above all these others. This is a wild stat to me. But the thing about Reddit itself is it's a very community-driven place. It kind of makes sense. There's a lot of people on there talking about all sorts of things. So what we want to be able to do is take what they're talking about and put it into our database. That's the goal of this course. That's what we're going to be building. Let's take a look. Now, this is not just a web scraping course. We go into a lot more detail than that. We build out an automation pipeline that will perform web scraping for us in conjunction with using AI to make sure we're scraping the right things based off of very fuzzy text. We'll see what this looks like in the demo, but the idea here is this is a very complete project which you can get at cfe.sh/GitHub. It's all open source. Just look for the Reddit Content Research Agent, and you'll be able to find all the current code for that, as well as the environment variables that you'll need to set up to make sure all of this is working. But the idea here is, of course, we're going to be using Python as our primary programming language to make all of this work. We're going to do a lot of prototyping inside of Jupyter Notebooks. This will help us really get a sense as to how to do the scraping, the modern way of doing scraping, which will include something like LangChain. Now, you might be surprised to see this if you've done web scraping before, but LangChain is going to be our partner in being able to do all of the web scraping, as well as LangGraph. Both of these things will help simplify a lot of the requests that we'll do. Now, if you've tried to use these tools before and they were super complicated to you, don't worry. What we do in this one is going to scratch the surface of what's possible, but will give us the most effective results into being able to do the web scraping. Now, as you may know, web scraping has gotten pretty challenging because a lot of websites just simply don't want to be scraped. So for that reason, we partnered up with Bright Data on this course. So it's a lot easier to use their services to actually perform the scraping for us. So we really just call a lot of those services to do the web scraping and to make it far more effective and, more importantly, far more reliable for us. We're also going to be using the Google AI Studio, so Gemini, along with LangGraph and LangChain. So Google Gemini will allow for us to do all of the AI LLM sort of stuff, which of course you will be able to pick and choose once we get there. Now, all of this is going to be mapped through a Django project. So we start off really heavily with doing the things I just mentioned. Then we move towards using Django. Now, the reason for this has to do with Django has built-in features for managing users and managing data. The Django ORM is really great out of the box. So if you wanted to upgrade the project we end up building, it's going to be ready for you so you can build out those user interfaces and all that. Now, another key part of using Django is accepting webhooks. Webhooks will allow for us to then run background tasks. So one of the ways we're going to be doing the webhook stuff is through a package I created called Django Qstash, which allows you to have only focus on Django and not really need to manage any sort of worker processes. But I will also show you how to manage worker processes with Django Celery. So this is a very comprehensive course that's going to cover a lot of stuff, which is why I go step by step just to make sure that you get all of it. And of course, if you get confused at all, feel free to ask an LLM or take a look at the code itself, because it will help you really figure out things that you might run into. Now, I want to show you a demo which will show you the results of this course, which you got a little glimpse of before, but let's take a look at that demo right now. So the end result is this. We're able to run Python manage.py query, hit enter. It's going to ask you what topics you'd like to research. You could think of anything that you'd like. Let's say, for instance, I really like camping and using an RV. You hit enter. What this does is it then turns this into a search on Google. That search on Google will extract all of the Reddit communities about these, and then eventually we will actually scrape all of those, and those will be all stored inside of our actual Reddit posts, which you would eventually see. Now, the thing is, I wanted to make sure that I'm not accidentally scraping a bunch of random communities. So my Reddit communities also have this thing called Trackable, in which case you can see here's van life. This one was literally just added. I can go ahead and save that one and save all of these other Reddit communities that are in here. Maybe, camping and hiking, that might be another one you might want to save. And in which case you would come back after these things are saved into your Django database, or the database that Django manages rather. We can then run Python manage.py again, and you would be able to run track. And so this would then get all of the tracking items that you would want to run, like ones that I've had before, which are Python. There's the van life one that I just did, camping and hiking. These are other ones that we can then go to and scrape. But the thing is, what you're seeing here is if it's ready to scrape being true or false. So we see on the camping one, for example, if we scroll on up here, this one says false, whereas the Docker one says true. Now, the reason for that is we had to make sure that the system is not overly scraping these things, but rather doing it in a way that's logical and not killing our resources, basically. But of course, the idea is we scrape everything. It ends up getting into a Reddit post. In some cases, we'll get a Reddit community. We will also get things called topics, which are basically extracting that data from a query. As you may recall, that query was the one that I did up here, where I'm like, hey, what do you want to research? Here is one of those queries right here that gets turned into different topics. That is all done through AI. Those topics then get fed into the rest of the system. So if we want to look at like how we kind of build up to this, we don't start with Django. What we start with are these Jupyter Notebooks, where we go slowly, where we start learning about Serp. So the search engine results page, we'll use LangChain to do this, where you quite literally search Google based off of some sort of string. In this case, this string is basically my Google search, right? So if you copied this string and went into Google and did that same sort of thing, this is what we're looking for. We're looking to scrape this kind of thing. And so using LangChain makes this process really easy. From that, we can then get all of the search results. So this alone might be something you want to use on all of your projects. How do you bring in the actual Google search results into your projects? That's great. But the thing is, we don't want to have just the raw results. Even if they're really good, we want to turn them into something different, which is when we start bringing in the LLM to start to understand what those results will do. Now, the LLM by itself, you can, of course, talk to, and it might give you some really good Reddit instances as well. But the problem is the LLM doesn't have the latest data. So when you combine the LLM with this Serp, you will then have a search engine that you can use that will just search for Reddit communities. And again, you could stop just here and you would get a lot of very valuable content from this. Whereas you're still using that model, you're still using Serp, then you're doing something in LangGraph called building out a Reddit agent, which will allow you to search basically anything, which will do a search engine search. Then it will basically turn those things into Reddit communities like what you see right here. So this alone, I think, is very valuable. Being able to do this in any Python project, it doesn't have to be Django, it doesn't have to be Fast API. The dependencies at this point are LangChain and LangGraph, and then using Bright Data to do the actual search. And then, of course, I've got Jupyter working, but really you just need Python. And with that, with LangChain, Pydantic gets installed as well, so you can formulate your results. This to me is major, and it's really, really important. But the thing is, once we want to actually start scraping these things, then we want to keep track of what we're scraping. Now, on one hand, we could use a notebook and just do it in the notebook where we hard code what we are tracking or what we're scraping. More on this in a second. But what's better is that we use Django so we can actually tie it into our database. But then we can also build in background worker processes that also integrate with Django to make sure that we are getting the snapshot data on a regular basis. So we're constantly checking it, basically. We are also going to have something called webhook handlers, which will also be checking it. Kind of these two things hand in hand. More on this a lot later throughout the course, but the idea is the actual web scraping process when it comes to Bright Data is we trigger an event. Then Bright Data uses its systems to search Reddit, literally Reddit, and return back the data that we're looking for. In other words, Bright Data handles the heavy lifting of scraping on Reddit. We don't have to parse a bunch of things. We literally just do this one single trigger with a few parameters and the Reddit URL we're looking for, and then we'll get structured data back, which makes it far easier to store in our own database, which of course is exactly what we do. We get this structured data back and we get something like this. Now, getting this data and storing it into our database takes two forms. One, of course, is we trigger that snapshot, it does a web scraping. Eventually that snapshot finishes, and then we can handle that snapshot itself. I'll talk about that in a second, but we can also handle the Reddit post directly, where we actually get the Reddit posts directly and we store them into our database. Now, when it comes to the actual snapshot itself, what we also do is we grab the snapshot data and then we want to turn it into the Redis data as well. So we actually have a lot of different ways or a lot of coverage to ensure that the data that we're scraping gets brought into our system. The other nice thing about using the Bright data for this is when we go into grabbing our web scraper, we also get this log of those scraping events. All of these can be downloaded. This is the raw Redis data that you can download from your account as well. So if something's lost, it's really easy to get back and recover. And as you can see, I have a lot of them in here that are delivered by Webhook. But again, I have a background process that's looking for these snapshots to pull this data out so that we can store it into our Django project. Now, I did mention that one of the things that we are going to be doing is we're going to be using Django Qstash. This is a Django heavy webhook handler that acts as a background worker process. Celery is an actual background worker process. It's a whole nother process that you can learn about and use. You can use either one of these. You can use them in tandem. It's really, really effective on both of them. So yeah, this is a very comprehensive project all around. And the thing is, what you end up doing is you end up creating queries here. These queries get turned into those topics, right? So these topics then are searched on Google, which then turns them into Reddit communities, which then allows for us to decide whether or not we want to scrape them. Once we decided that we wanted to scrape them, then we can go scrape them and we can get individual posts. There's more data than just this, but individual posts, a bunch of comments from it, a bunch of related posts. If we want to scrape things further, we get the community name, of course, and we also get the number of upvotes for that post at that given time. So it's actually a really powerful way to do web scraping, and it's a powerful system altogether that really leans on what Django does really well to make sure that it's all being orchestrated within this whole system. It's really cool. I'm really excited to show you. Yes, there's a lot to it, but if you are willing, you're going to learn a ton, and then you're going to be able to build all kinds of resilient systems just like this. Let's go ahead and jump in and get started right now. To start off, we're going to extract search engine results directly from Google into a structured format, something like a Python dictionary. But the idea here is we want these search engine results so that our end users will be able to query pretty random things, and we'll just append basically reddit.com to it to be able to extract the right subreddit that we're looking for. Now, on one hand, you could try to search all of Reddit, but it's actually a lot easier to just use Google in something known as Serp, or Search Engine Results Page, and an API for that. So to actually do the Serp API stuff, we are going to be using Bright data for this one. Now, Bright data provides a proxy that will actually allow for us to easily search on Google and then extract those results. It's very easy. It's a really simple process thanks to what Bright data provides, as well as the tool LangChain. So if you've never used LangChain before, don't worry, I'm going to give you a really basic example of how it's done. It's realistically just initializing a Python class and then running evoke with some query. It's really, really simple, as we'll see very soon. And I want to do so in a very interactive manner by using a Jupyter Notebook. Now, what we'll end up doing is using LangChain to build out all sorts of things related to an AI agent. We want to start with extracting these search engines so we can know which Reddit communities to then investigate further, which we'll look at in a very short bit. So the idea here is we want to set up the LangChain's Bright Data Serp class with the Bright Data API key, and then we'll actually implement the Google AI Studio so we can use Gemini as well. So that's where we'll start, and we'll build on top of this. We're going to start here because if we can't get the data right, then it's going to be really hard to build anything of value based off of that data. This is really all about that old adage, garbage in, garbage out. So we want to make sure that it's not garbage in so that we get much better results coming out. And this is actually a very straightforward process. So let's go ahead and take a look right now. Let's go ahead and set up our Python virtual environment and our Jupyter Notebook server. Both things are very straightforward. I'm going to be using Cursor for this, but feel free to use any text editor you like, and you could even use Terminal. I'm also not going to be using any sort of AI code completion, but of course, use it if you want to. So inside of Cursor, I'm going to go ahead and open up this sidebar here into the files and then open up a folder. I have a folder named dev. If you don't have that folder in your root, go ahead and create it now, open up dev. I'm going to create another folder in here, and I'm going to call this my content agent. Now I thought about calling it my Reddit agent or my Reddit content agent, but at some point I might want to expand beyond Reddit. So I'm just going to leave it in as content agent. And notice that I have a dash in there. That's on purpose. Let's go ahead and create this, open this up. And what we get then, of course, is our environment inside of Cursor. So the very first thing with any project that I like to do, especially inside of Python, is open up the terminal window and do git init. I initialize a Git repository right off the bat, and then I also look for the Python git ignore. This is exactly how I do it. I open up the search engine, copy this one, and then I do a .git ignore in here. This is git ignore, and then I paste that in, save it, and then of course I'm on Mac, so I also add in .ds_store, and now I've got my git add, and then git commit, and then added git ignore. Okay, cool. So I'm not going to do a lot of git stuff in this, but I did want that because at some point I will be having this on GitHub so you guys can review it and all that. Next up, I put this MBS folder mostly because this is where I'm going to store my notebooks. And of course, I also put in requirements.txt, and then I'll go ahead and just say something like Jupyter for now. We will add to this as we go forward. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a Python virtual environment using the built-in Python virtual environment manager called venv and then venv. So this is how you call that command. This is what you name it. Most of the time, whenever you're using Cursor, VS Code, Windsurf, and you create a virtual environment, you get this pop up here and you want to activate it for the workspace. You go ahead and say yes. This makes things a little bit easier for you in terms of running stuff related to your virtual environment. Now, those of you who know of UV and have used it before, feel free to use that one. If you know of any other Python package tool like UV, go ahead and use it. I'm using this one because it works for all of us, and it will also work if you switch to UV later. So with this in mind, what I want to do is activate my virtual environment, and then I'm going to go ahead and do pip install -r requirements.txt. Now I want to say, if you are already super confused as to what I'm doing, this might not be the class you want to do yet. You might want to check out my 30 days of Python course, or maybe my getting started with Python course. But overall here, if you are really unclear as to what's happening and why it's happening, those beginner courses might be for you. But the idea here, of course, is now we've got our Jupyter Notebook server installed, our virtual environment activated, so I should be able to run Jupyter Notebook and hit enter. This will open up a web browser for me, just like that, where it has the exact same stuff that's in this project here, where I'll then be able to run my different notebooks. Now, one of the things I always forget are all of the commands I need to run for my project. So I actually created a tool a long time ago called Rav, and I have this thing called rav.yaml where you can put in scripts in here and you can do like something like notebook and then just do Jupyter Notebook. And that's it. So in order for that to work, what we do is run pip install rav, and then I hit enter. Inside of my requirements, I'll go ahead and add it in there as well. And then I can do rav run notebook. And that will just make it a little bit easier to remember what's going on, mostly because it's inside of rav.yaml. This, of course, is optional, but it's definitely something I'll end up using going forward. Now, there is one big caveat to running this Jupyter Notebook server, and that is inside of something like Cursor, VS Code, or Windsurf, you can actually create the files directly in here and run them directly in here. You don't have to open up the Jupyter Notebook. I just want to show you a quick example of that so you can choose which method you want to use going forward. Now, what I want to do here is just say something like hello world, and then I'll just go ahead and print out writing Python code, hello world, and then hit shift enter to run that. This is Jupyter Notebooks. These are really interactive, and you can actually use it in a reverse order. Like, you can keep running these different cells with shift enter, and you can run them as many times as you need, and it will be in there. And notice that there's like, this is incrementing every single time you run it. It's a really powerful way to use Python and really create some sort of story around it. So in this hello world, what we also see is it's inside of this notebook here. I need to make sure I save it with Command S inside of Jupyter. You can also go to file save. As soon as you save it, it will show up inside of VS Code, in which case you can run it again. It's asking you for your environment. I'm using the local virtual environment we created, and then I can actually run this in here as well. So pick and choose however you'd like to run it. There is also a way to run it right on the terminal as well, which we'll talk about at some point. But the idea here is this is the fundamentals we need to go forward. From here, I don't think it gets a whole lot more complicated, at least for a little while. It's going to be a lot of Python stuff because LLMs and the third-party tools we'll end up using will make this stuff a lot easier for us. Let's take a look. Whenever you're working with a third-party API service, there's a really good chance you'll get an API key. We want to ensure these things are secure. So of course the question is, how do we do that? In this part, I'm going to show you one of the ways to make it more secure. It's not the most secure, but it is more secure than maybe hard coding the API keys directly in your code or your notebooks. So the way this works is we create something called a .env file. That is a period env. And then inside of here, we'll put in our API key and it'll be something. Right now, I'll just leave it in as simply ABC. So we want to be able to load this value. This left-hand side being the key, the right-hand side being the value, or key equals to value, something like that. But of course, it doesn't always have to be strings. Sometimes you might want to say use API key and set that equal to 1 as in a true value, or 0 as in a false value, or any other number or any other types of data type that you might want to use. So the idea, of course, is how do we load this then into our Python project? So what I want to do then is back into my Jupyter Notebooks. I'm going to create a brand new notebook here, and we're going to go ahead and do to load env vars, or load environment variables. Now, when it comes to Python itself, there is this package called OS. This is built into Python, and you can use os.environ, and you can go ahead and say .get some sort of environment variable. In our case, the environment variable is this simple API key like that, and I can run that. But what we see is nothing's actually coming out, right? We can say or that API key, and we can see or not set, right? We have sort of a fallback in here like that. So this is one way on how we can actually get that API key. Now in our case, we're going to go ahead and stick with just simply this, but how do we actually load these in? Now there's a few different ways on how to do it. One of the ways I like to use when it comes to a Django project, I often use the Python decouple package. I think this one is pretty great, but the problem here is when you have your .env file in a different location, this one sort of struggles. So we're going to go ahead and go with python.env, which is another popular package, which is also very good. So what we do then is we jump into our requirements, we add this one in. I'm going to go ahead and open up a new window here. We're going to go and do our pip install-r requirements.txt. There we go, so it's all loaded up. Now back into my notebook here, I'm going to go ahead and right under here is we'll do from .env import load.env, and then we'll run load.env, just like that. Now we've loaded it. Now if I run this, now I can see that value. And I should be able to see it for any of my other values in here so that I can actually use these things as I see fit. Now, one of the things you'll notice is the string of 1 not being equal to 1, right? It's not the actual number of 1. That's because the .env package here does not cast into data types. If you want to cast into data types, Python decouple is a good example of this, but you'll need to set where the env file is stored, which is not in the same folder as MBS. You would have to declare that .env, which is outside the scope of what we're doing here. The main thing is we can load in environment variables now, and we can load in ones that we need, such as our API keys. So let's take a look. We're going to now start the process of using LangChain. And as you may know, LangChain is a framework for building software or apps on top of LLMs. Now, traditionally speaking, software is built in structure and logic. LLMs may have structure and may have logic. LangChain really helps solve some of those problems in that structure and logic with LLMs so that we can actually reliably use it in our software. Now, that's not always going to happen. Sometimes you'll still run into bugs because LLMs continue to change and different LLMs perform differently than others. The nice thing is, though, LangChain can also allow you to use those different LLMs. If you want to use the OpenAI one, or the Gemini one, or the XAI one, or Anthropic's, any of them, you can switch in between them. You can use just one the whole time. You can use 10, 20, 30, and all of the different versions of those LLMs as well. It's a really powerful tool. Now, I hope that doesn't scare you away from using LangChain, because just because it has that flexibility doesn't mean that it has to be super complicated. Now, don't get me wrong, it can get very complicated using LangChain because there's a lot to it. But the idea here is we want to do it in a simple manner as much as possible so that we can start leveraging LangChain and then being able to build out our own AI agents. Now, the very first step for us is going to be using the Bright Data Serp, the Bright Data Search Engine Results Page tool. This is just a tool. It's a very functional tool, but it's just a tool at that. We don't need an LLM to use this tool. All we need is an account on Bright Data, which you can grab at this URL right here. Once you have this account, we will then go through the process of setting all of this up. So let's take a look at how to do that right now. We're now going to go ahead and use that Bright Data Serp tool. It's a very straightforward process. All we need to do is some installations as well as an API key. So we'll start with the installations first. So to do this, we'll jump into requirements.txt. We'll go ahead and do our LangChain. I'll do LangChain-community, which is another one I use often. We might not need it yet, but I will add it now. And then also LangChain-Bright Data. And so the Bright Data package, of course, is published on the LangChain tools and toolkits components. So that's the one we'll end up using. At this point, it doesn't have JavaScript support, but maybe at some point you'll want that. I don't know. Let the LangChain team know if that's something you're looking for. In our case, we're just going to be using Python. But this is how simple it is to set this up. And so naturally, we want to set our environment variables, and we'll load in our API key. So the question is, where does our API key come from? So the way we're going to do that is jump into the Bright Data control panel. Now, I've known this has changed over the years, so do keep that in mind when you come back into Bright Data. This might change, and you can even use their AI because it's actually really easy to start using their data and whatnot. So the idea here is we want to do our proxies and scraping. Notice that I already have a Serp API going. This is actually a fairly straightforward process, but you see that down below it, we've got scraping solutions and the Serp API, in which case you would then create a zone for it. So in this case, I'm doing Serp API 1, and then we've got a CAPTCHA solver. This is really important for our search engines. You want to make sure that that's on there. And then you can also add in any sort of advanced settings if you need them. And then you can just go ahead and create it. And so this will create this one, and we can get a summary if we want to. I'm not going to have a summary, and I'll just go ahead and run this Serp API. So right off the bat, you can already see the API key in here and doing a search for us. You can even see the Python version of it. And this is essentially what you can do without using LangChain. But I want to use LangChain because we will integrate it into our system later. But of course, the idea here is you need your API key itself. Of course, if you were to accidentally close that out, your API key is available right here. You also want to rotate this one fairly frequently so you can use it at any time. So now what I'm going to do is copy this one. We're going to jump back into our code, and I'll go ahead and do our Bright Data Serp API key and just paste that in. That's it. So with this in mind, I'm going to go ahead and use this one now, and we'll go ahead and do 3 dash, Serp API.ipython notebook. Granted, I just created that in the, actual cursor. Let's go back into how we've been doing it. I'm going to go ahead and actually duplicate my load environment variables here, and we'll do it here instead. So we'll do Serp API, and we'll call this LangChain. There, because we do want to use the LangChain version. So first and foremost, our environment variables. Next up, we're going to go ahead and say our Serp Bright Data Serp API key is that one, and then we can actually go ahead and assert is not none, basically. And there we go. So no errors in there. If I say is none, then we get an error. So is not none, There we go. No error. Of course, if you do have an error, just make sure you save your .env and then do your restart kernel and run like that. Now, the reason I'm not printing out the API key itself is because I don't want the API key exposed ever. Much like we saw in our example of loading the environment variables, I can load these things out and you will see essentially what's going on with any given environment variable, and this exposes it on Git. Just asserting that it's not none gives me enough to be like, okay, I can try this thing out. So how do we actually try it out? Well, I don't think I actually installed those requirements, so let's go ahead and do that with pip install-r requirements.txt. This actually reminds me, with my requirements, what I often do is I go into rav and just do install and do that same thing. So then I can just run, let's go back into the terminal and run rav run install, just in case I need extra installation steps, which I do from time to time. But for now, let's go ahead and actually have our installations going. I'm going to do a quick restart kernel inside of my Serp API so I can do some imports. That import is going to be this one right here. So I'm going to go ahead and copy that. The reason I'm going directly from the notes is because of those things changing. Bright data does change from time to time. So does the actual, actual LangChain stuff as well. So notice that they use bright underscore data. So I'm actually going to change my API key to go along with how they named everything. So let's go ahead and just refresh stuff a little bit. So bright data is easier to read, I suppose. We save it and we'll do a quick restart in here. I realize I'm flipping back and forth really quickly, but this is going to be the end result right here. And so right now I've got this underscore here. Oh yeah, that's not defined. Let's try that again. There we go. And so we've got our bright data Serp tool now, and here it is. So the idea is this Serp tool, we can actually have additional configuration for it. The API key is in there, but I want to do something a little bit further. Now, before I do any more, what we can do is this invoke command. So let's say top 5 Reddit communities for Python, something like that. I hit invoke, and what this will do is it will call the Bright Data API, and it will do a search for us. This search yields back a bunch of stuff going on here, including a doc type. So what's actually happening here is it's actually scraping the entire search results. So that's all of this right here. And you could use something like beautiful soup in here to parse it if you wanted to. That's going to the next level. But as we see here, I actually don't need to use anything beyond LangChain other than this invoke. So all of those LLM things I just mentioned, we don't need to use that. But you could use beautiful soup to parse these results and get something good. Or we can just go back into the documentation for this, and we can see that I have a few different options in here. The very first one, search engine. The default search engine for us is going to be Google, but you can use other ones, and maybe we'll see more come out as the future progresses, right? So that is the default as you see here, but you can do Bing, Yahoo, Yandex, DuckDuckGo, and maybe others. Next is going to be our country. So if you want to see what the localized results are, you can do that. It's a very simple change, as you can see right here. Of course, the default is the United States, which works for me because I'm in the United States. Okay, but you just need that the 2-digit country code, or 2-character country code, rather, 2-letter, which you could search for yours. You can see the different languages as well, and also the results. I would say you don't have too many results in here because you probably don't need anything beyond what's on that first page. Then you want a search type, which you can then change to news search if you want, or shopping, which is really cool. Next, you can change the device, which might actually change your search results, especially with iOS or Android, which is pretty interesting as well, but I'm not going to test that. The final one, the main one that we want to know, is whether or not to parse the results. So I'm going to go ahead and say parse results being true, and now what I want to see is exactly that same output here. And so this result here now gives me back some data. So let's go ahead and say our result data equals to that invoke, and then we want to take a look at what that is. So I'll go ahead and run that. And now I see what my result data is. I'm going to go ahead and import JSON here because I see a little item right there. And I'll go ahead and say data equals to JSON.loads of that result data. And I get no errors, which tells me that this is probably a Python dictionary now. And sure enough, it is. So if there was an error here, then I would pretty much assume that there is no Python data in here, or at least it's not JSON data. But I've done some tests. It's definitely JSON data, which is why I loaded it this way. So what we can see then within this data is we can get something called the organic, as in the organic search results. So for result in organic, we can then print out result.get and let's say title, and we can see what those search results would end up being. And there they are. We can also get the URL itself. So let's go ahead and do that and say URL. We might need to print out what the dictionary items are again. So we'll do result.keys. And there we go. So it's actually link, not that. And then we also might want the display link. You might want all of these. And we might want to save them into our own database at some point as well. But for now, we'll just have these ones in here. I'll go ahead and get rid of this. And we'll print out, that times, 10. There we go. And so now we've got our different results coming through. Pretty interesting, right? So now we actually can use this to maybe extract this data. There's a lot of different things on how we can continue down this line of how exactly do I want this data. The key part of this, though, is you can do any sort of query here that you might want to search. And let's say, for instance, we want to change the Python. Let's do reddit.com and Python. Let's just try that. So reddit.com and Python. So it's a lot more narrow of a result that might come back. And so there we go. We've got Python in here. There is the Reddit. We've got Python tips in here, another subreddit, and so on and so forth. Python coding, Python tips, right? So it's already finding out all of these different Reddit URLs. So naturally what we would want to do is extract those communities. Like, how do we actually get the community names themselves? Now, on one hand, we could build out a Python function to look for all of the Reddit URLs and pull those things out, or we can use an LLM to do it. You can do either one. I want to use an LLM. That might yield better results for us, but of course we'll need some structure still. But the idea here is this gives us the power to have a search engine in our project at any time. And the easiest way to invoke it is this right here, and that's all you really need to do. Before I finished up that last one, I noticed this slight bug that the Bright Data Serp class has, which it's actually outputting the API request and, more importantly, the actual API key right here. So what we want to do is prevent this package from having print statements inside of our notebook. And then we're going to go ahead and strip out all of the output before we were to commit it to GitHub. So the first one is actually pretty straightforward. The second one depends on whether or not you have Git installed, but let's go ahead and look at both of them. So I'm going to import IO. I'm also going to import the context lib here. And then right at the results data, I'm going to go ahead and create something called a buffer, which is going to be io.string io. And then we're going to go ahead and use with context lib.redirect std out to that buffer. And then we just tab this thing over. So what's happening here is we are going to be using that buffer to really capture this output. So now when I were to run this, let's go ahead and make sure I have all the cells run. The print statement then goes into this buffer. But you can use it anywhere you don't want the output of that print statement inside of your notebook by tabbing things over, and then boom, it automatically takes out that print statement, even though it is actually using that print statement. So that's pretty cool. But realistically, what I actually want to have happen is I want this entire notebook to be stripped of any sort of output statements when it goes into GitHub, right? That's a key part of this, especially if you're using certain data points that you don't want out there. Maybe they're coming from your database. Maybe they're coming from scraping that you've done. Either way, we want to remove those things. So the way this is going to work is by using a package called pre-commit. So we'll go back into our project here, and I'm going to bring in pre-commit in here, and we'll go ahead and install it, rav run install, or pip install -r requirements.txt. Once pre-commit is installed, we should be able to do pre-commit install and hit enter. This will install a Git hook inside of our Git repo, assuming that we have a Git repo. I think if you try to run this, it won't actually run if you are not in a Git repo. That's kind of the point. After we've got that, what we want to do is we want to run this .pre-commit-config.yaml, and then I'm going to go ahead and bring in a pre-commit item in here, which is just going to be based off of the MB strip out and that package, and then some arguments in here as well. So once I have that, I can then run the pre-commit command of run all files, hit enter, and what this should do is clear out all of our notebooks, which might end up changing these things. So we run that again, and we've got these invalid arguments here. So I think maybe the argument is actually keep metadata keys. That's the one that we wanted. And there we go. So we save that, and let's go ahead and run that again. And now it did actually run it. So it's going to run it whenever you run the commit, and you'll notice that all of the notebooks have been modified. So now if I were to do this, I do git status, and we do git add --all, and then we'll do git commit, and it's going to be 8-strip notebook, or rather like something like strip notebook outputs for security, something like that. Okay, and there we go. So it actually runs it again, and we can test this one more time by going back into our notebook. If I were to look at the notebook, or rather refresh this page, you'll see that everything is gone. If I were to run this again, and then we will refresh that page, let's go ahead and reload it. Sometimes those things will change. Actually, we might need to save it. That's what it was warning us about. So let's save it and now refresh. Now all those outputs are still in there. If I go back into this, so we do git status, git add, git commit, and test notebook strip, it's going to go ahead and try that again and modify something. Then we have to commit it again. Now it's ready to go, in which case I would then be able to push it. So both of those things are really important to make sure that we're stripping out our notebooks and just to keep our actual notebooks as secure as possible, especially when it comes to things like API keys. We're now going to set up our LLM chat model so that we can start to integrate it with tools like the Bright Data Serp that we just did. But the idea here is we could use Google Gemini, we can use OpenAI, any of the GPTs, we could use Anthropic's Claude. You have a lot of options thanks to the support that LangChain has in the chat models. And so if you were to go into the chat models themselves and scroll down a little bit, you see this example. This is pretty much all we need to do to be able to actually be connected into one of those LLMs. So we're going to go based off of the Google one, but again, you can use OpenAI, you can use Anthropic, you can use many others. The point here, though, is if you scroll down, you see a bunch of featured providers. So all of these providers are really good, but not all of them have support for tool calling or structured output. Those are the main ones we need for this series. Other ones you might want at some point are totally fine, but for our main agent model, we need these two things. The other part that's really cool about this, at some point, you can create functions that also call other models that don't necessarily need tool calling or structured output. We'll see what that means later, but for now, we're going to go ahead and implement the LangChain Google Generative AI one. So I'm going to go ahead and copy the installation package itself into our project, and I'll put it in here just like that. And then we'll go ahead and rav run install. And again, if you wanted to bring in some of the other ones, you could do that right now. There's really nothing wrong with adding in these packages because they aren't really that big of packages themselves because they all pretty much do roughly the same thing. But the idea here then is I'm going to go ahead and copy this code here, And I'm gonna open up a brand new blank notebook, which I already have, and I'm gonna paste in this code right here. So it's asking for my OpenAI key, which is strange because that's actually the wrong one. So let's go ahead and change this back to Google. And it's gonna ask for that same API key. So I'm gonna go ahead and copy that and we'll paste it in here, and then I'll hit interrupt kernel, restart kernel, and we'll do that again. Okay, so it's gonna ask for this password. We don't actually have a password here, so it's actually incorrect. So as soon as I try to run this, like model.invoke, and say, what is your name, and run that, I should get a credential error, right? So an invalid API key in here. So how do we solve this? On one hand, we can create an environment variable with the Google API key. This seems to be the preferred method in terms of LangChain, but I don't love not knowing whether or not the API key is end up being used or not. So in other words, I like putting API key directly in to the initialized model itself. That's my preferred method. You can actually put it in the environment variables, which would mean that we would just need to go into our .env here and put in our Google API key. And then up above here, all you would need to do is say from .env, import load.env, and then load.env. And in which case you could then say, let's go ahead and run these things right here. Now that load.env is working, it's not asking me for that password because it's already sort of in there, even though it's actually not. But of course, that's not how I want to do it. I want to make it a little bit more complicated because, well, of production systems, how I think of production systems, and where a Google API key is, I think, a little too generic, especially if we want to use different models and stuff like that, or different Google APIs. Saying Google Gemini API key is where I want to go with it. So that's what we're going to do. And I'm going to go ahead and assert that it is not none before I go any further, and I'll get rid of this get pass. If I run that, of course, we get an assertion error. It is none. We don't actually have it available. But when we do, we will then pass in the API key, and then we'll be done with this chat model. It should end up working then. So of course, the question is, where do you get this API key? And it's as simple as going to aistudio.google.com and hitting getting started and going through that process. You might actually have to set up billing. I'm not actually sure exactly because it's been a while since I've done it. But if I go into the Google Studio here, it might open up to something like this. You can just click on Get API Key, in which case you could then just hit Generate API Key in here. So right off the bat, what I'm seeing is it's saying search for Google Cloud projects. This to me is like, okay, well, I already have a Google Cloud account and I know exactly what to do. Some of you might not be aware of this process. And if the Google Cloud is a little intimidating to you, perhaps using Google Gemini is not the one you want to go for. Because Google Cloud does a lot of stuff and there's a really easy way to rack up huge bills if you accidentally over provision. In which case you would probably want to use OpenAI's GPT or Claude. Both of those are a lot easier to set up and they are pretty much just LLMs at this point. Where Google Cloud has pretty much anything you would need to run your web projects. So there's definitely a lot of power here with Google Cloud, but maybe some hesitation. The other thing about Google Cloud that's pretty nice, if you've never opened it before, there's a good chance that you get credits, like a few $100s worth of credits, which might be well worth it just to sign up there. Either way, we need an LLM, and I'm gonna stick with Google Cloud. Now, if you want to see what to do, you just create a new project. You can do it like that. You just write out your project, what the name is itself. Then you're going to need to do a quick search for billing, and you'll probably need to add in your card there. You might be able to get away with it with just credits. I'm actually not sure. Somebody can let us know in the comments. But that's the baseline of what you'll need to do before you actually can create this API key. Because once you can, then you can go into whichever project you want to use. In this case, I'll just use my name, and then I'll go ahead and create an API key in this project. So before I go any further, I'll also show you where this API key goes. Going back into Google Cloud, I do a quick search for APIs and services. We can click on that one, and then you go into credentials here, and you'll see this generative language API key. That's the one that I just created. I can prove that to you really simply by going back into the Google AI Studio, scrolling down a bit and hitting delete. Right. Notice that setup billing is also in there as well, but as soon as I deleted that one and I refresh in here, I will see that that API key is now gone. So it is managing that key, which is nice, but I'm gonna go ahead and again create this one within that same project, and then I'll go ahead and do it once again. So the nice thing about this is you can actually have different API keys for different projects. So if you're building this for a client, for example, they might already have Google Cloud, and you could then just ask them for an API key and they can just send it to you. I mean, all API keys are that way, but a lot of companies use Google Cloud. So this would be a way for them to feel pretty good about sharing API data with you because of how these credentials work. You could just go in here and delete them at any time because that happens frequently. Okay, this is true about any API key, but now that we've got that, we've got a Google API key, which is incorrect. We want to use the Google Gemini API key now as the key value. Then I'll go ahead and restart my kernel in here, and we'll go ahead and run this. This time the assertion error is gone, and then I can actually go ahead and call Google itself, and there we go. So we get an AI message back in here, so you get some sort of response. So what is this response itself? What kind of data is this? And this data is a Pydantic model response. So you can do .content and you actually see the response that's coming back in there. Then we can say something like, what is the top programming language? Oh, I spelled it wrong. And hit enter. I put way too many G's in there. That's interesting. But once it actually runs, then we'll end up seeing there isn't a top one because it depends on what you're trying to build. I can actually print this out to where it looks maybe a little bit better formatted. This is Markdown, so that's the other part about this. But there we go. We got number one at Python. Cool. Google's even saying Python's number one, which is pretty interesting. But the idea here is having an LLM, being able to run a query like this, much like you would inside of the studio for that chat, which you can do on any of the different LLMs. You can do all sorts of stuff in here. You can change the actual model that you want to use. There's a lot of different ones. Be aware of the pricing. It does play into how much you end up spending on these LLMs as well. The same idea goes true for OpenAI and Claude and Anthropic. This is going to be very, very similar. The point is that we use this init chat model with LangChain because it gives us a lot of flexibility to change models at any time without doing a bunch of additional imports. All we would need to do is make sure we've got the correct API keys and they actually work. We're now going to take a look at how to do structured output with any chat model. This is one of the reasons you might use LangChain in general, especially with an LLM, so you can have reliable outputs coming through. And of course, your provider needs to actually have structured output in there in order for this to work. Jumping into a notebook, I can see that I can load in my model. Now I want to give it structured output. The way we're going to do this is by using a tool called Pydantic. We're going to import the base model in here. And so a base model for Pydantic is pretty straightforward. If we just said something like lang and we did base model and we did a name with a string, this right here is a very basic Pydantic model, which we can do something like model validate, and then we can pass in something like a dictionary that would say name and Python, and then we can just validate that that data is coming back. If I were to do name and do 1, 2, 3, I should get a validation error. So this is invalid data because of the data type that's going through. So this is a very powerful tool regardless of using LLMs. What I want to do is I want to use this same idea, but mix it in with an LLM. So the way this is going to work is we're going to go ahead and do, we'll call it language ranking. And then I want to bring in one more aspect to Pydantic, which is called field. This field will allow me to add in a description of what's going on with this field name. Now, we can look at it and go, wow, that's just obviously the name of the programming language, but we want to be explicit about that. So we'll go ahead and say something like programming language name, and that's it. Then we can use this same idea, paste below here, and do something like rank. And then we can put in a data type of integer. Now we can say something like the current ranking, just like that. And let's make sure field's imported, and there we go. So naturally, you could validate it with Pydantic directly, or we can actually turn our model into an LLM with structured output. So I'm just going to call it LLM equals to model dot with structured output. And that output is almost going to be this language here. Almost. So before I go any further, let's go ahead and actually just change this to language, programming language name, and then we'll go ahead and do something like date created, which is, we'll leave it in as a string here. And then I'm going to go ahead and paste this in with, let's go ahead and say date first created, something like that. Okay. So I'm doing this for a reason, but let's go ahead and grab this one. And now we'll go ahead and do LLM.invoke and say, what is Django made of? Something like that. And run that. And what it should give us back is we've got Django and created, right? So not quite the programming language name. Django itself is not a programming language. Let's make our question a little bit better. What is the programming language Django is made of? Hopefully this response will be a little bit better. And there we go. So this is now the response. It's in this data type. So I can then say our result is equal to that. And then now, knowing that I've got this structured output, I can feel confident that I can then use this data, right? So name, and we've got date created, and so on. And I think we can even do, I think it's called model dump, and we can get the dictionary back. So if I was using a database, I could then store this in the database itself based off of that. But the real question is, what is the ranking of programming languages in 2025? Something like that. This is a little bit different. This is now multiple languages. So our schema is probably going to change. Our validation model is probably going to change. We just need to add it a little bit more. And I'll go ahead and say languages, and once again, base model. This time we would say languages equals to, or is the data type of the list. I'll go over that in a moment, and then we'll do a field here, and we'll give it a description saying current rankings of programming languages, or something along those lines. Okay. So maybe this name is not right. Maybe we want to change that a little bit to being something more like programming language rank and then the individual language ranking. In which case I would then change this as well to being something like rankings. And then the data type that I want to pass in here, I want to have a list of these items. So basically the now structured output would then take that into effect, and then I would be able to bring that rank back in and run that once again. And so I may or may not get something back here. So let's go ahead and say, what is the popularity ranking of programming languages in 2025, which it still might not get. Might not be able to get that data overall in the world. You know, we could kind of change our questions a little bit. So the question itself is not really the point. But the point here is being able to have this structured output that comes through. And for some reason, asking the question multiple times sometimes gives different results. So then I could then say our model dump has our rankings in here, or I could go ahead and just do for lang in result. I could then print out lang.name, lang.date created, and then lang.rank. And then we can actually see this printed out a little bit as well. And that should be lang.name is, oh yeah, lang.rankings, result.rankings rather. That's the actual iterator. And there we go. So now we've got this structured output. Now, this one is mostly meant as a very simple example as to how these things work. But of course, we would want to check this stuff. So like, let's say, for instance, C++, was it really made in 1979? You know, this might be another whole question that we would want to check and do C++. And we see that it was made in 1984. So, wrong information. This is where tools become a key part of all of this. We're now going to take a look at the hard way to do tool calling with an LLM. Now, the reason I say this is the hard way is because there's a much improved version of this using LangGraph, which we'll see in the next part. For now, we're going to take a look at the hard way, just using LangChain to make this work. So the idea here is we have a few preset things. We're using our Serp tool in here. And of course, in that tool, we can evoke or invoke something like when was Python made? And this, of course, is calling the tool with that query, and in which case we get some results back. Great. So that's the tool being called. Of course, the LLM doesn't know about this tool yet. So our LLM is just a very basic model here. We want to let it know about this tool. I actually did some tests off the video, so I'm actually going to restart and clear all of my kernel outputs here and just make sure we're all basically on the same page. I just combined some things for this notebook. You really could have just used a different notebook for this as well. But the idea of actually adding in tools here is you would make a list of tools. We only have one tool right now, but in some cases you might have a bunch of different tools for your eventual AI agent. In our case, we're just going to go ahead and make a list of these tools with that Serp tool there, just like that. Then we're going to go ahead and say LLM with tools basically is equal to the model.bind tools. And then you pass in this tools list here. So I'm not going to call it LLM with tools, but that's how I'm going to think about it. So I'll just go ahead and leave that as basically as a comment in here. I'm going to actually call it LLM. Okay. And so now the model Gemini 2.5 Flash knows about these tools. The question is, can it actually run these tools yet? Well, let's actually try that out. I'm going to go ahead and do the exact same question by invoking, when was Python made, just like this, and run that. So what we'll get back here is an AI message. It has no content in it, but rather in here, you see something called tool calls. This is a little bit more obvious here. If I do AI MSG equals to that, run that again, and then get AI MSG tool calls. If I hit enter, it shows me that it's trying to make some tool calls. Now, if you're familiar with Python really well, you would understand at least the arguments portion of this. This would be the arguments to execute some sort of function. The BrightData_Serp is not really that clear because the variable we used was Serp tool. So they're a little bit different. So how do we know that they're the same? Or rather yet, how do we match this idea of a tool call with actually calling the tool, with actually executing it in Python? So the way we do this is we do something called a tool mapping. So I'm going to go ahead and do tool_mapping. And this mapping here is going to be related to all of the tools inside of here. Now, the important thing about this Serp tool, in the case of LangChain, all of the tools will look this way. If you do serptool.name and hit enter, it will give some sort of name that helps identify this tool. This is now the actual tool we end up using. So this, in many ways, is the function itself that we would end up using inside of our tool calls, right? So this name here is what we're really looking at. We now have a match. We've got the actual tool name is right here, and here is that tool call name right here. So this helps inform how we do our tool mapping, which of course is going to be x.name and then :x for x in tools. Now, if you're not familiar with this kind of comprehension, another way you can think about it is doing a tool mapping like this, and then for x in tools, and then you would do tool mapping of x.name is just equal to x, or in other words, the actual variable that we could then use instead of just a string for the name itself. These two things do the same thing. Okay, so let's go ahead and now do our tool mapping. So within these tool calls then, what I could do is I could say for tool call, let's say attempt, or let's say tool call value in AI MSG.tool calls, we can now go ahead and get the tool name, or I want to think of it more of the function name, which is going to be the tool call value.get of the name. And then we also want the function arguments, which is going to be basically the same thing. And we'll put that in there. We also might want the tool ID, so I'll just put ID in here. This ID would be really useful if you want to go further with this. I'm not actually going to go further with this, but it is cool that we can print all of these things out. But really the main thing here is printing out the function name and then the function args. That's it. So that we can actually see all of this stuff. Oops, I've got 2 equals there. And there we go. So we've got our actual tool name and then the arguments that need to go in to executing that tool. So really what that means is we need to use this tool mapping with that tool name to get the actual tool itself. So then I'll go ahead and do my tool equals to the tool mapping dot get of that function name. And then we can actually go ahead and call that tool. Now before I do, I'm going to go ahead and print out the tool itself just to see. There it is. We've got our tool in there with the API key and the secret string and all that. Great. So that part's looking good. Now, if I were to add in a plus like ABC in here and hit enter, naturally, I don't actually have a tool that's mapped correctly. So this tool mapping is important for doing this next part, which is the hard way of calling this tool. So if I do now tool.invoke, hey, what do you know? This underscore tool is the same idea as to what we did up here, but it's just a little bit more generic because we might have more than one tool. That's the point. So you can reuse this in the future. Then you can pass in those arguments in there, and perhaps we could pass it in just like that. So I'll go ahead and say something like my tool result equals to that invocation, and then I'm going to go ahead and let's go ahead and print out what that tool result is, dot maybe content, and just see if we get something appropriate for this. I do see that it is loading, and then we get this argument here that a string has no attribute content. So it looks like maybe the data that's coming back is a little bit different than I would have guessed here. So let's just go ahead and just print out that tool result with those function arguments in there and see what we get back. And hopefully what we get back is basically the same thing. So it did execute that tool for us. And again, it is a string because of the result from the tool. It actually is this string right here, as we saw in previous sections. So it's not a whole lot different than that, but it does actually call that tool. Now, this is super cool because it does work, but it's definitely the hard way to do it, because really what we would need to do from here is we would need to feed these messages back into the model to have the model make sense of what happened with that tool calling. And that's where we kind of move away from doing tool calling inside of just LangChain, and we move over to using LangGraph. So LangGraph has these things called a pre-built agent that you can just have a simple function as a tool. You don't even need to have the more advanced functions. You can just have a simple function as a tool that has some arguments in here, and then you just pass those tools in with the model that you're looking for, and voila, you will have tool calling with your model without a whole lot of extra work. Let's take a look at how to do tool calling the easy way. The important thing to take away from what we just did was the fact that LLMs cannot call functions on their own. What we're really doing is providing context to the LLM of these available functions. We're giving it the function name, a description about what that function does, even the various arguments to actually call that function. From there, the LLM will respond back to our code to say whether or not you should run these functions, and then we ran them manually. So this manual process is still happening based off of our code. LLMs don't just magically run functions, at least not yet. And so we have the ability to go nitty gritty and decide what we want to do with those functions, which is definitely a lot more challenging because returning back the messages to the actual LLM to then make sense of those messages starts to get complex or complicated with just using LangChain, which is part of the reason why LangChain itself moved and built out something called LangGraph. So if you go to the LangGraph documentation and go to start with a pre-built agent, this is what we're going to go through right now. The reason we're doing the pre-built agent is because it's the easiest way to use LangGraph by far, but more specifically, it's the easiest way to call a tool that we control. Whatever that tool might end up being, that's the one we're going to be looking at. So I created a new notebook here that basically has everything we just did without all of the tool calling stuff, but we'll still go off of a lot of the same sort of concepts. And I'm going to go based off of what happens inside of LangGraph. So the first thing that we need to do with LangGraph itself is install LangGraph and any other LangChain model we might need. Naturally, we already have the LangChain stuff in there, but we're going to go ahead and bring in LangGraph now. So inside of our requirements, we're going to go ahead and do rav run install and just make sure LangGraph is installed. And then I'm going to jump into this notebook here and I'm going to restart and clear just to make sure that LangGraph is in here. Next, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and grab the agent itself. I'm going to take this entire example and bring it into our notebook. Now, the important part about this example is the fact of how we actually call a LangGraph agent. So LangGraph itself can help you build out something called a workflow, a chatbot workflow basically, where you essentially design a state. That state turns into something called a graph, and then you build nodes into this workflow. So if you think of like a logical workflow that's on the right track, in some cases it will actually loop back and call other parts in the workflow itself, which we can actually kind of see in this visualization here. It's showing us a very simple workflow that you can build if you want to get super complex with LangGraph, which of course this is where it started. But now they have something called this pre-built agent, which is what we're going to do, which basically takes away all of that complexity for us. And really all we need to do is add in the model and the various tools we want to call, what we want to run. And so that's what we've got here, and that's what we're going to be building. So the idea here is the way we're using LangGraph is using their create React agent function to build out our own AI agent with our own tools. Now, I don't love the name here. I'm not sure why it's called Create React Agent, because as a software developer, especially on the web, React.js is very, very popular. So it sort of sounds like create a React.js agent, which is not at all what it is. It is an LLM agent with all of those workflow things. So you can really dive in and build something like this on your own if you wanted to, without using LangChain. I mean, completely. You would still use LangChain in places, but not the whole time. Okay, so how do we actually build this thing out? So first off, we're going to go ahead and just bring in our pre-built Create React agent. I'm also going to move this function up just a little bit right here. Now, what's really cool about this function is this is just a Python function. It does have a data type for one of the arguments, and it also has a returning data type. Those two things are actually really valuable when it comes to an LLM, having the argument data types that are coming in and the data type that's being returned, which is exactly what's going on right here. So this is a very simple tool that a LangGraph agent can use. Now, the important part about this as it relates to LangChain is it's not a LangChain tool. This is just a function itself. So if I do .name, it does not work, unlike our Serp tool, right? So our Serp tool from Bright Data, if I went .name, that does give me a name. That's because this is a LangChain tool itself. Now, we could absolutely decorate this one, use a LangChain decorator for tools, and turn this into a LangChain tool. That's really not that hard to do. Conversely, I can also call the Bright Data API directly in a Python function. I don't have to use the LangChain tool for that. So a lot of different ways to accomplish the same sort of thing in this part, right? But I just wanted to show you this tool thing because if you were to try to add this one to the hard way, it just simply wouldn't work because there would be really no way to call it and it just wouldn't work. It wouldn't bind the way it did before. Maybe at some point it will, but right now it doesn't. Okay, so we've got this function here and now we have an agent down here. So naturally you see this model here and you're like, wait, I don't have Anthropic, working right now. I've got a different model. I've got the Gemini 2.5 Flash. So even if you did have Anthropic, the point here is we need a way to pass in our API keys. Me personally, I like declaring the exact model with that API key and then passing that model in to this Create React agent, which of course it works flawlessly. That's how LangGraph is designed. It works hand in hand with LangChain really, really well. So now we've got an agent and a tool, so let's go ahead and run it. That's as simple as it gets. Granted, I gave a bunch of explanation to make this work, but it gives us a bunch of results in here. It's also showing us what's happening. So we've got a human message coming in first, right? So that's this human message right here, which I think ends at some point in here. This right here, content, what is the weather in SF, and then it has a few other things. It has an ID in here, but really it's got this role and content. Now, if you've used other LLMs and other ways of calling LLMs outside of LangChain or LangGraph, you might be familiar with this process. Like the OpenAI Python SDK, I think works similar to this. It definitely used to, but I think it still does. But the idea is we can look at this kind of pattern and think of it in terms of the context we're sending into the agent. In other words, I can have a bunch of other messages in here and then invoke this agent with all of those messages, and then it will do something from there. So you can actually resume this process. And so the result or the response that comes back is an updated version of this input. Now, when you dive into LangGraph a lot more deeply, what you'll end up seeing is this idea of a state graph. And that's what we're looking at here. We're looking at the state that's happening inside of LangGraph that can be updated by a whole lot of things, including calling functions. And so that's kind of the point here, is it actually will invoke this and automatically will call functions and then enrich the actual response messages based off of that. So if we do something like results equals to that call, and then grab our results here, naturally messages is one of the keys that's in there. So I can go ahead and grab messages as one of those keys. I think it's only one key really. Here's all of those messages, in which case I can get the very last one, the most recent one, and look at that one, and we've got an AI message, and then I can do .content, and what do you know? It's always sunny in San Francisco. What's cool about this is it took the context from the actual question itself. It turned SF into San Francisco, which of course is a shortcut or a shorthand, a abbreviation of San Francisco anyway. It's a very common one. LA is another one. LA is not a city. I'm surprised it didn't just assume Los Angeles, because it does mean Los Angeles, but LA could mean other places, I suppose. What about Philly? Philly is a very common name or nickname for, hey, what do you know? It's Philadelphia, and it is always sunny in Philadelphia. What a great show. Okay, so the idea here then is we now have a way to call this single function, and the LLM is now smart enough, thanks to what we did with LangGraph, to not only know about that function, but also to actually call it and then diagnose or understand the results from it. Granted, in this case, it's actually returning back the results directly. So what I want to do is actually change this from agent to just simply weather agent, and we'll put this one in our invoke call here. And then I'm going to go ahead and do this again, but this time I'm just going to go ahead and call this our search agent, right? Because it's going to be our search engine agent now, because it's going to use the Serp tool. So now we've got our Serp tool here. You are a helpful agent that can search the internet. Okay, so now we just upgraded our agent in a massive way because it can search the internet now. So what's the weather in Philly? Let's go ahead and see if this thing ends up working. Looks like I need to make sure that both agents are there and running correctly. So if I were to run this now, what it should do is actually call our Serp tool, our search engine tool, to find these things out. And here we go. We've got an actual API request. So that little bug we saw before actually shows us that this message is coming through, which is pretty cool. We also see the current weather, which I'm guessing is correct. So let's go ahead and just do a quick Google search for that. Current weather in Philadelphia, there we go, 83 degrees in there, and looks like that's probably accurate. There you go. So of course, from here, we would probably want to add additional things to this. We would probably want to have structured output for some sort of weather agent. In this case, it's just a search agent, so we don't really need that structure. We just need some sort of response. But if it were a proper weather agent, we would want to change how it comes back, which we'll see in the near future. But I also want to just check out something else with this search agent. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to change this a little bit from results to being for chunk in search agent, and then now we'll do stream. So now we can actually see the logic behind what's happening with the agent itself. So when we actually run the chunk, we can now see what's happening with the agent, and then it's going to go ahead and maybe make some tool calls or something like this. I do not have access to live weather data. I can search weather for you. That's interesting that it says that it gave us that error. It'd be interesting if that's what happened for you as well. But here we go. If I run it again, it is able to actually give me some sort of response. So it calls the tool, which gives a lot of context in there, which may or may not be all of the context we want, but then it finally gives me that same sort of response back, right? Which is pretty cool. So that means that we've got different kinds of items in here. So if I actually printed out the keys for each chunk, so let's do .keys. This time I'm going to go ahead and say search for when Python was first created. Something like that, so that hopefully it knows for sure to call the search function itself. So now we're going to go ahead and run that, and we get different dictionary keys in here. Right, so we've got an agent, we've got tools, and we've got an agent again. So basically it's showing us what different things are happening and how. Tools is calling the tools, right? And it's going to give that response, and then it's going to go ahead and understand what's going on with the agent. So very similar to what we had here. This time it's going to be something more along the lines of agent result equals to chunk.get, and we'll say agent. And then this time I'll go ahead and say if agent result. Let's go ahead and print out what that is. I'm going to go ahead and comment out this results right here for a moment. And I will also comment out the chunks. But there we go. So we've got agent result in here, and then we get our messages. So it's very, very similar to what we just saw. One of them is going to be a query in here as well, potentially. So we've got our messages. So I'm going to go ahead and just say the agent result messages content. And we'll go ahead and say text response equals to that. And then I'll go ahead and say if text response, print text response. And I might also want to make sure that I'm doing get messages instead of forcing the message itself. So I'll go ahead and say get messages. And once again, I'll have to go ahead and say agent, let's say messages equals to getting those messages. And then I'll go ahead and now say if not messages, then continue. Otherwise, we will use those messages to grab that content. And again, there should be other logical conditions in here that you might want to check to make sure that you don't run into any major errors. And I still might have, but the idea here is now we should be able to get that response that comes back from the result. At some point, it will show us, and there it is. So if I get rid of that print statement, we can then finally see what that response is with all of the chunks. So you can see all of the steps if you would want to keep track of all of those steps. So there we go. Python was conceived in the late 1980s. There we go. And of course, you could do a search on, Wikipedia to find that out to make sure that those are the case. But that is the simple way to just call tools. So from here, we would want to build out a lot more tools potentially to really get a better sense as to what might be going on with a Reddit community. Of course, this was meant to just show you how to do tool calling with LangGraph. Now we're going to search for Reddit communities by any given topic. So really all I want to do is send a topic idea into our agent that will then use the Serp tool to do a search for those different topics. So the way this is going to work is what we've been building towards this whole time, which of course is using that same model. And then now I've got a little bit more of a robust prompt. So basically I wanted to find the best communities and then maybe some niche communities for that topic. The niche ones might be still challenging to find based off of the search engine, but the idea here is we still want it in there for any given topic. So now we've got this prompt here. I will be able to run this and get some results here. And of course we can just do our results and messages and then maybe -1 and then content, and that should give us back some results there. Now, these results are not in a great format, as we'll see in just a moment, but of course the idea here is to make them in a format that makes sense. And so here's that format. So now we need a structured response. Now, if we think back to a few sections ago, we did do the structured output with LangChain Pydantic, right? So we did Pydantic actual models here. So a base model that has all the rankings, and then a submodel to describe each one of those rankings. And then we went through that process. Now, this same idea does work inside of our LangGraph as well. And so if we go back into the LangGraph docs under start with a pre-built agent, you can see there's configured structure output, and there it is, right? So it's the same sort of idea here that we want to do also with this final response like that, which I'll bring into my notebook. And of course, instead of response, we have results. If I try to run it now, I don't have any structured response whatsoever, of course. The other part is the actual response format is going to be what that structure is that we pass into the agent itself. So of course, the question is, what is going to be our response format, right? So right now it's nothing. So let's go ahead and add some in. So inspired by our original language ranking and programming language rank, I'm going to go ahead and create a couple new ones that are more specific to Reddit. Now, I took some time to make this work, but the idea is we get our name, our URL, the complete URL of the Reddit community. The subreddit slug is what I'm calling it, basically whatever this value is. If you know the proper name of that, please let me know. Next is the member count. If we can just grab it, that would be awesome. Some sort of number. That also might be something we would want to improve down the line. Or at some point we could build in a scraping function that will update what that member count is based off of the URLs or the Reddit communities we have stored in our database. Right now we're assuming we have none stored in our database, which we don't. So we're going to add some in here automatically. So the thinking is, the logic behind this is a user is going to sign up for our service, and they're going to just write out a few different topics that they care about. From there, we're going to run this agent and get a bunch of communities for those topics. Now, those communities might happen in real time, as in the user does something very similar to this, or it might happen after the fact, like they just put in a few items in here and then some sort of background task does this same idea in here as well. So with this in mind, now that I've got this Reddit community thing in here, the response format will be the Reddit communities. And now if I were to run this again, it should actually look for those Reddit communities. Now the actual response message, I think, is going to be the same. So if we actually look at the content here with those messages, the same or similar, right? In this case, it's definitely narrowed down, but let's take a look at the actual structured response. We hit enter. Now we get these communities in here. It gives us the actual Pydantic model, which means that I can go ahead and say for subreddit or community in the results.communities, we can print out the subreddit.name, subreddit.url, subreddit.slug, and then maybe subreddit.member count. I think that's what it was. Yep. And now we should be able to print all of those things out. And we've got no slug. Oh yeah, it's not, we didn't call it slug. We called it subreddit slug, which makes more sense for the name itself. And there we go. So here are quite a few different subreddits that we now could use as a grounds to scrape. So in other words, once we have a user interface, the user themselves could say, oh, here are a few topics I care about. And then you could then prompt them, hey, which subreddits should we monitor? And you could kind of limit the number that you would want to have on there, right? Maybe you only have, based off of what service you're providing, maybe you can only track 5 subreddits at a time, and that's it. If you want more, then you have to upgrade your account. That's kind of the idea behind this, or at least the thinking behind making this as simple as possible. So of course, if you know how to build out Django, you would know that these are communities. This actual data can now be stored into a Django database. Of course, you could use SQL model, but in our case, we're going to be using Django. So this is a really good start as to how we can start thinking about which communities we want to use. Now from here, I want to go one step further and actually scrape some of these communities, get some of the results from any given URL. We're going to now start the process of scraping subreddits through the URLs we got in that last part. So our Reddit agent was able to get Reddit communities with the complete URL of that community, which included the subreddit, slug, as I called it. But the idea is we want to open up those communities and get recent posts. Now in the past, I would say you should do this manually using Python and Selenium. But that has become incredibly hard to do for a number of reasons. One, Reddit doesn't really want everybody scraping their website, even though it's public data. Number two, the other part of that is even if you were scraping it manually, then you would have to parse all of that data. You'd have to understand the structure of it. Both things I don't want to do, especially as I am trying to build out a proof of concept for this kind of project. So for those reasons, I'm going to go ahead and use the web scrapers that Bright Data now has. Now, if you did want to go the Python Selenium route, you would probably need a proxy URL, which would then allow for you to do the request very reliably so that you don't get blocked or anything like that. But again, in our case, we're going to be using the web scrapers that are available, and there's this web scraper library that we're going to go through as well. So do a quick search for reddit.com, and then we're going to go ahead and jump into the discover by subreddit URL. I'm going to open this one up, and I'm going to be using the scraper API here. So we're going to go ahead and hit next, and then we're going to take a look at the API request builder, and then I'm going to change the request to being Python. Okay. So this is the Python code we need. I'm going to go ahead and copy this. We're going to bring it into our notebook here. Obviously, I need to change a few things, but overall, this is actually fairly straightforward of code. Especially if you've done things with Python requests before, this is very, very straightforward. And here's the magic as to what we want to use is the actual subreddits or these Reddit URLs, opening those things up and getting that data. But we have to understand how all of this works before I start playing around with it. First and foremost, this does not happen at the same time as you might run it. In other words, this function is not going to wait for everything to be done scraping for you to be able to see your results. Instead, what it does is it triggers a web scraping event or a job on the Bright Data side. Bright Data will then scrape that data and then send you back some sort of result. So I'm going to show you this on one of my web scrapers that I was testing this all out with. If I take a look at this one right here and then go into my logs here, this is a log of all of my web scraping events. I triggered these and now I can download them asynchronous to when I actually made that happen. So sometimes web scraping takes longer than other times. In the case of maybe scraping Reddit, it might be super fast. So you might get results right away, especially how you do your parameters and whatnot, or it might take a little bit longer than that. So what we do then is we trigger an event to do the web scraping, and then Bright Data can do two things back to us. On one hand, it could send back a webhook. So you could actually trigger a webhook that then would eventually look for the actual logs themselves. So the things that have already been ran and downloaded. That's one way to do it. Another way to do it is to not send a webhook, but just poll or basically ask Bright Data over a certain duration. Is it ready yet? Is it ready yet? We're going to do the polling portion of it. And that's how we're going to build this out. It's a very straightforward process as well. So let's take a look. Going back into, I'm going to just jump into our scrapers here, web scraper library. It's possible that it's just the same one. I'm actually not positive here. So let's go ahead and jump into that. Hit next. Yeah, so it is the same one either way. So it's not like it's a different one. So I already do have some logs where you might not. Now, one of the things that you see here, the reason I don't have any logs or there is nothing to download is because maybe I gave it the wrong subreddit URL, whereas these ones are real ones. Okay, so what we want to be sure about here is we want to be as careful as possible when crafting our request. So if I go back into this Python thing here to see all of the parameters that are coming through, one of the things we're probably going to want to do is maybe limit our output. So with some subreddits, you might have thousands and thousands of threads. We want to limit this. I'm going to put it down to 100. Now, Bright Data itself will likely be able to scrape a lot of data. I don't actually know what it would end at. I haven't tested, because when I tested one of the bigger ones, it ended up costing like $10 for one single scrape. Granted, that's now a data set that I own. So it's on one hand a pretty cool thing that I can do all of that, but on the other hand, we don't want to rack up the bill. So we want to be very deliberate about how we're doing this scraping on our various items. And so this then means our parameters, we want to really think about how we're going to sort them as well. And so I think the examples here are pretty good. Hot, new, and rising. These are different URLs as well, so different subreddits in here, but it's giving you examples as to what's going on. So in our case, I think what I want is maybe the top ones, and I also want them to be today, so that I'm basically doing it every day, just checking the top ones every single day. And the question then is, how many posts do we want for each top one? Well, let's go ahead and start off with something like 10. Now, this number of posts could start to change as your actual subreddit gains popularity. So for example, if you're doing r/Python and you have an entire SaaS product that is helping people scrape r/Python or aggregate the data that's going on there, then you might change this number of posts just for that subreddit to 100 or 1,000 or whatever, and have no limits on that subreddit every single day. But my thought process is, if you're doing this every day, then you will eventually have all of those posts starting today or whenever you start doing it. So yeah, I mean, you might still lose some, but 100 per day or even 10 per day is probably plenty. I mean, I'm sure there are subreddits that do a lot more than that, but the top 10 every single day, I don't know, that sounds probably pretty good. You could also consider doing the opposite of that, not the top 10, but maybe the new 10 or something like that. So you do both of them, but I'll leave that up to you after we get all of this going. So here's my new parameters in here. The other cool thing is you can actually customize your output as to like what data you want in here. So related posts, maybe you want that. Maybe you want the comments, maybe you don't. So the comments actually has a number of data items in there for a post as well. But I'm gonna leave it in with everything. I'm not gonna actually change that at all, but feel free to do it. It's really nice that Bright Data has this really simple way on how you might wanna do this. One of the key ones will be that post ID though, because we'll want to use that in our database later. Okay, so now that I made some changes, I'm gonna go ahead and copy this code again, and I'll bring it into my project here. Okay, so how does this work? First off, I see I've got an ID in here, an API key that will allow me to access this data. So here's that API key right there too. If I just ran this, I can refresh this API key and it will stop all of the old ones. You probably want to do this on a somewhat regular basis anyway, but I'm going to just go ahead and copy this one and we'll go back into our project into .env. This is another reason why I changed it from the just Bright Data API key to being Bright Data Serp key. So now we've got Bright Data, and this is going to be our Reddit scraper API key. And that's what we'll end up using, something like that. You can have quotes on there if you want or not. Usually the .env files are forgiving for quotes, double quotes, single quotes, but I'm going to leave it out. Okay, so now that we've got that, let's go ahead and do our standard load.env stuff in here, and I'm going to go ahead and bring it right above here. I don't think I need context lib and stuff at this point, but I will bring in both of those, and then we'll go ahead and grab our API key one as well, just changing the key name to the different Bright Data ones in here. And then I'll go ahead and replace the authorization header just like that. So as soon as I see this authorization header, I feel pretty convinced that this is a consistent one that I can use all over the place. So right off the bat, what I do is I have something called get like crawl headers and just literally return back this right here so that I can change it whenever I need to, call it whenever I need to, and if I need custom headers or something like that, I could do that at some other point. But the point of this, the reason for this, will come very clear very soon. So the next thing is the very top one was the one that I was interested in using, the very top data point of the data. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the other two. And I really just want to use the Python subreddit. I want to verify that this one actually exists by opening it up in the browser. And there it is. So I'm going to go ahead and sort by top and then of today. Mostly so that I can see that these things are coming through. I would imagine the promoted ones will not come through, but we will see in due time. Okay, so now let's go ahead and just restart our kernel here and we'll run it. So what we should see is a snapshot ID coming back. So I actually am going to hard code this snapshot ID mostly so that I can keep reference to it. But the idea here is this is triggering that job, that web scraping job that Bright Data will do. If I go back into my web scrapers, right, so into my Reddit one, into the logs, what I will see is this one is running currently, right? So obviously I'm going to need to make some logic to ensure that I can check whether or not it's ready and then download it once it is. Now, these things are in the Bright Data docs, and we'll take a look at this in a moment. But there's going to be the monitor progress one and then the download snapshot one. Both of those things are going to be what we'll do here very soon. But of course, we actually did run the job itself. Let's see, for instance, if we are done, and there it is right here. So I can actually download this and I would be able to see exactly what came through in terms of the data, which I will open up in my cursor editor real quick. Just drag it on over. And here's that data. So it's a bunch of data related, of course, to Reddit and all of the recent top 10 posts. So if I go back into that subreddit here, we are in here. I'm going to go ahead and try to do this little rant one. Let's see if I can grab the title and we'll just do a quick search for the rant one. And there it is, right? There's that exact title coming directly from Reddit. Great. So all I need to do is, of course, automate that process of checking and downloading this data so that it all happens inside of the notebook itself. So we'll continue to do so in this notebook, but in the next couple parts. Let's build out the functionality to monitor the progress for our snapshot, how long it's going to take. Part of the reason I hard coded this was so that if I ever needed to restart the kernel and maybe clear out the output of the cells, I still have this snapshot ID. Now I want you to keep in mind that that is going to be stored in the logs. I would have to check to see how long these things are stored for, but the idea here is it is stored in there, so we should be able to retrieve this data at any time, which I think is pretty cool. So the idea then is to just come from here and monitor the progress using the management API that's available to us. And if we go into the Bright Data API docs for the crawl API, which of course is what we're using, we're going to go ahead and monitor this progress. I'm going to copy this code here and bring it on into our notebook right at the bottom. Okay, so at this time, it's probably a good time to start building out the functions that actually do this. For example, are, perform, scrape, snapshot, maybe something like that with a URL in here. Granted, we could probably put, let's override this. We could probably put a bunch of different arguments in here as well, but I'm just going to stick with our subreddit URL. And then we'll use all of this stuff in here as well. And then we'll paste it and just kind of change things around a little bit. And naturally, I could have more than one, but I'm going to go ahead and stick with one at this point. Again, we can change it later. And then we'll go ahead and return back our data. Once again, I'll just do response.json. And then realistically, we want to return back the snapshot ID itself. So we'll return back data.get and snapshot ID. And we'll also do response.raise for status. Okay, so now that we've got this, let's go ahead and try it once again. This time I'll do just a different community for it. And let's go ahead and do, let's say, the r/, Django maybe. So we'll go ahead and grab the Reddit URL here and r/Django, and there we go. Naturally, we could probably change this to the subreddit slug and it might make it a little bit easier on us, so maybe we want to do that. But for now, I'll just leave that. Okay, I just want to make sure that this is working, and there it goes. Great. And sure enough, it is. So it prints out that JSON data, which we don't need anymore, and then it will return back that snapshot ID. Cool. So the next one, of course, is just monitoring this progress. So then we'll define get snapshot progress, which is our snapshot ID. And this one's quite a bit more simple. So we'll go ahead and bring this in here. And then of course our headers are the same headers. Hey, what do you know? I made that function for a reason. Okay, so we come back down here and we'll get our response in here. And then I want to change this into being a string substitution idea. And then we'll return back that response. And once again, we will raise for status. And I'll get rid of these. I don't need that import either. And now we'll go ahead and grab that progress for the snapshot ID that I had prior. At this point, it's probably done, right? Like that snapshot is probably almost certainly done. I actually want the data to come back, not the response. But there we go. So really what I want to check here is not so much all of these things, but rather the status itself. So the dataset ID is related to the web crawler. As we can see up here, these things are the same, which might be something you end up doing if you're crawling a bunch of different items and you need to associate data in a different way. But for now, I don't need to do that. I'm doing only one. So all I really want to return back for this progress is basically seeing if the status is equal to ready, in which case will give me a Boolean value that I can then use to check on how this is going, right? So we want to return back a Boolean, and this is now going to be a string. Great. So that's snapshot progress, and we're now starting to have a little bit better functions to using this data going forward, right? And we just want to change out some of these things a little bit. Okay, great. So now I'm going to go ahead and also uncomment out that scrape snapshot. And the next part, we'll take a look at the snapshot. We'll actually download it. Back in Bright Data's API, we've got the delivery APIs to download a snapshot. So let's go ahead and create this functionality now. It's very similar to what we've already seen. It's just the URL is different. So I'm just going to copy the URL, bring it on in and paste it here, and then copy the get snapshot progress. And then we'll go ahead and just say download snapshot itself and just use this, which we are really just changing out the snapshot argument. The URL is just slightly different, not that big of a deal. And then we'll return back the data, which should probably be a dictionary of some kind. And then we'll go ahead and download the snapshot and give it a shot. I actually probably have to import a bunch of things again, in which case I go to download that snapshot and we get an error here. So let's go ahead and see what's going on here. Looks like the JSON data is the problem. So I'll go ahead and return or print out the response itself. So response.text, and this time it ended up working. I'm not sure why it failed before. Looks like it's still failing in here. So let's see what's going on. Yeah, so the text itself is actually coming back as like that one's actually working. So let's go back into the documentation here. It looks like all of this is working. I think we see the problem potentially is this format right here. So I want to make sure that the format is in the parameters for JSON itself. So let's go ahead and do that. Jumping back in here, and we'll go ahead and do params. And let's go ahead and say format and JSON. And then we'll pass in those parameters here, which end up being URL parameters if you weren't aware of that. This time, I think it does it. Yeah, no errors this time. Great. So I don't need to print out the results anymore. Now I can go ahead and say Reddit results equals to downloading this snapshot here, in which case we can now take a look at this and print it out. Great. So now we have a bunch of different threads. So for thread in Reddit results, we can print out maybe the thread.get and title and just go based off of that. So these might not be in the correct order, which I'm not really worried about right now. I just want to see that these parts are working. So let's go ahead and grab this one right here, do a quick search on r/Python, and there we go. That's a very top one. I'm not sure why this one's getting it. Maybe it is one of the top ones today. Again, it doesn't make any sense to me that would be the top one. Let's try a different one. The typewriter sound program. Do a quick search here, and there it is. So I think maybe it's just doing community highlights, and those two are just happen to be on the top, and that's what's being scraped. So it's what we see visually. It kind of makes sense that the web scraper would also see those things visually, or the way it sees things, and then actually grab those as well. So that part is not necessarily something I would want, but that's okay. We can do other searches on here for different titles to see, what's going on with these. And we can see the votes and all that. And I think all that data is also available to us in the thread itself. So let's do thread.keys in here and close off that print statement. And then I'll go ahead and print out again a new line so that it's a little bit separated. And so we've got number of comments, community name, number of upvotes. Let's go ahead and see what that looks like. So then we got thread.get, number of upvotes. We print that out, and now we can see the different upvotes that are going on today of these 10. So this goes back to maybe up here is the number of posts. Maybe when we perform this, we want to have this as an argument as well, and there's going to be an integer, and maybe we want it to be 20, right? That would be a reasonable thing to have as an argument, I would say. And so that then you could do your number of posts as 25. And then the process from here would be we trigger the scraping, we use that new item there, we monitor that progress, which is not ready yet. So we would want to continue monitoring this progress and have some sort of time delay to check it again, because it's going to take the time it takes. We want to think about this as like a asynchronous process. Think of it as like, hey, this is going to have to be some sort of background job that we just wait for. Again, we can have a webhook and not have to pull it, but adding a webhook means that we need a public URL right now, and we just don't have one, right? And so I would just continue to monitor these changes, and once that's done, then we go to the next step, of course, which would be just downloading that data and then going through all of those different results from that data, which at this point, if we did everything correctly, it would be 25 posts in here that would then come through, which let's go ahead and see what actually happened. Maybe it's wrong. It says Snapshot is building. Try again in 30 seconds. So not quite ready. Let's see again. There it is. Okay. So maybe we needed a little bit more of a delay in there as well. But there's a lot of things that we can work in on this one. And so if I scroll down here, the Django community doesn't have that many things from today, but we've got some stuff. And so the idea here is we can continue to do this on all of these different threads. And there's obviously a lot more data in individual threads as well that we can then start to parse and understand better also. So all of these things is just a matter of building up some sort of system to do this on a regular basis. So, but at this point, we now have a way to scrape those Reddit threads as we see fit. There's a lot you could do with this, including feeding in this data into an LLM and saying, hey, make the best questions from this, or make similar questions from this. And the threads themselves have other items as well. So that's another part of this is you can see like related posts in here also, which could be pretty interesting. Then the post karma, we could get sort of rankings that we might want for these posts. We can see tags, if there's any videos. From a video, you might be able to go and scrape that video, download the audio from it, transcribe it, and then understand what's going on there, especially if it's a popular post in general. So yeah, lots of cool stuff. To me, the interesting part here would be to then get ideas of content that could be created around this. Now, this could be in-depth blog posts, it could be quick, short videos, it could be stuff like what we're doing right now. But anything, it could just be done on a regular basis. So we just need to upgrade this. So now that we've got all this data and we can do a lot of interesting things, we want to upgrade this to being a worker process in a Django project that's actually storing all of this data into a database and doing so on a somewhat regular basis. That's what we'll do starting soon. I heard this great story about Instagram as they were facing issues and user frustration as they were starting to scale. See, users would log in and have to wait a few seconds for their feed to be refreshed. Now, on a brand new service, maybe that's not that big of a deal, but on a huge service like Instagram, that's a huge deal. Those few seconds are causing a lot of frustration for maybe millions of users around the world. So how they solved this was really clever. First off, what they did was they actually had, when the user put in their username to log in, that triggered a background process on their server that then would refresh the cache so the user would be able to access their data much faster on the feed. Bear in mind, the user hasn't logged in yet. They didn't authenticate yet. They just put in their username. Now, this is where you'll see screens sometimes where they ask for the username first or the email first, and then on the next screen, they ask for the password. I think this process is happening in a lot of places with those two steps. Now, this is really a pain point for when you start to scale. As you might know, caching results can happen really early on, and they probably should. But caching, what it does is it makes a efficient query to the database where you're not getting all of the data on the database, but just some of it for the user at that time. Now, the process of requesting data from a database sometimes can be a few seconds, depending on how much data it is and how big the database is. We're not here to talk about optimizing caching within a database. What we're here to talk about is the time it takes to do a request. We want to minimize that time as much as possible. Now, this is where we face a challenge. We just went through all of these notebooks, and each one of these notebooks added chunks of time that might be far too long for any user to wait for. For example, if you said, find me the top communities in Python, what happens? The process we have kicks off, it searches on Google through Bright Data's API, does a Google search. From that, it takes that result and then sends it to Google Gemini. Then that parses out all of the Reddit communities, which we then get all of that Reddit data. From there, we would then do a web crawl process, which takes however long it does. Then we actually have to update it, and then we get all this data. In other words, it takes a while, right? So what we need to do is we need to think about this Instagram story as we're designing our systems going forward. Now, the way I'm going to be approaching this is by using Django. Django has users built in, so it really simplifies this process in my mind. For the background processing of this, we have two options. I'm going to show you both of them, and you can pick either one when you go forward. You can do Celery, which is a background task queue, so it helps us with those background worker processes. We also have Django Qstash, which is a very similar thing, but it goes through webhooks instead of a dedicated process like Celery. So Django Qstash I end up created, but the idea here is you'll be able to pick or choose either one of them. To me, I think Django Qstash is a lot more simple, but the idea here is we want to build out our automated system through Django because we'll store the data and then we'll have users associated to it so they would be able to access various pieces of everything we did in these notebooks. Now, all of this becomes vastly more simple if all we really wanted was the data and didn't really worry about the users at all. Then we could build out a GitHub Actions workflow where we just automatically run this every day at like 3 a.m. or something. But at this point, I want to actually start the process of setting up Django, so let's take a look. Let's go ahead and create our Django project. It's fairly straightforward. Of course, we're going to jump into our virtual environment. First thing I need to do is update my requirements so that I have Django in here. So let's go ahead and do rev run install. You might want to set a specific version of Django. In other words, we might have to go backwards with Django itself based on things that you might want with Celery. So if I take a look at the Django Celery results page, that's one thing that we're probably going to add. And then also the Django Celery beat page as well, which I think both of these things now have the ability to manage Django 5.2 and above. I think they both now support it, which right when 5.2 came out, these did not. So the only reason I'm mentioning that is because we might as well install these right now, as well as maybe Django Qstash, so Celery results and Celery beat. Great. Obviously, I'm not going to be setting up Django or Celery until a few more videos. We're just really doing Django right now. So what I want to do is create an SRC folder. This is where we're going to put our Django project, which means that in our terminal, we're going to jump in there and just do our Django-admin and start project. And then we'll just do the standard name I give all my projects, which is CFE home, and put a period. So all of the code goes in there. Great. So the next thing is, of course, is I also want to set up a few of the settings here. Now you might recall we have from .env, we import our load.env extension, and then we want to load .env, and then I'm also going to go ahead and import OS. So this is something I do pretty much right away. The first thing is our Django secret key. This right here is not a good one. So the way I solve this is by using OpenSSL rand-base 6432, or you can make it longer if you want. But the point is you can use that command and this will give you a secret key, in which case I put it into the Django secret key, just like that. And also then in my settings, I'm going to go ahead and do os.environ.get of that Django secret key. And then our debug mode here would be something like Django debug. And I'll go ahead and say Django debug and put that equal to 1. And basically something along the lines of os.environ.get Django debug equaling to 1. In fact, the string of Django debug equaling to 1. Otherwise it'll be false, and then we've got debug being off. And I'll go ahead and say if debug, I'll go ahead and allow all installed or allowed hosts. We'll just go ahead and append a star here. And then I would do a few other things that we'll look at as they come up. But the point here is using load.env means that you don't have a fallback. In some cases, I've mentioned this before, but using decouple means that you can cast something. So you would do config and you would say still Django debug, and then you can cast this as a Boolean value and put a default being false. That is a big reason why I use decouple inside of Django. But we're not doing that. We're going to stick with load.env at this point. Okay. So the idea now is we have our environment variable set up. We've got our Django project set up. Let's actually integrate this into a Jupyter Notebook as well. I want to combine Django with Jupyter Notebooks. The way I do this is by creating a manual Python module, which I have available if you look at my GitHub repo and just look for the Django AI agent. And you'll find the Django AI agent has a bunch of Jupyter Notebooks in here that you can then use. But more importantly, it has this setup.py right here that works exactly like what we've got right now. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this file here, and then we will jump into our notebooks folder. In this case, of course, it says MBS, but it could say notebooks. It doesn't really matter. This setup.py works for either one. Notice my setting module is CFE home and my Django project root is SRC, which we just did. So I shouldn't have to do anything else for this, and in which case I'm now going to go ahead and create another Jupyter Notebook. Let's see if it's still working. Looks like it's still open, so I'll open up Jupyter Notebook again, jump into my MBS here. I'm going to go ahead and do new Python 3, and I'll call this 10 Django hello world, something like that. And then now we'll go ahead and do import setup, and then setup.init, and run that. And then all I want to do here is from django.contrib.auth, we're going to import the get user model. And then I'll go ahead and say user equals to get user model, and then user.objects.all. Now I get an error here related to the database no table. That's because, of course, we don't actually have a database table in here. So I'll go ahead and run python manage.py migrate. We are going to change this in just a little bit. But for now, I'll go ahead and do that. And we will restart kernel and try this again. This time I should have no users in here, which I don't. Then I'll go ahead and run python manage.py, create super user, go ahead and do a default username and a whatever password. This doesn't matter at all because we're going to delete it soon. I just want to verify that my user's actually in there. And now I have Jupyter and Django set up together. Now, having this setup.py module is important for this process because of these various commands that need to happen in order for Django and Jupyter to work well. There are third-party packages that do the same thing, but to me, it's a really easy module to just throw in to your notebooks folder, and now you have complete access to your Django project, which is important for us. Now, the reason I even talked about this Django AI agent one is this might be the course you take a look at next because it does a lot more things Django specific with AI agents. We aren't doing Django specific stuff in this. We are doing all of those other things in terms of an AI agent. So the AI agent isn't working with Django in our case right now. We're now going to implement Postgres into our Django project. Whenever I'm starting a project, I want to get as close to production as possible. And since Postgres is a production grade database that Django integrates really well with, this is what I'm reaching for to start. Now, if you want to use Postgres and you've never done this process before, you might go to postgresql.org, click download, and then download Postgres directly to your machine with a binary. A lot of times it's a lot easier to just get Postgres spin up this way, but what ends up happening for all of us on videos, or if you have a lot of different projects, it gets a little tricky to manage Postgres all of the time. Now, you would see something like this, so you can actually easily add in new Postgres databases and have them separated from each other, but this can cause issues going forward. So I'm not going to do it this way. Instead, I'm going to be using Docker and Docker Desktop. Docker is a fantastic tool. I'm not really going to be covering how to use Docker in depth, much more just spinning up our Postgres database, and that's roughly it. Now, the idea here is going to be from the official Postgres image. Now, if neither one of those options work for you, then you might want to reach for a managed service. One of them I recommend is Neon, mostly because Neon is serverless, which means it will actually turn off your Postgres database and basically not charge you unless you start using it a lot, which is great. It's a really nice way to test things out, and you could do it in production as well, of course. But that will give you this connection string in here that you would end up using. So with that out of the way, let's go ahead and set up our Docker project, and it's going to be through something called Docker Compose. The way we know Docker is installed is by opening up our terminal and doing something like docker -- version and seeing that, hey, the Docker command line tool is installed. Let's make sure that Docker is running with Docker PS. If you see something like this just means that Docker is not running, in which case you would need to open up Docker Desktop, or really more specifically, the Docker engine would need to be started in order for all of the things to work. And if I do docker compose -- version, I should be able to see some commands. It looks like it doesn't show the version, but it does show different commands. Oh, version is just simply docker compose version. Okay, cool. Just slightly different. But nevertheless, we want to make sure we have docker compose in here to make this work. So the way I'm going to do this is by really just copying and pasting code. You can do the same thing from the repo itself. The way this works is we create something called a compose.yaml file, and then I'm just going to go ahead and paste in all of the Postgres related things here. So the important parts for us, or at least for Postgres, are the environment variables that start with Postgres _. You can find out a lot more information about these by going into the actual official image page and searching for Postgres _ and all of the environment variables that are in there. One of them that I like to include is this database URL one, mostly so that I can just open up compose.yaml, grab this, and put it into my .env file, just like that. So that's going to be the database URL we're going to use for this Docker Compose. Now, this URL itself works with the actual PG user. This should actually be a colon, which will be different when you see it. But the idea here is we've got our username, our password, local host, because it's working on my local machine, and then you access it with 5433, and then that's the database name. So that port is also set right here. This is important in my case because I also have Postgres running on my machine at the standard Postgres port. So they're just slightly different on purpose. I do this for every project. In other words, if I created a new project on this machine, I might do 5480 for my local host, which would mean that this would be 5480 as well. And so that's what I'm going to go ahead and do now just to show you. So now that we've got this, let's go ahead and do the installations necessary for our Django project. First off, our .env file needs to be 5480 as well. And then what I want to do is jump into requirements.txt. There's two primary packages I want to have in here. One is going to be called the DJ database URL. This is really just for parsing a database connection string. It's for parsing all of this out. You can certainly add in all of these variables manually, but parsing it makes it, I think, a lot easier when it comes to setting up Django. The other one that I want to use is called scopg, or some people refer to it as psychopg. Now, I'm sure that's probably how it's pronounced, but that's certainly not how it's spelled, or that's not how psycho is spelled at least. And then I use the binary version, so I don't need any other major third-party dependencies to just get this thing working. So those are the two primary ones we need right now. So at this point, I'll go ahead and activate my virtual environment. I might want to just open up a new terminal window to do that, and I'll do rav run install. And then inside of my Docker Compose, or rather inside of my rav command, I want to go ahead and say docker up and something like that. And we'll go ahead and do docker compose up and then docker down, which is docker compose down. Great. So what I'm going to do now then is docker compose up. That will be the command I want to run, and I'm going to put it in detached mode. Now I might get questions about this of making it work and all that. So if I do the detached mode, that just means that my database will be running in the background. I won't actually see it running here constantly. So now if I do rav run docker up, it might rebuild things. Oops, let me save the rav file here. And then it's still running, right? Where now if I do rav run docker down, this will take down that Postgres database for us whenever we need to. If I wanted to delete it, I would do something like docker down delete, or maybe say, let's say down delete, and then you would run the docker compose down. And I think, if I remember correctly, it's just -v, which should delete the volume as well, which deletes all of that Postgres database. So you may or may not want to do this, in which case I will go ahead and just leave it commented out. Now I want to go ahead and bring it back up because I do want to do the next step. Oops, let's go ahead and do rav run and docker up. Hit enter. So it's in the background and it's just running. We don't really have to think about it as you pretty much would with Postgres in many cases. So now, of course, I want to run migrate, in which case I'm going to update my scripts again. I'll do migrate in here, and this time it's going to be cd src, and then //venv bin, and then Python, and then manage.py migrate. So we're moving into that source folder, and then we're running the Python command for migrate. So rav run migrate. We hit enter. This runs those migrations. Now, nothing changed, right? Because I didn't actually set up Django itself. So the next thing is, of course, making sure we've got our database URL in here. Now jumping into settings.py, I'm going to go underneath this database, and we're going to go ahead and say database URL equals to os.environ.get database URL or an empty string. Now, I've mentioned this a few times, but most of the time I would end up using the same sort of like OS config, this right here. This is what I pretty much always do, but I'm going to go ahead and stick with just the OS environ once again. So we'll go ahead and say if database URL and database URL is not equal to an empty string, then we'll go ahead and import the DJ database URL package so that we can then set up our configuration for our databases in here, which is really just overriding the default database. And the way we do that is by using the database URL.config, and then we pass in a few configs in here. The first one is going to be the default URL, which is going to be this right here. The next one is going to be our connection max age, which I'm just going to go ahead and do 300 seconds, and then connection health check, which is true. So these are some of the arguments you might want when you go into production. It's kind of the reason I end up putting those things in here. So now that I've updated my Django project with this database URL, let's go ahead and run that migrate command again, and we might end up seeing something along these lines, right? And so this should be connection health checks, plural, and let's try that again. Now it's going to go through the process of doing the migration, and now I can actually delete the db.sqlite file, and I'll go ahead and run migrate again, and there we go. So at this time, I also am going to go ahead and create a env.sample file, mostly because I've added a bunch of different things in here that we want to be aware of, at least in terms of our actual compose file and our Django project. Obviously, these passwords and keys and stuff were put inside of the notebooks, and they would run assertion errors if they're not there. But all of the other ones, we want to just make sure that they are there, especially this database URL, based off of how I've got my settings in here too. So there we go. So now we've got Postgres ready to go. It's time to move on to bringing in Redis. We're now going to implement Redis into our Django project for caching, as well as a backend for Celery. But Redis itself is like a big key value storage. So if you think of it as like a big Python dictionary, you're on the right track. Redis is really fast, and the data in there can actually expire if you set it to do so. Now, we're not going in depth on Redis here because we're going to be using other packages that will use it, but the idea here is we want to use Redis. Now, you can download it directly and have a binary. I don't pretty much ever do that at this point. I almost always reach for something like the Docker version of Redis and using Docker Compose, which is what we'll do in just a moment. Now, I also use things like Qstash for Redis when I need it from some places. We will come back to Qstash for Qstash when we implement that, but for now, we're going to implement the official image, the Redis image from Docker and Docker Hub, so that eventually we can integrate it into Celery. But for now, we're just going to be implementing the Django Redis package in conjunction with Redis itself, which is very straightforward on setting it up. So let's go ahead and see how this works. First and foremost, we're going to jump into Cursor, and then we're going to go ahead into our requirements here. Now, the requirements we have for this is going to be simply Redis, and then up here, we're going to probably want to put in Django-Redis as well. Now, the ordering of here doesn't really matter so much as the installation process does. So I'll do rav run install, and then that should do those installations. So next up, what we want is we want to have our Redis URL, and it needs to be equal to something. In our case, it's eventually going to be Redis localhost, and then maybe something like 6380, right? Very similar to 5480, but now it's going to be Redis, and we'll put a /0 here. We'll test this out to see if this ends up working. I'm going to put this in both env files just so we have reference to it. So coming into Docker Compose here now, I'm going to go ahead and bring in my Redis service. So once again, I'll just go ahead and copy and paste this here just so you have access to it. And then we can paste it in here. And so we've got our local host 6380. The environment variables for this Redis database, we don't even need to have. But I put them in there just as references for me for later. But the main thing is this port right here, and then making sure our volumes have that Redis data as well. That's it. So now that we've got that, I'm going to go ahead and do our rav run docker up and see if that ends up pulling Redis for us. It looks like it's pulling it, and then it will be running very soon, in which case I can do docker compose and ps, which will show me those two things, which at this point, it kind of makes sense to do something like docker status. So docker status, which is going to be our docker compose ps. There we go, and then rav run docker status. Great. So we've got those two things. Next up, let's go ahead and actually bring in the Redis URL itself and implement the Redis cache. So to do this, I'm going to go ahead and say something like Redis and URL equals to os.environ.get and Redis URL. And we'll put it equal to an empty string if it's not there. So if the Redis URL and the Redis URL is not equal to an empty string, now we'll go ahead and put in the Redis cache stuff. Now, I think the Django Redis package hasn't changed a whole lot, but if it has or if it does, then we want to make sure that we're aware of that, in which case I'm just going to go ahead and copy and paste the code that they have. I don't think this has changed in a long time, although I've used different caching options that also use Redis, so you might do that at some point as well. Whereas the DJ database URL thing, that hasn't changed in like a decade. I think there's been small changes, but it's been basically the same for a long time. The key part is the location here that we want to change, in which case I will go ahead and bring in our Redis URL there. Everything else should be about the same. Granted, there are other options, and there's also secure versions of Redis. So every once in a while, you'll need to add in that extra S there, which will mean that your actual Redis URL will change. You will see warnings related to that if it does change. And then of course, there's other things that you might want to put in here. Now keep in mind, this is just for the Redis cache. This has nothing to do with Celery yet. We haven't integrated that. It's just for caching Redis itself, in which case we want to go ahead and run python manage.py, and we'll go ahead and run migrate. Actually, I'm gonna need to go into the src folder here and run migrate. Great. Let's go ahead and test the cache is working by going into python manage.py shell. So what you want to do here is really just set something in the cache, verify that it's there. Then we're going to take down Redis and try it again and see if we get any errors. So let's go ahead and do our Django cache, something like that. Just do a quick search for the Django cache, and then we want to do cache.set. Just look for a quick search for that and get, right? This is because you don't need to remember these things. You just need to know how to search for them or even ask AI. Here's our cache. What I want to do is do cache.set, and then we're going to do our key and then our value. So really it's just ABC123 and then some value in here that we can set, and we get a value there, and then we do cache.get and ABC123, and we should be able to get that value. I'm going to go ahead and exit out of here. I'm going to go ahead and run my docker down command. So rav run docker down, and then we'll go back into the src, go back into the shell by pressing up a few times on both of them, and then we'll go ahead and get our cache, and now we've got an error connecting to that. This is a good sign. This is showing me that my Redis URL is working and that Django is now integrated to it because it's failing to connect to that same Redis URL, which of course is this one right here. That's the key part of all of this. Now, one of the things I do want to mention is this 0 here. Like, what is that 0 from? Where is it coming from? That's just the database itself. So you can have more than one Redis database, which is outside the scope of this, but you can have a database at 1, 2, 3, and so on. Some services will give you a different value for that. So if they give you a Redis connection string, it's going to look something like this, potentially with that trailing 0. If it doesn't give you a 0 and you're not able to connect, you just want to make sure you include that 0. I'm going to go ahead and bring back my cache here. So I'll do rav run docker up. And let's see, for instance, if I can now call that cache inside of the same shell to see if that's working, and it can. So the nice thing about Redis in this case is that we can reconnect to the database when we are trying to call the cache itself. Both things are pretty nice. We're now going to get started by using Celery with Django. This setup process is fairly straightforward, especially with my blog post. It's going to cover exactly what we're doing in our code to make all of this work with a few minor modifications. As a keynote here, Celery is its own application. It does not need Django to run. It just runs on its own. It also has first-party support for Django, so they can actually talk to each other basically through Redis. But the idea here is Celery is its own application. If we deploy Django and we need Celery, Celery needs to be deployed on its own, as we'll see here in just a moment. The idea now is we want to check if we have all of the requirements installed. We've got Celery, Django Celery results, and Beat, and then also Redis. So yes, we have all of the requirements needed. Now I'm going to jump over to the blog post and I'm going to scroll on down to look for the settings.py. This is the very first thing. So naturally we need to add in these two packages to our installed apps. No big deal there. Let's go into settings.py and add them in. Normally when I start bringing in third-party apps, I put in a little comment saying third-party, and then I'll put in a little comment saying internal or local, something like that. But now we've got those two. Let's go ahead and add in a few other configurations here. And I'm going to put these ones at the very bottom, and I'll call this Celery config, and we'll paste that in. Now, of course, the broker URL right now is going to be simply our Redis URL. Now, I have never experienced the Redis broker or Celery using Redis and the caching having any conflicts whatsoever, right? So in other words, I only really need one Redis server for both of these to work hand in hand and work really well. The way the things are stored in Redis makes sense for that stuff. Remember, back to Redis being a key value store, Celery stores them one way, the caching stores them a different way, and it's not something I really need to worry about conflicts happening. So next thing is I see that I have migrations here, so I'm gonna go ahead and run those. At this point, I'm probably gonna start running a lot more migrations, in which case I will add in make migrations to my actual rav command just to remember things. And then now in the root of my project, let's go in there, we'll run rav run make migrations, and then rav run migrate. Cool. So we've got a bunch of things for Celery beat and Celery results. Yours might look different than this based off of the current package version that you're using, which is totally fine. But we wanted to make sure that those two things are there. Next up, we're going to go ahead and implement Celery.py. This is going to give us information about the Celery app. So I'm going to go ahead and copy everything that's in this documentation. And inside of Celery home, I'm going to go ahead and do Celery, or rather CFE home, I'm going to go ahead and do Celery.py and bring this stuff in. Okay, so what we don't need is decouple because I am not using that in my project. But what we see here are things that are definitely something you'll need. First off, CFE home.settings. That is our settings module right here. This absolutely needs to be set, otherwise Celery and Django won't necessarily work correctly. The next one is the configuration from the Django settings module itself, which is going to be Celery. So the notes are in here as well, but if you take a look, the Celery underscore here, that's what this is all about. If I called this ABC, this over here, all of these would have to change to being called ABC, which of course I don't want, but it is important to note so you understand that. And then next is the auto discover tasks part. This is how we can actually have our different shared tasks. Now I will say, if you don't actually put your settings or configuration into Django, which I don't recommend, Django settings exist for global settings, but if you decided to do specific settings for Celery, you can do that with their normal app config, and you would go through and set those things up. Now, the reason I'm mentioning that is because something like broker URL changes to be more Django specific into the capitalization with that namespace underscore. Small things that you need to know about if you make major changes, or if you're looking in the Celery documentation that could trip you up really big. So hopefully you remember it. Next up, we need to make sure that our root configuration inside of the CFE home module has Celery being imported so that we can actually run it. Okay, so let's go ahead and jump into this module here, and I'm going to go ahead and copy the import here, which is very simple. It imports the Celery module, and then it does app as Celery app, and so on and so forth. Okay, so now at this point, I should be able to run the worker. Let's go ahead and jump into the SRC here, and assuming that the command Celery is in there, I should be able to run Celery, and then we do dash capital A, and the name of the module, which in our case is CFE home. Remember, I'm running this command inside of SRC. CFE home is the name of that module. Then we decide what process we want to do, which is going to be our worker process. Then we can add two dashes called a beat. So it's also a beat server, as in it schedules things. This puts both of them as one single command. In some cases, you might have a bunch of different workers and one beat server, which would mean a bunch of different processes. And it's a little bit more advanced than this, but it is something you might have. And then you put the log level to info so you can see more data. As soon as I hit enter, this should start running, and it should also use the correct Redis URL that we have. If for some reason it's not running, that means some of your configuration somewhere is incorrect. Now, I want to point out something that sometimes I see in projects, and that is a new module called simply worker. Inside of that module, you put init.py. Inside of init, you also, I'm going to go ahead and copy celery.py here. I'm going to go ahead and also copy the init from CFE home, doing all of that. There we go. Now I'm going to go ahead and try something different. I'm going to keep the Celery app name here. We're going to go ahead and do Celery-A worker, and then -- beat, and then log level info. Okay, So the app name is worker, and then the process they're running is worker, as well as the beat server. I hit enter, and what do you know? It also works. So this is just really to show you that Celery itself does not need Django. This configuration is just standard practice for those of us who use Celery on a regular basis with Django. But I can close these things out, and now, of course, I'm not going to use that worker module at all. I'm going to use the Django one. That's what we're going to be doing going forward. So then now inside of my rav command, I'm going to go ahead and do one more thing, and we're just going to call it worker. Now we're going to do the bin Celery, and then again, the command is capital A, CFE home, the actual Python module itself. So the point of me showing you a different Python module was really to show you that if you change your project name for Django, let's say for instance you did Django admin start project and you called it my project, then the module itself would be my project. That's kind of the point. So I got CFE home, worker, -- beat, and then -l info, log level info. Great. So there's going to be my worker. But before I go much further, I also want to start adding in some tasks just to make sure that Celery is fully ready to go. So I'm going to go ahead and do Python manage.py, start app, and I want to create just a general app for this one that I may or may not use. I'm just going to call it blog as sort of a placeholder for maybe I'll do a blog at some point. But for now, it's mainly so that I can bring it into my installed apps and then go ahead and create a task. So there we go. We've got blog here into my installed apps. I'm going to go ahead and do tasks.py. This naming is really important because that's how Celery is going to auto discover the tasks. So all we need to do now is do from Celery import shared task. And then we use that shared task decorator to define my blog task or something of the sort. And then I'll go ahead and print out hello world. We will continue to look at tasks themselves, but the arguments that come in here need to be JSON ready. That's it. So if you do json.dumps on any of these, there can't be any errors. In other words, it can't be a Django model instance or like a query set or something like that. You need to have pretty much primitives like an ABC of a string or like an integer like my num or something along those lines also needs to be in there. Okay, so let's just verify that this task is working. First off, back into my project, I want to run the Celery worker again, not the worker, but rather the CFE worker, just like that. And we see that the task is in there. Great. So I can call that task. This is the final step here, is we jump into Python manage.py shell, and then we can go ahead and do from blog.tasks. We can import everything. Then of course, if I were to call the function, it just runs because it's a standard Python function. But now we can also use Celery, which means that I can call the function and then do something like .delay. If I hit enter, I get this connection refused error. So the first thing that I want to test with something like this would be to make sure that Redis is actually working. So opening up another terminal, I will run docker run status or rev run docker status, and then I've got my status in here, and sure enough, Redis is running. So that's probably not the issue. So my next question would be, oh, did I save everything? Maybe I made issues with saving. So I'm going to save this one, and I'm going to save this one, and this one. Then I'll go ahead and exit out of my shell command here, and then I will run that again with the delay function, and sure enough, there it goes. This also means that in my worker process, maybe this thing ended up working, maybe not. But what we do see is it looks like it is working now, and it succeeded in just a short amount of time. So obviously I did a few tests off the video because I didn't realize I didn't save this part. So now that it is saved, it is working correctly, which is pretty nice. Something that's interesting, and even without this being saved, Celery was still being able to run, which is pretty cool. But now we can see how these actual tasks end up working, and there's a lot of different ways in how we can go about doing this. You can put this in views, you can put it in all sorts of places. We will see how to use these delayed tasks very soon. We are now going to implement a Cloudflare tunnel so that our local Django project can accept webhooks. Now, the motivation behind this is fairly straightforward. First off, if you think back to our scraping subreddits notebook, we had this process where we would perform the web scraping that would trigger a job on Bright Data servers that eventually would finish. Eventually could be in 5 seconds, it could be in half a second, it could be in 10 minutes. That eventually we don't have really good data for on our system yet. At some point we might, but it's all going to depend on the parameters we put in to that web scraping event. If we put in massive parameters to get a lot of data, that might take a lot longer than small parameters. It kind of makes sense. So what we need to do is we need to be notified when those changes happen. Bright Data has support for this, but if we didn't have a webhook, what we would need to do is have a background process constantly checking if these snapshots are done, especially if we want to do it in any meaningful time. Now you could do something called a cron job or a GitHub Actions workflow where it's basically checking all of those snapshots every day for that day, but maybe you don't want to wait 24 hours or so to check these snapshots or when these web scraping events happen. And maybe you want to have them happen much sooner. So a webhook is a notification just for that. And if we think about to Bright Data with the web scraper, you can actually send your own URL as to where you will accept a webhook, like where you will receive that webhook successfully. So our system receiving from their system, that some sort of event happened, and then we can go from there. So in this case, it would be the web scraping event finished, the snapshot is done, now we can go download it. And all of that can be fully automated without constantly checking their system, even if we have the ability to do so. This is far more efficient handling webhooks this way. Now on their system, they will probably have some sort of worker process that's already doing it, but do we really need two worker processes working in tandem to achieve the same results? We just really need to know about it and do something with it. Now to add to that, I have a full system called Django Qstash that works off of this same idea of webhooks to run background tasks. So you can do it within your own Django system that basically calls itself essentially. So you won't necessarily need something like Celery, although I'll show you how to do that as well. Now all of this sort of pins on whether or not we have a Cloudflare tunnel running as well as our own public domain. Now, this isn't the only way to do it. There are other ways, but Cloudflare tunnels are free and they're very secure. They just require us to have our own domain name, which means that we need to bring it into Cloudflare. Let's take a look at how we do that right now. Let's go ahead and set up our Cloudflare tunnel. Go to cloudflare.com, log in or create an account, and you're gonna wanna bring your domain name over here. Now, I've been asked sometimes that if you bring your domain name to Cloudflare, can you still host your website on any other service? The answer is yes. Cloudflare is a domain name server. So you basically put your DNS records there, or you manage your DNS records there. As you can see on my domain that's on here, I can go into DNS and I can see that I've got my domain name stuff in here, and I can add plenty others like a CNAME record. Let's say, for instance, you wanted to come in here and do www.yourdomain, and then you can have it at a different target however you see fit. That's kind of the point. All you would need to do is change your NS records or your name server records to being Cloudflare ones. That's it. That's all you need to do. And you can always move it or change it later. It's a really easy process once you get used to it. But the point here, though, is you might have to onboard one of those domains, or you might have to buy a brand new one. If you buy a new one, I found that Cloudflare's costs are pretty competitive in comparison to many others. So feel free to pick as you see fit. But the idea here is whatever domain name you use, to me, this should be a testing domain name. Kind of one that you don't really care about, that you're really willing and able to just delete records from altogether, right? So like I come in here on this video and here's a CNAME record. I'm gonna go ahead and just hit delete, and there we go. So now it's completely gone. I have no domain name records at all for my domain name that we'll use right now. So going back into Cloudflare, I'm gonna now bring in my tunnel. I wanna get that part started. So you need to scroll to Zero Trust. Just make sure you're in the root of your project, or rather your account. The way you do that is by going into Cloudflare, hit login. You're now in the root of your account. That's kind of the point there. Then you're gonna scroll on down into Zero Trust, and then you wanna go into Networks and then Tunnels. So this is where we're gonna go ahead and install our tunnel. Notice that it's saying that you need to install Cloudflare which we do and we will. So we're going to select Cloudflare to here. This is a little process that just runs on your local machine, and then you can give it some sort of tunnel name. In my case, I'm just going to call it HungryPy, which is the same as my domain name, but every once in a while I might do like CFE dev or something like that. I use these tunnels all of the time. And you can use these tunnels for production workflows as well, but in our case, we're just doing it for development. I'm going to go ahead and save that tunnel, and then now you need to go ahead and go through the environment that you're working on. Now I'm on a Mac, so I would end up using Homebrew to install Cloudflare, which is brew.sh, right? So that's how I can install Cloudflare there, which is just a simple command here. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this command and then bring it on over into my terminal window here, and then just go ahead and paste it in. Now, in my case, I'm exposing the API key here, right? So I'm probably going to want to change that in the very near future. So be sure to do that if you somehow record your video and that gets shown, because it kind of grants access to your tunnel, which is maybe something you want to do, maybe not. But there we go. I now have launched it. If you want to uninstall it, all you need to do is that same command in there. Let's go ahead and actually do the instead of the homebrew command, we can just grab this one right here because it's already installed on my machine. I can then go ahead and do this one. And then what it'll say is, hey, you need to uninstall it first. So, well, hey, you just do sudo uninstall and now it's gone. Okay. And so that's kind of the point. You just do that process to install it or uninstall it, and then you're ready to go. The next step, of course, is to just verify that it is installed. So if we go back in here, we want to then go to the next step, which is routing tunnels. I did see that it said connected down here. So status connected, great. Now we want to go ahead and route it for this tunnel. These are public host names that we're working on here. You can add in a subdomain if you want. Notice that I do have a domain in here. This, of course, is already on Cloudflare. That's why I don't have to do anything for this. And it's going to go ahead and create a DNS record for me. Very straightforward process. Next is the service. Where are we targeting this one? This has to do with our Django project. In this case, I've got a local Django project running at HTTP, and of course, it's localhost 8000. You could also think of this as 127.0.0.1 8000. That's the same idea of localhost, and I think both of them will work, so we can go ahead and complete this setup. Now, the nice thing about this is you can actually add more. So if you go back into edit, into private network, or rather public host names, you can continue to add more on how you want to see your public host name end up working as well. So you can put other subdomains, you can do all sorts of things in here as you see fit. The point of this, though, is to be able to go to this domain name now. So if I go to hungrypy.com, I should get some sort of bad gateway maybe. So let's go ahead and go into our Django project and let's see if this thing's running. I don't think my Django project's working right now. Looks like just my Celery worker is working right now, which I'm going to go ahead and turn off, and then just go ahead and run python manage.py run server, hit enter. This, of course, is going to say that don't use this in production. It's not production ready, which of course is true. But now if I refresh on hungrypy.com, here is my Django project. It is now ready to go in terms of being, accessible by the public internet. But we want to do a couple new settings though. And that is going to be in .env. We want to add in something like CSRF, token or host, say trusted origin. And in this case, I'll do http://star.hungrypy.com. In other words, the exact same domain name as we've been using. And you also want to have something like an allowed host, which is basically the same thing, but I'm going to do .hungrypy.com. So both of those domains are in there. So now back into settings.py here, what I want to have is those things in my allowed hosts. So all I'm going to do here is actually just show you what that looks like by doing something along these lines. We append those domain names in there. You could also use them in your environment variables. Feel free to do either one as you see fit. But the point is you need to make sure that those are in there. So let me go ahead and restart my server here on Django, and then I refresh on the domain. Looks like everything's working. If I do this again, but I change the domain, let's put a D in front of both of them and save it. So it's kind of like Django where the D is silent. Now I've got a disallowed host. this is a problem. Django will deny all sorts of connections here. So there is a lot of security going on all across the board, whether it's Django and Cloudflare, but adding in these domain name testing is really good. Now, if you were going to do this long term, you would want to turn off debug mode and then turn it into a production system, right? Even if you're hosting it on your local machine or on a Raspberry Pi, if you're going to have your Cloudflare tunnel act as a public domain, then you want to make sure your Django project is running as if it was a production environment. We are going to be taking it down from time to time, and Cloudflare is very secure. So if I take it down, now it just says this. If you go to hungrypie.com right now, this is probably what you'll end up seeing. There's a good chance that maybe I'm testing something else, but more than likely, this is what you'll see because I use it on Cloudflare for these tests all of the time. But at this point, now that we have that, we are going to be using it going forward. I still might jump to localhost every once in a while just to make sure that that is also available. But overall, I'm going to have this custom domain. So if you have any questions about that, let me know. I will say that this part isn't completely required, and I will have support for non-webhooks. We'll see that sooner than we'll see the actual webhooks themselves, but I did want to set up Django Qstash. Now that our Django project has a public URL in local development, we can now use webhooks. This means we can also use a package called Django Qstash to manage our background tasks because this thing works through webhooks. Basically, Django will send a webhook to upstash Qstash, which will hang on to that data and then send a webhook back to Django Qstash when it makes sense, whether that's in a few seconds or in a few weeks, depending on what we design based off of Django Qstash. So that's what we're going to go ahead and implement now. The first step really is to go to upstash.com, grab the Qstash service itself, and then just copy the endpoint data in there into your .env and paste that on in. The next thing would be inside of Django Qstash. If you scroll down to the required environment variables, you're going to have your Django Qstash domain and your webhook path. Make sure these quotes or these spaces aren't in there with your .env file. Okay, so little bug on the actual documentation itself. So once you have these things, jump into settings.py, go to the very bottom, and we're going to call this Django Qstash config, and then we'll paste those things in. So naturally what we want to do here is we want to use os.environ.get of each one of these items, which I'll fill out right now. Great, so there we go. We've got all of the environment variables going. Let's jump back into our .env here and make sure we've got everything set up correctly. So the Qstash stuff, I'm just going to assume is correct because I'm going based off of what Upstash gave me. Every once in a while, you might want to reset these tokens or roll them. Feel free to do that whenever you need. But the important part about the Upstash Qstash is it's $1 per 100,000 messages. Now, I think that means one message that gets sent there is treated as one. So if it goes in and then comes back out, that's treated as one message. So $1 for 100,000, we're going to go pretty far with that. I don't think I've ever paid for this on all of my different projects that I use it on, which is pretty cool. I think once you scale up to a big enough account, then it will be well worth it to pay for it, of course. So that's the idea here. And then of course in Django Qstash now, we want to go through the rest of the installation process. The first one would be installing Django Qstash through pip, of course. So in requirements.txt, I actually already have it there. So I'm just going to go ahead and run, my pip install command, which I might have rav run install in here. And there we go. And then the next step will be adding it into our installed apps. Very straightforward process. Into settings, scroll on up to installed apps, right underneath the Django Celery stuff, and then rav run make migrations, and then rav run migrate. Good. Okay, and so the next part is really just going to be about designing the webhook handler or allowing for a webhook handler. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this and bring it on into urls.py. This, of course, will remove the Django Hello World page. As soon as you add new URLs to urls.py, the Hello World page goes away. This one right here, we refresh, it's gone, and now we've got some webhook handler in there. Now, the thing about these webhook handlers, if you wanted to change the URL paths, you totally can. You just need to make sure your settings know about it, right? So whatever your webhook path is in here, you can have it as a environment variable one, or of course you could also have it as sort of a fallback value in there as well. So either one, but the point is you need to make sure that these things match the paths with that trailing slash as well. Cool. So now that we've got that, going back into the documentation, we're going to scroll on down to defining a task. There's two ways to define a Django Qstash task. One is a drop-in replacement for Celery using the share task decorator. The other one is using the stash task decorator. Now, the reason these two exist, they are the exact same decorator under the hood, but the reason they exist is so that you can use Celery in conjunction with Django Qstash. That's kind of the point. So I'm going to go ahead and use the stash task version, and I'm going to bring it into tasks.py and paste it on in here. I will leave my Celery one in there as well that I did before, which is blog tasks.py. And once again, just like in Celery, we want to make sure that we are using an application that's inside of the installed apps so we can actually use the actual webhook handler and all of the things for Django Qstash. Okay, so now that we've got this, I want to actually test out this hello world function. I'm going to go ahead and come into our python manage.py shell, and then I'll go ahead and do from blog.tasks. We're going to import all, import everything, and then I'll just go ahead and do hello world.delay. And of course I did test this, so you're seeing this right here. I hit enter, and what this will do is it will send to Django Qstash, which will then send back to our Django project itself, which you can take a look at the Qstash logs, and at some point in those logs you would end up seeing the values correctly. So right now this is saying example still, so that's actually not good. We don't want that. Let's go ahead and see why that's happening. And that's because in our Qstash domain here, we've got the incorrect domain there. So let's go ahead and make sure we're using our domain. I'm now going to exit out of here. I might even restart this server here, and I'll just try that once again. I also might need to go back into Qstash to delete that one, but there we go. So we now have that message coming through. It looks like I think maybe we can cancel that request, or maybe I did it and I just didn't even realize it. But that request is now canceled, and here we go. Here's our other one that has been delivered, in which case we can see the print statement right here. So we do it again. It should happen actually pretty quickly because I'm not having it go for long durations. But what is it allowing us to do is really just build up our Django project, because the Django project is now handling this webhook and we can make it much bigger. The other thing about this is Django Qstash, when it sends a message, it will actually wait for that thing to complete for this whole thing to be finished and all of that. So in other words, if you have a long running function in one of these tasks, Django Qstash will wait for that to be done in order for it to, mark it as successful. That's kind of how Django Qstash ends up working. Now, every once in a while, it might break down and you might need to have a beefier Django project, which I think is a huge win, because if you're using the Django Qstash a lot, you might need to upgrade your Django project and just have a lot more, actual Django project instances running instead of a lot of Celery processes running, for example. But now we've got Django Qstash installed, we can actually start the process of doing everything we need to do in terms of our web scraping and also finding those Reddit communities. We now want to store this scraped data into our Django database. Now, of course, if you actually look at the scraped data itself, and more specifically the snapshot logs, this data is in here, but the thing is, this only lasts about 30 days according to their frequently asked questions. So on one hand, what you could do is you could download this raw data and then just store it into something like object storage so that the snapshots themselves, even if you don't need all of it, can persist somewhere. That's outside the scope of what we're going to do here. What we're going to do instead is we're going to get the very specific data points that we want and need at this time. That would be my preferred method of making this happen, but in the long run, you might want to have a backup of that snapshot in case you need other fields. So let's take a look at what I mean by this in terms of other fields. Whenever you're scraping data, It's often better to get more data than you actually need right now. But the downside of that is then your database might explode, in which case we want to avoid that as much as possible. So I'm going to narrow in on just a few fields I'm going to keep. Those fields are going to be post ID, URL, title, and then maybe the date. Somewhere in here is the date. So the nice thing about using, Bright Data is they give you this overview with the dictionary of all of the data that's coming through. Granted, if we were to, let's say, duplicate this scraping subreddits thread, and we'll go ahead and rename this one to something like 11 and, Bright Data to Django model or something like that, we can open this one up and we can see that all of those fields we might want, we can, of course, get from the threads ourselves. So let me comment that one out. All I would need to do is for key value in thread.items, and then print out the key, and then print out the type of the value. And that would be a quick way to see what fields we might want to have in here. The downside of this, let me just break it after one iteration. The downside of this is these none types in here, right? So the none types aren't really showing us what the data type is, in which case we can go back into Bright Data to figure that out. But like I said, I'm going to just use those few fields in there, and that's what I actually want my model to be. Jumping into our project now, I'll go ahead and run Python manage.py start app, and we're going to call it simply Reddit. Now, in some cases, I won't name it the same name as the service because there might be a Python package I want to use that's called the same name. So something like Reddit, I'm not going to be using a package, but like if I were using Stripe, I would rename the model itself to like my Stripe, for example. But in the case of our Reddit app here, we're going to go ahead and create a new model, and I'm going to call this Reddit post, and it's going to be models.model. Now, for those of you who are a little bit newer to designing Django models, you might think, oh, well, why don't I just call it post? And it has to do with just readability and how easy it is to accidentally confuse posts from the wrong spot. This will become a lot more clear in just a moment, but I want to leave it as Reddit post. I think it clarifies things a lot for us. So the idea here is the fields that we need. I'm going to use post ID, I'm going to use URL, title, and then date posted. And then, of course, Django itself will give an ID as well. Now, when it comes to having a Django ID, I highly recommend keeping that there. Do not change the primary key when you're scraping data, mostly because this post ID, I don't know if it's particularly reliable. The URL, on the other hand, will be. Even if it's deleted, I think it persists on Reddit, but overall, this URL is a better identifier than probably the post ID or what we store in our own database of ID. So in other words, I don't like changing what I have in my database to fit somebody else's design that might change without me knowing and break a bunch of things on my database if I were to use their ID as our ID. So we'll stick with the Django one is the point. So these are the 4 fields I'm going to start with. That's it. We'll take a look at how to improve these over time or change them if we want more data. But I'm going to go ahead and bring them in, and this is what I'm going to be using. First off, we're going to be using a character field for the post ID of 120. That should be more than enough. And then a URL, which is a URL field, and also DB index on both of these so that the lookups are a lot more efficient for these ones. Now, these two right here are going to be required more so than anything else. Title, date posted, those things aren't nearly as required as everything else. So that's the bare minimum post that I'm having. So at this point, this is where you might be like, oh, I want to store all of that other data too. And that's when you would use something like object storage, which there are plenty of services that do this. AWS S3, and Boto3 is the Python tool you end up using there. And there's a lot more than just that. Cloudflare, R2, I think is another one. You've got Google has one. So many of them have them. But the point is object storage could store all of that raw data. It's just a little bit harder to retrieve, where this is going to be a lot easier to retrieve and do something with. Okay, so with this in mind, let's go ahead and add Reddit into our installed apps. We'll go ahead and do Reddit now. And then I'll run my migrations here. So we'll run Python manage.py make migrations, and then Python manage.py migrate. And there we go. So I created those migrations. I'm also going to go into the admin and just do from.models, import the Reddit post, and then we'll do admin.site.register of that Reddit post. Great. So now I need to actually create this data into my project here. And so the way I'm going to do this is by going into that 11 here, the new notebook, and then I'm going to go ahead and use that somewhat recent setup method here and do init just like that. This should give us the Django project. This one I actually want to have one up and basically run it like that. That should probably give me the same sort of idea. At this point too, I might consider moving this environment variable into the Django settings. That's probably something I'll need to do in the near future. I just won't do it quite yet. But once I have Django set up, I should be able to do from reddit.models, import the Reddit post here, and hit enter. Okay, so I don't get any errors here, which is a good sign. That means that I'm on the right track. So now with this Reddit results here, I want to actually decide what field names I'm going to use. So first off, we got our model field names. I can actually go ahead and do field.name for field in Reddit post._meta.get fields. And this should give us all of the field names that we have, which of course are ID, post ID, URL, title, and date posted. So really the fields that we want to skip are going to be these three right here. So I'll come back down and say skip fields. This will become a lot more clear in just a moment. I'm going to skip those three fields here. And then the final one would be the valid fields are going to be basically all of these fields. So X for X in the model fields, if X not in skip fields. And this will leave us with the fields that we are okay with updating. That's pretty much it. That's kind of why I have this. These are okay to update fields, which means then I'm going to go ahead and come down here and say update data equals to, well, we've got a key value pair that we can do. So K:\V for KV in thread.items, right? And then basically if not K in valid fields, or rather if K in valid fields, not that it's not there. And then now I should be able to print out what this data is. So let's go ahead and see what that looks like. And I don't know if valid, that's incorrect. That should say valid fields. And there we go. So now we've got that fields. It's narrowed down. Now, is this the only way to do this? No. You could build out serializers and you can do all sorts of things to dump data. This is a way that I use all of the time to just rapidly prototype stuff. I don't need to make it too complicated, even if this sort of feels like it might be, but this is what the update data is going to be. Then, of course, we get the post ID, which is going to be the thread.get and that's post ID. And then the URL equals to thread.get of that URL. So in this case now, we've got our post ID, our URL, and our update data. So all of the features that we might want to do our Reddit post.objects.create, and then we can pass those items in. So the post ID equaling to the post ID, the URL equal to the URL, and then we can unpack all of the update data in here. And we're just gonna run this one single time. Okay, so loop through everything. So with this in mind, I wanna jump into the admin here and just take a look, see what we've got. I'm gonna log in with my user here with that whatever password that I still have, which now that I've got a Cloudflare tunnel, I might want to change. I might wanna make it more robust. That would be a good thing to do. But I just want to verify that this post data was stored. And sure enough, it is, right? So we've got all that post data in here. This might be a good time to come into our model here and change define the str method here of self and basically return back let's say self.url, and basically if not self.url, then return back or rather I should say title in here, not URL, then we return back the self.title, or rather here we turn back the URL. Okay, cool. So now if I refresh, now I can see all of these different titles in here that are coming through. Great. But of course, there's an issue now, and that is if I were to run this again, it's going to create those again, like it recreated the same ones. which of course is not what I want to have happen. So I need to change how I run this command, which feeds into why I have this like update data or this valid data. So all I want to do now is update or create and now say the defaults are equal to that update data. Now if I were to run this, I should get that same data. If I run it a few times, the data should be identical. If I refresh in here, the data is identical. Nothing actually ended up changing. It's all the same. So why did I do that? Why did I do it that method instead of some other method? Well, now what I can do is say description equals to models.text field, and we can say blank equals to true and null equals to true. The database can be empty. This is not a required field. Pretty much every field except for these two are not required. Now what I'm going to do is run my migrations. So I'll go ahead and run python manage.py, make migrations, and then python manage.py migrate. Hit enter. Now I've added that new field. So going forward, if I ever needed to update one of these items, I could do so. As soon as I run this again, I might have to refresh and run the kernel completely, mostly because I need to refresh the data and let Jupyter know that something changed. But the idea is now I can run everything, and here we go. We've got our description coming through now from the post itself. So the update data includes that description. Now, if we go into the admin, we can look, and now we've got that field as well. So the reason I knew description was one of the fields is because I've tested this out, but you can also go back into Bright Data and see all of the different fields you might want to use. Now, the big caveat here of the fields that you might want to add, let's say, for instance, we see the comments field here, right? This says array. As soon as I see something like array, something that's not a text or a number or a URL, or if it's an object or array, both of those things I would then want to be a JSON field. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm now going to bring in comments here, and we'll do models.json field, and I'll go ahead and say blank equals to true and null equals to true. See what happens with that. We'll save it. Once again, let's make sure that it's the same exact key name or same column name. Looks like they are. I run my make migrations, and then I'm going to go ahead and run my migrate again. So python manage.py migrate. There we go. And then I'll go ahead and refresh and run this whole thing again, restart and run all kernels. And what we end up getting then is some additional data into our database. And there it is, right? So there's that comment data. And maybe you want to keep this, maybe not. This would be a time to really test those things out on what fields you want. Using the JSON field allows you to have that nested data that you may not want to turn into a whole nother table. You also might want to, you also might not want to. It's going to be completely up to you. So at this point, I would imagine you would want to play around with what fields you're going to store and why, like number of upvotes. That kind of makes sense to be a field that you'll want to store and probably want to update on a regular basis. It's really just the post ID and URL that won't really need to change. The other thing about these results is you can always scrape them again later. In fact, you probably would want to have some sort of regular job that updates these scraping events at some point in the future as well. The only downside, or the major downside of that, would be the cost. So eventually, if you're scraping 1 million posts every day or every week or something, the costs are going to go up because that's just a lot of data. So you may or may not want to do that. It's going to be completely up to you. That's a big part of the reason why I didn't put number of upvotes in here just yet, because I simply don't necessarily want it yet, because this might imply that I need to check it later. I mean, the real question here is how quickly, or do these number of upvotes really change after like a week? I don't know. So perhaps our scraping event is per week. It's like this week was hot, and then we get that. And that's pretty much what we stick with. And then every once in a while, if it's a very popular post in terms of like our own interaction or something else, then maybe we want to scrape that specific post more often to see if those number of upvotes are changing over time. Because if they are changing over time, if it's a very popular post, maybe there's something to it, in which case we would want to spend a lot more time on that specific post, whether it's just for the updates itself or the votes itself, or all of the comments, right? So that's another thing. If the posts keep getting more and more popular, they might end up having a lot more comments, in which case you would then want to scrape it fairly regularly. But I would imagine these posts start to age out, even if they're found on a search engine or with whatever we end up doing. The activity on any given post probably has a long tail where it's like really, really popular, if it's popular at all, and then basically nothing. I'm sure every once in a while that does flip, but that's then going to be based off of our queries and pretty much how busy our site is. And perhaps even on the site, you could offer your users to be able to refresh any given URL or thread, which then could go in a queue and you can do all the scraping all over again if that's something you're interested in doing. But at this point, we now can actually store this data. So of course we need to do the next part, which would be automate this part. Now, as a reminder, we're sort of going backwards now. Now that we've stored our Reddit posts, we need to go back one level, which would be storing the actual snapshot itself, and more specifically, the progress. This is so that when we go to check how the progress is doing, we basically update our entry in the database. And we can actually see this by printing out the data itself. We can see what are the fields we might want to store for any given snapshot data. So of course, the status itself, the snapshot ID, no big surprise there. Probably the data set as well. So if we add other data sets, we might take a look at that. We also might want to store the number of records that are coming through and so on. So these are kind of where I want to go with that. With this in mind, I'm now going to go back into my Django project. We're going to go ahead and run our Python manage.py start app, and this is going to be called Snapshots. Now, the reason I'm calling it Snapshots is because that's what Bright Data calls it. Then inside of our models here, we're going to go ahead and create class. I'll call this our Bright Data Snapshot, and it's going to be models.model. And then these are going to be our fields. So the very first one is going to be our snapshot ID, which will be models.char field. And I'll give it a max length of 120. And we want that one to be required. I'm going to copy that same idea for the dataset ID. And then I'm also going to go ahead and grab the status in here, basically being the same thing. So the idea here is the status actually only has a few choices, but the key ones are the snapshot ID and the dataset ID. Yes, you can store the records if you want. I'm actually not going to do that. The duration is another thing that you might consider keeping, but really at this point, all I want to know is the status of the various snapshots and save that. Okay, so with this in mind, I'm going to jump over into CFE Home, into Settings, and we're going to go ahead and bring in our snapshots here. After Reddit and snapshots, put a comma at the end, and we'll run our migrations. So Python manage.py make migrations, and Python manage.py migrate. Great. So what we want to do at some point, of course, is to get the webhooks that would come back from these snapshots, right? So when we go into our API request builder, we'd have these webhooks. Now, another reason to store these snapshots is that when we call a webhook, we will be able to look up the snapshot. And so in some cases, the web scraping event might happen really quick, and we actually have a background process that gets that event done. And then the webhook, for whatever reason, takes a little bit longer to actually notify our system, in which case we may or may not need to download. In other words, this will help us be a lot more efficient with either method we end up using, regardless of if it's the webhook or if it's a background task. Okay, so at this point, I'm going to go ahead and duplicate this Bright Data to Django model, and we're going to call this one, something like storing snapshots. Okay, we'll open this one up, and naturally it's going to be a lot of the same sort of stuff, but now instead of the post itself, I'm not going to actually even touch the post. I'm going to go ahead and do from snapshots.models. We're going to go ahead and import the Bright Data snapshot. And then in our perform scrape, we will actually create that original snapshot. So the downside of the current data that would be responded is I believe it only has snapshot when you go to create it. But we do have this dataset ID. So we'll go ahead and do dataset ID, and this is going to be equal to this one. This again could be an argument that you put in here, as we've mentioned before. But now what I want to do is I want to grab this data. So if we come back into our project here, we will grab the Bright Data Snapshot, and then we're going to go ahead and get the snapshot ID. So snapshot ID equals to that same sort of data.get snapshot ID. And then I'll go ahead and do Bright Data Snapshot objects.update or create. And this is going to be our snapshot ID and then our dataset ID. So those are the two required arguments in there. And then the defaults, I will actually hard code in here. I could do the same thing that I did before, but since the Bright Data Snapshot only has a few things, we're going to go ahead and bring in our status here, if it even comes in. And then I'll go ahead and do, actually it should not come in. It's probably not going to be in this data whatsoever. So I'm actually going to change this a little bit to just being simply create, because when you run this, it should just create one, and that's kind of how we need to run with it, in which case I'll go ahead and now say status being unknown. There we go. And so now we've got our perform scrape data. It's still coming through with basically the same sort of stuff, but this time, of course, it's saving that data in there. So let's go ahead and give it a shot with performing the actual scrape itself. This time I'm going to use a different subreddit as like Python, run that one. There we've got our scrape ID and data in there. I'm going to jump into the admin and bring this one in as well. So we'll go ahead and do from.models, import the admin.site.register, Bright Data Snapshot, go back into the admin, and let's take a look. Bright Data Snapshots down here. There's one, and we've got status unknown. Great. So naturally, the next step then would be when we go to get the progress, this should help us with that status. So same sort of idea here with the progress itself. The data itself, if we remember, we've got our snapshot ID is in there. The dataset ID in this case is in there as well. So we'll go ahead and grab that one as well. And then now we'll go ahead and do our defaults, the things that will update in here, which will be simply the data.get status, and I'll go ahead and do, status, and there we go. Okay, so after a short amount of time, however long it ends up being, this should actually update this, and I'll call this one update or create. Run that, and we've got a unknown snapshot ID here. Let's try that one again. Oh, we've got it unknown down here. That's why. So I'm going to go ahead and use this one, and there we go. And so now it should have updated it. So it's still saying that it's running, right? So, but in our database, we should be able to refresh in here, and now it's saying that it's running. So we could make the status of it a little bit better if we wanted to, but overall, I just really want that raw data so that when I go to run this, it will eventually get the right amount of data or whatever's happening. So of course, naturally what I need to do now is I need to turn these two steps into some sort of automated process. And initially, before we even do the webhooks, we will actually send it to our background workers. We can look at how we can do it with Celery or with Django Qstash. But eventually it will be done, and then it will actually update into our database as well. We could also store how many times we're checking this. This might be something worth doing with the Bright Data Snapshot, is like number of times checked, in which case you just auto increment it, which is not something I'm going to do right now. But the idea here is eventually it's going to be actually finished. And then we would also maybe want to have some sort of delta in there as to when it started and to when it actually was finished. Let's take a look. If you're following along, our Jupyter Notebooks are starting to repeat themselves. So this is a good time to actually turn it into a helper function so that it just works from that. So the way this is going to work, of course, is by jumping into our SRC folder here. And then I'm going to go ahead and make a new module called helpers. And then inside of here, I'm going to go ahead and do init and .py. And then I'll go ahead and do bd as in brightdata.py. Okay. So inside of here, this is of course where I need to now think about all of the different things. So I'm going to go ahead and grab the functions first, and then we'll worry about some of the other aspects of it. And then let's see here, we'll go ahead and grab the progress itself. There we go. And then finally download. Okay, so I'm not worried about handling it just yet. I might do that at some point, but I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of these calls on the functions themselves. So first and foremost, the imports that we need to handle, we need to bring in requests, of course, and then everything else might be related to the model. So I think just mostly Python requests is in here. So the actual API key, now it's time to finally bring it into our .env file as well as our settings.py. So really just the settings.py. So I'm going to go ahead and scroll to the very bottom here, and then I'm going to go ahead and do our, bright data config. And then this is going to be that one, of course, and we'll use OS Environ again. There we go. Okay, so at this point, I might as well bring in the Serp one as well, since we are setting up our helper functions that we'll use at some point. And there we go. So then back into our helper function here. Now what I want to do is from the Django.conf, we're going to import our settings. And then this is where we'll use settings.brightData scraper key. We might want to have other functions in here just to verify this is valid and it's working. That's not something I'm going to do at this point, but it is something you definitely would want to do in the near future. Okay, so next up is going to be our actual models themselves. So when it comes to calling a model, the challenging thing that ends up happening with Django a lot is circular imports. We want to avoid circular imports as much as possible. So the way I'm going to do this is I'm actually going to come into from Django.apps. We're going to import the apps module itself. And then inside of the functions, I want to use a different model. I'll go ahead and actually import it there. So we're going to go ahead and do bright data snapshot equals to apps.get model. And then you give the app label and then the model name. So in other words, this one's going to be our snapshots model, or the app rather, and then the model name, of course, is going to be bright data snapshot. There we go. So this is like an import safe way to import that model to make sure that it's working inside of wherever we need to make it work. There we go. Okay. And so it looks like we've got all of the things we want. The one thing I might want to have in here would be the data status and just make it one spot. And there we go. So this right here could also be an instance method for the bright data snapshot on whether or not it's ready. What I mean by that is jumping into the models, and we come in here and we can go ahead and add in a property here and define something like is ready. And then all this would do is return back self.status equaling to ready. That might be a good way to do that. The thing is, when it comes to our helper functions themselves, the actual database knowing whether or not it's ready is less important than the actual API request itself. So I want to go directly from the API request, not from whatever I'm storing in my data, even if I just updated it. This is more meant to be sort of like a log of what ended up happening so that later I can change, overall how I end up doing this. Okay, so the idea now is we don't want this model import at all. We're just going to use what we've got here. I don't think I have any errors, but of course it's worth trying out if we do. So the way we're going to do this now is I'm going to go ahead and create another notebook here. And so I'm going to go ahead and pretty much go from scratch. So let's go ahead and do Python 3 here. And we'll go ahead and do now, let's say, for instance, let's do our Django section, which will be now 1. And I'll go ahead and, test bright data helper functions, something like that. Okay. And so now I'll go ahead and do import setup and then setup.init and then import helpers.bd. Great. So far no problems that we've got. And then we're going to go ahead and do helpers.bd. Perform scrape snapshot, and what is going to be the URL we end up using here. So let's go ahead and actually grab one. I'll go ahead and copy basically this right here and paste that in there. Again, I'm going to go back to Python, and then we've got our helpers performing that. And then what's our response here? Let's go ahead and see what the response is. You might already know, but let's go ahead and run it. And so we get an error, and it looks like I misspelled snapshot. Good one. So snapshots, not snap shops. That's funny. Okay, let's go ahead and try that again. This is why we test things. And we'll refresh, run that again. And now we should get a response back. And then also in our database, we should have, another thing in here. So granted, I'm scraping the exact same thing. So at some point you might want to have some sort of checks on how recent you scraped this. In other words, the scraping snapshot here, you might want to check the URLs. So this right away is like, oh, well, maybe my snapshot actually should include the data or some of the data or the URL or something along those lines, right? So we now have two things we might want to improve with this: the URL, the created at, and then the finished at. Those three are probably really good candidates for what we'll want to do to just make it as efficient as possible. And so the last thing though is to check whether or not these things are ready. So let's go into our helper functions again. We've got our snapshot progress here. So we'll go ahead and take a look, and I'll just go ahead and say is ready equaling to the response. So this is going to be, get snapshot progress, and of that response. Go ahead in there and we'll take a look. Now this works, but the downloading portion brings up a new error. Let's take a look. Now, of course, we want to do the download part, but what you'll notice is I had to test this again and I was running into issues with the download. So let's take a look at what I mean by this. If we go to download the snapshot itself from that response, so once again, it's just like is ready. So we'll go ahead and say results or something along those lines. And then we use this download snapshot function here and then take a look at the results, or at least try to. We get a response text saying snapshot is empty. Response text in here that says that. So what I want to do then is in my download, we'll go ahead and say if the response.text.lower equals to basically snapshot is empty in all lowercase, then I want to go ahead and return back basically no data, right? The other thing is really we'll go ahead and say if response.status code not in the range of like 200 to 299, then we'll go ahead and return back empty data as well. And this is a good time to be like, hey, we now have another data point that we need to update in here, right? And so, yes, I'm not really raising for status any longer because of this status code here, but I am at least doing something related to this. So we'll go ahead and do response.text, and we'll go ahead and say the message is equal to that, in which case I'm going to go ahead and use both of these things. Actually, I'll keep it here, and then all this means is I now want to update or create this particular snapshot. So I want to make sure that I'm getting the correct data, or at least see what data is coming through. I don't have anything related to the snapshot ID specifically for the data set, so update or create is probably not going to work. Instead, what's going to work is we will go ahead and add in a message of some kind. And I want to do this right away. I actually already know why it's causing this, but I'm going to go ahead and do a query set here, grab this bright data snapshot, objects.filter, and in this case, I'll go ahead and hard code that actual dataset ID again, mostly because I know this is the dataset. We aren't using another one at this point, but I'm going to go ahead and bring this in. Long term, I would want to change it a little bit, which we can talk about later. But the idea being we want to grab that dataset itself and the snapshot ID. And then I'm going to go ahead and do something along the lines of queryset.update error message equals to the message. So basically saying, hey, you made a mistake. Let's go ahead and make sure you know about that in your database. So I'll go ahead and do error message equals to models.text field, and null being true and blank being true. So now is ready basically if self.error message is not equal to an empty, or well, we'll just say if error message, then we'll return false. We'll just do that. And there's going to be a Boolean that returns back. Great. So with this in mind, let's go ahead and run our migration. So Python manage.py make migrations, and then go ahead and run migrate. Now, this is where doing the correct URL makes a huge difference. If you actually go ahead and scrape this, what you'll see is it automatically redirects you to capital Python, capital P Python. So that's the problem, is we're using the incorrect community in here. So there's a lot of things that we would need to consider then going forward, which is how do we actually check those things? How do we come back to check them? So yet another reason to bring in this URL again. So I'll come in here and do that URL and do something like models.url field. And again, blank being true and null being true. So now going into our original helper functions here, when we go to create the snapshot, I'm going to go ahead and add in the URL in here as the creation, right? So our subreddit URL. There we go. And the fact that I'm even using the subreddit URL means that hard coding this data set is totally fine because I'm even calling it subreddit URL. And the data that's coming through, same. So if I actually did want to use a different data set, I would have to update all of these functions anyway. Okay, so this will give us that URL, which would then be updated in our snapshot with those error messages, so we can then investigate that URL, in which case we'll now run those make migrations and migrate again. At this point, what I should be able to see is, if I restart this kernel here, I'm going to go ahead and do lowercase python. I'll do both things, and we get that same sort of thing coming back, and eventually it's going to show me snapshot's not ready, of course. And then we would do our regular Python. After some tests off the video, it's very clear that this takes a lot longer because it's the wrong spot. And of course, if you were to jump into Bright Data logs, you will see that from the incorrect ones as well. So if you look in there where you can't download it, it's just you can't find any data. So you need to do it correctly. So moving it to be done correctly is the next key part of this, is to run this. And then of course, this will go, I think, a lot faster. And of course, it's not quite ready yet, so we can continue this process. So I can also do, let's say, for instance, import time here, and then I'll go ahead and do while that is false, or rather while not this, then I'll go ahead and say time.sleep, let's say 30 seconds, like it says right there, and then I'll print out not ready yet, something like that. And actually I'll put this up here, and then I'll go ahead and do like something like max iterations being, let's say for instance 30. Nah, that's probably too many. Let's say 10. And then I'll go say current iteration is 0. And then we'll go ahead and do a plus equals to 1 on that first one. And then we'll then go ahead and say if current iteration is greater than max iteration, then we'll break it. And we should probably just do this at the very beginning of it and say something like print still not ready, try again. Okay. And then if it is ready, then it will go ahead and run this portion. So let's go ahead and do that. And I think what we'll get, or max iteration, there we go. It should be max iteration, not max iterations. Either way. But what it'll hopefully do is within a short amount of time, it'll end up showing us that this part is ready and it is working. So right now they're both working, which is now, of course, grounds that we need to move to actually using webhooks for all of this and just build that stuff out. Of course, we don't have that quite yet, so we're still in this process of, hey, we still need a way to test things out. So this right here might be a good thing to then move into some sort of background worker process where instead of being time.sleep, it just calls itself again with the current iteration and max iteration, whatever that might be, or maybe it is max iterations, that's probably better. But the idea here is we want to have this done with our background process, not something that's blocking our entire process, especially if we have a bunch of these going. That's kind of the point. Before we can automate these helper functions into background processes that automatically download the data, we actually need to know if it's even possible to download the data. So I went ahead and commented out the perform scrape, and what I really want to see is the data that's not downloadable and see what that looks like within the actual progress itself. So if I were to run this and get the progress back from it, I see that it is done, or at least it seems to be done. So what's actually happening here is an invalid response because of how I designed it. So if I come into the get snapshot progress to print out that same data, I restart the kernel here and then I run it again, what I'll see is the actual data coming through gives me a record of 0. So realistically, it is not actually ready to be downloaded. So all I need to do then is update our model a little bit by actually bringing in the records that are in there. So models.integer field and integer field, and then our default being 0. We can leave that same as the default. So basically then is ready would be this status and self.records is greater than 0. So is ready to download or downloadable, that's really what we're looking for here. The error message I think is probably okay still, because if there is an error with it, perhaps that still would be false, and that error message would come up whenever we went through to download, right? So that's when the error message was set in the first place, on basically that it tried to get it and it failed. So in other words, if it accidentally sets records as to greater than 0, then we can actually come in here and leave it as is. Okay, so now of course, if we do have these records, I might as well also put created at and also updated at and maybe even finished at as well for all of these things. So we go ahead and do models dot date time field here, and I'll go ahead and do auto now add being true. Updated at is going to be auto now. If you're not aware, databases can automatically set these for us, which is what's happening here. Created at will be set only one time, updated at will be set every time it's saved, and then finished at would be our own version of both of these things basically as to when it's actually done, which we'll take a look at that in just a moment. Or when we know that it's done, I should say, and then blank being true. Okay. So how would we know that it's done? Well, going back into our get progress portion. This is roughly speaking when we'll know when it's done, and also allow for us to set the records themselves. So I'll go and do records equals to data.get records or 0, in which case I'll go ahead and put in my defaults here, records and records. And then really the status being is ready is kind of where we would know whether or not it's done. Right, so finished at. So this one's a little bit tricky, which I'm not going to actually cover just yet. So I'll comment this one out. We'll come back to it in a little bit. But the idea is now we should be able to get the actual number of records that are in there, and then we would have some sort of status in here on whether or not these are ready, which will come into play really soon. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this, and we'll save everything. Then we'll run our Python manage.py and make migrations. And it's asking for a one-off value for auto now add, which I'll go ahead and say 1 and just do timezone.now as the default for all of the old records, and then Python manage.py migrate. There we go. So now we should be able to store those records. In fact, they will store when they go in here in the first place. So if we come back in, I might need a refresh in here, but this should store those records now. So if I come into my snapshots, I'm not actually sure which one that is. So let me go ahead and grab this one. It says running, so that's probably incorrect. So let's go ahead and grab that one as a value, and we'll run that again. It says it's ready now, and it has a number of records. I can refresh in the admin now, and I should see those records come through, but they didn't, mostly because I didn't actually reset the kernel, I think. So let's go ahead and try that again. And running the kernel all reset, assuming I saved everything, the database should now show those records, which then also means that the actual data is downloadable. So maybe is ready is the wrong term. Maybe we should call it is downloadable. That way, when we go to check these things, we would be able to see whether or not this thing's ready to go, which of course is something we'll do very soon. But this records comes into play on a big level. And I think realistically, it's probably just checking whether or not the records are greater than 0, because the status most likely won't change if the records don't change, right? If the records are always 0, the status is probably going to be always 0, which we could test this again by using yet another API request here, and we can stick with Python if we want to. And here we go. So I'll go ahead and stick with Python, and we'll go ahead and run this again. And I'll let this whole thing finish, which will take a little bit of time, but naturally on each iteration, it's going to be updating that data, right? So in the snapshot itself, in our database, at some point, it will absolutely be up and running and working correctly. Right now, our helper functions do too many things. They call the actual Bright Data API, and then they also are responsible for managing how that data gets inserted into Django. This is less than ideal because we want to turn this into background processes. Now, if we were just using a Jupyter Notebook and doing it this way, it's probably fine, but we don't want to just use a Jupyter Notebook. We want to actually be able to manage these things more effectively through our database and through background tasks. So what that means then is we're going to come into Snapshots and create tasks.py. And then again, we'll go ahead and do from Django Qstash, I'm going to import a stash task. Feel free to change this to Celery if you want to go that route. But the idea here is I'm going to go ahead and create my stash task, and I'm going to define this as perform Redis scrape task. And then I'll go ahead and just say pass. Now, what is it that this should do? Well, I think it should do both things. It should do the API request and also manage the data itself that comes from it. In other words, our helper function should probably not actually manage the Django project, but rather return back just the response data. So we'll go ahead and return back response.json here now, no longer handling the Bright Data request at all, which means that we also don't need that in there. Now, another reason for this is that then it makes this module a lot more plug and play to other kinds of projects if we don't want Django to manage it also. So really keeping the Django stuff for Django. So now that we've got this, I would come back into my tasks here and I would import my helpers.bd, and then we'll go ahead and grab the result equals to, helpers.bd.perform scrape snapshot, which will have the same arguments that you would have with the other one. So I'm going to go ahead and grab these arguments here, and then going back into our tasks, we're going to go ahead and pass in those exact same arguments here. This result then would handle the Django data, which again, I can now cut out right here and bring it into our tasks. And this will actually be a data set. So the actual data there is going to look something a little bit more like this. Now, of course, this creates a little bit of an issue when it comes to what we currently have for our helper functions in the notebooks. So I'm also going to pass in something called raw, and we'll go ahead and say the default is false. And that way I can then say something like if raw, then we'll return that response. Otherwise, we return back something different. So I'll go ahead and say the data equals to, or rather the response data, so it doesn't get confused with that up there, is going to be equal to this. If it's raw, then we'll do that. Otherwise, we'll get that original data that was coming back, which was the snapshot ID. That will still be that. And there we go. So it still roughly functions the same way. It's just not storing anything into the database like it was. So back into tasks, now I of course want to pass in raw being true, as in the raw response coming back, and then we go from there. So naturally, once again, we will then go back into grabbing the apps and settings maybe, or maybe probably just the apps at this point, mostly because our Django project itself, or actually the actual helper functions, still need the things from the settings. But now I can grab that Bright Data snapshot once again, and then bring it in here just like that. The dataset ID is still going to be needing to be a raw dataset ID, in which case now is a good time to just plant a flag and say something along the lines of the Bright Data dataset ID, and that's going to be equal to whatever this value is right here. And then this is what I'll now use in all places wherever that dataset ID is coming through, like this one right here. That one's actually coming from the data, so I can leave it as is. But the one down here, I think we hard-coded as well, and there it is. Okay, so this also then means that in my tasks here, or the dataset ID, I can use helpers.bd and then that dataset ID. Great, makes things maybe more simple. I think it's a little bit more simple because now the task or the workflow to actually do the scraping portion is coming through right here. I do have a little bit of an error because it's saying that something was not closed here. Let's see what that error would end up being. There, I got rid of that data type that shouldn't have been in there. And so this number of posts should be number of posts. Great. Okay, so now we've got this stash task here. So we want to do that same thing with the progress itself. So once again, I'm going to go ahead and we can just copy this whole thing if we wanted to. and we will paste in here, and I'll do the stash task again, same decorator. And this time I'll go ahead and get snapshot progress task, still using the snapshot ID. Okay, we've got our Bright Data API. The results we want are going to come from the original request. So let's go ahead and do that same sort of thing here. I'll paste this one in here right underneath, and this is going to be our get snapshot progress. And again, our snapshot ID, and there we go. And so that data is what's going to be this response data, in which case I can now get rid of all of these and then say something like raw being true. Once again, going back into BD, we now bring in the raw being false. And then if it is raw, then we'll return back that data. Otherwise, we'll turn back the original one, which was just simply that status, which is probably actually a little bit incorrect. It should probably be the status being actually ready is probably fine actually. So when it comes to our database, it's a little bit different, but the status here being ready, there we go. So now I can get rid of that dependency as well. A lot closer to what we are looking for. The download portion, I'm not going to touch just yet. So we will come back to this in the near future. So for now, I really just want to check these two tasks in here. And so what we'll do is when we perform this scraping, we want to get the progress right away. So we're going to call this task, hit delay on it of that snapshot ID, right? So we could call it immediately just like this, which would give us the initial progress, which will update maybe records and all of that. So we could absolutely just call delay right away. Or what we could do is we could actually call apply async. So if we do apply async, what you then pass in are things like args. So you pass in a tuple of args, which is going to be the snapshot ID, and basically any other arguments you might need in that. You could also use keyword arguments for the snapshot ID, but I'm just going to stick with this. But then we do a countdown itself. So how many seconds do we want to pass before we do our first check? To me, at the minimum, 30 seconds. This is going to be the initial one. So let's go ahead and say something along the lines of start progress checking. Okay. And so then we get a progress bar, and this will eventually update it. But the thing is, we also want to think about in terms of our iterations. So basically, I want this to run until the progress is ready, until it's basically done, especially as a background task. So how would we actually check whether or not it is done? Well, it has to do with going to be the actual snapshot ID and the dataset ID, the two constants that we have that are coming from this one. So in other words, I want to go ahead and grab the instance itself. So now I'm going to go ahead and say something like this, where it's instance equals to the Bright Data snapshot ID dot objects dot get, and then we say something like our snapshot ID equals to this, and then I can pass in the dataset ID as well. I could go through this whole process, but now I'm getting a little bit too complicated. To simplify everything, what I've got is this snapshot ID that's created. From here, I can say instance ID equals to what that is. And this is actually what I can grab now as the progress itself, which is now going to be an integer. This, of course, changes how we can call the API itself, but now it's getting more towards the Django progress itself. So really what I want, instead of calling it snapshot progress task, it's going to be the actual Bright Data instance itself. So we'll call it snapshot instance progress task, because it is different now than the helper ID itself. And which allows me then is to then pass in this ID equaling to this, right? So now I have an actual instance itself. So I really won't need to call update or create, because I just need to update the instance itself, which then means, basically instance.records equals to records, and then instance.status equals to status. And then we can do something like instance.save. And so now we're working based off of that instance instead of anything else, and in which case I can now get rid of this here. Great. The dataset ID no longer need. Snapshot ID, I probably don't need that either, at least not right there. Instead, what I would do is the snapshot ID is coming from the instance now. So instance.snapshot ID. And so now it's very much Django specific, except for the actual progress itself, which is coming back from here. So before I go much further, another thing we could think about at this point would be something similar to what we did with the Bright Data to Django model, where we actually went through and have specific fields that we're grabbing and updating. This would be a good place for that, or a better serializer or something along those lines. Okay, so I'm going to leave it as this. We still need to update how we check our progress. We might want to continue to check progress in the future. So I'm actually going to change this countdown timer to, let's say, 300 seconds. So I'm guaranteeing that in 5 minutes, that's when I'm actually going to check how this task ended up going, how it ended up working. So the important part of this, though, is if you were to use Celery, you would import shared task, and basically you would just change these to shared tasks in here, and you would call it the same way. Apply async. They're both drop-in replacements. That's why it's there. So you can pick and choose on how you see fit. We now, of course, want to test our background tasks. I created a brand new notebook to do this. It's actually a very straightforward process, as hopefully you know at this point. And then I went to go scrape it, and then I get this error that this Bright Data snapshot is not JSON serializable. Now, I already know exactly what this error is. If you go into your tasks and take a look at the task itself, I didn't use this as asynchronous. As you can see, this is not a background task. I didn't call delay on it or apply async, but rather I call apply async down here. And then it's also saying a Bright Data snapshot is not JSON serializable, and it has everything to do with this instance underscore ID here. That is definitely still the argument we want to pass, but it needs to be passed like this, not the way I had it. So at this point, as soon as I were to run this again, now it should actually perform that web scraping event and then send some data back to us, which of course is going to be this data right here. Great, so this is now a task that seems to be running, and we can verify that in just a moment. The first thing that I want to show you, though, is in the admin, I added the model admin, the Django model admin, so I can see these like actual instances a little bit closer. This is how I did that. It's a very straightforward process itself. Another thing I did was inside of the actual helper function for scraping, I added the ignore fields in here, or the custom output fields. The reason I did this was so that I can really narrow in the data that I wanted to store. And of course, this is all inside of their documentation. If you look at their example there, it shows exactly what to do. So the one that we went off of was a little bit more like this. It just had data as a list. And then as soon as I restrict the output, it turns the data into a dictionary. And then all of those like URLs are now an input key. And then we've got our output custom fields, which are what this is. And then here are all of the default fields that I also stored. So I want to make those available to me so it was a lot easier to diagnose any sort of issue that might be happening, and then really just check whether or not our progress has completed. And if it has completed, then we should be able to download the results when it's all said and done. And so naturally I could try this again, and I will in just a moment. But the point here is we are able to grab it and then download it, and all of that ended up working just fine. Okay, so the part with the download stuff that we still need to update is, of course, this function that we have. This may or may not be what we want to do in the long run, so it will kind of update the Bright Data snapshot if there's an error, but we'll come back to that very soon. For now, though, we want to stick with the snapshot itself. And so the snapshot here, the perform Reddit scrape task, I actually want to add a new argument here and call it progress countdown and do 300 here, mostly so that when I call it, I can change the speed as to which that's going to happen. So if I want it to come in 10 seconds, I can just run that like that, in which case it would then run it correctly. Oops, I need to restart the output here. Make sure I save everything, and then there we go. So now the actual scraping task itself should happen much faster than it was previously. Now we can also, of course, delay this task right here, in which case it will delay both of them. And that might be something you want to do as well, which you would refresh in here. The first event will go really, really fast because of how it's all set up. But the idea here then is our progress countdown is now going to be passed down to the actual updating progress task itself. So of course, we still need to update this. We need to improve this task so that it will call itself if we set parameters to do so, which is of course something I want to do. Let's take a look at how. Off the video, I went ahead and deleted my whole database, brought it back up and created the same super user. I have no snapshots right now because we are going to go ahead and do something here in just a moment related to them. So I've got a couple different Reddit communities in here. What we want to do is we want to have the ability to continuously call this progress task if it's not truly ready. So the way we're going to do this is we're going to first off jump into our Bright Data models here, and all I'm going to do is say something along the lines of progress complete as a property itself. And as of now, all I'm going to do for that is I'm going to return if self.status in some sort of list like ready. So if other status items come in, then we'll just go ahead and say progress is complete. Granted, I know I still have this field that I might want to do at some point, but really I'm just checking whether or not this progress is complete. And if it's not complete, then I'll continue to run some iterations. So going into our tasks here then, I would want to maybe do instance.refresh from DB. This will refresh the data so that I can go ahead and do our progress complete being instance.progress complete. So if not progress complete, then we'll go ahead and say pass for a moment. But let's remember, this means recheck how our snapshot is doing, right? Because that will change, the status should change. And this is where maybe there are other status items we might want to consider looking at for our API stuff inside of Bright Data. So if we go to this question mark here, go into the documentation, into the API reference, scroll on down to the web scraper API, into the crawl API, we want to look at the different status items we might have in here, which let's see, the delivery API and maybe the management APIs will give us the status that I'm looking for. There it is. So we've got running, ready, and failed. So basically ready or failed, then we'll go ahead and say progress is complete. That's pretty much it. So that means that the snapshot is done according to Bright Data. Cool. So that means then our task in here will continuously look for it until it's done. Now, assuming that it's not done, let's get rid of this colon here. Assuming that it's not done, what do we need to do? Well, we would call instance the same exact task itself, or calling itself .delay of that instance ID, which would be the same one that's coming through. And then I'll just go ahead and return something like false, or maybe even return back that same function itself. I'll just call return where it's returning none back. But the idea here is, of course, this is going to delay it almost instantly. So what I want is I want a delay, let's call it a delay delta, and we'll set that equal to 0 for now. And so the delay delta should be based off of the current iteration as to me asking for this task. So if this is the first time I'm asking for this progress task, we won't really need a long delay delta. Maybe it will be something like 30 seconds. So that would then be the new delta that we would use. So I could do something like apply async and then just go ahead and say that args is equal to the tuple with the instance ID coming through there, and then our countdown being whatever this delay delta is. Okay. So what this would mean is it just is going to continuously, delay it to 30 seconds. So every single new check is about 30 seconds later, which might be what we want. Now, this is actually pretty similar to what we were doing when we had the tests running continuously. Let me see, where did I put that? This right here. So this is very similar to that. What I actually want to do is I want this delay delta to be based off of the iteration itself. So going back in here, the delta being something like delta equals to 30 times the current iteration, right? That's kind of what I'm getting at here. I'm not going to do that in the notebook, but I will do it in my code. Okay, so what does that look like then? How do we actually make that happen? Well, first off, our instance itself, we need to update the iteration in there. So the way we're going to do this is by creating something like progress check count, and this will be models.integer field, and we'll put a default being 0. Okay, so the very first progress check count is going to be 1, actually. So we'll come back in here, and I'll say progress check count equals to instance.progress check count. And then inside of my save method here, I'll do instance.that equals to the original one plus 1. So just incrementing it right into the database. So this progress check count is what I'll then end up using for whatever that is. So realistically, I'll go ahead and say something like new progress check count equals to this delta here. And that's what I'll actually save and use it as my delay delta as well. So that means the first iteration will be 30 seconds, the second one will be about a minute, the third one will be about a minute and 30 seconds, and so on, right? And so obviously I'm not going to go through all of those iterations, but this gives me a nice spread of time as to when I would do this count. The next part of this would be maybe our max progress. So max progress iteration count. And once again, we can set a maximum value here. Maybe you don't want a maximum value, maybe you do. I think having a maximum value is a good idea. So basically now we want to make sure that the new progress check count is going to be less than, so and new progress check count is less than that max iteration. So basically it's not done yet and the checking is less than the max iteration. Go ahead and check it again with some sort of delay that's going on. And that's it. And so part of the reason I have this refresh from DB is just to make sure this part is set correctly. It's not so much the iteration itself, but rather the status that's being saved from the lookup. So it's all coming directly from the database, not so much from the actual Bright data, but how I store it in my database, because this one is very database driven versus what we've talked about prior. Okay, so with this in mind, let's go ahead and make sure we run our migrations and everything's going good. So Python manage.py make migrations, and then Python manage.py migrate. Okay, so part of the reason I wanted to remove all of these old snapshots was really just to see this thing working. So I'm gonna go ahead and clear outputs in all cells. On this one, I'll refresh in here a little bit. Hopefully I'll see it. Okay, so I really just wanna run this one single one here and see if I end up getting the results I'm looking for. So I'm gonna comment out all of these others that might actually check for us, and then we'll do our little web scraping here. And there we go, so we've got one going. I look in my actual database here. If I click on the database, I should see this turn from unknown to running really soon. Of course, as soon as I go look at Qstash to see if it is going, it's probably already switched. And there it is. And we've got our progress check count at 1. That should be another about 30 seconds or so. Granted, that delta we could play around with a lot, but right now we've got it at simply 1. And then very soon it will run again. And there it is in there. Let's see if it ends up doing it. Of course, it could stop. That's one other thing that will happen. But the point is we just want to see that thing change. And there it goes. There's the second iteration, and then we got 2 records in here. Great. So this actually ended up working for us, and it worked, I think, pretty well. I now want to implement this finished at date time field. So the easiest way to do this would be to bring in this field here and then override the save method with self args and then keyword args, and then run super.save of args and keyword args, basically not changing anything. And then essentially saying that if not self.finished at and self.progressComplete, then we would go ahead and set this value. So self.finished at equals to the timezone.now, which would mean we would do from Django.utils import timezone, and that should be this. There we go. And then we just do timezone.now. Now, the reason this is kind of nice is because as soon as we hit save and progress complete is one of these two, then we can then go ahead and say it's finished and it's done. This is a very simple way to do that. We could take it one step further and duplicate the status. So let's go ahead and do char field in here and bring in max length equaling to like 120 as like the other one. And then we could also say that the status changed equals to basically if the self.status is not equal to self._status, then yeah, it changed. And so that would mean that if status changed, then we would want to do self._status equals to self.status. And that might be another thing that we end up saving. And we could do last status changed at equaling to basically the same idea. And in which case I could then come in here and do self.last, change at timezone.now. That would be another one. And we could use this same flag here to be a part of this as well, if we wanted to go about doing that. But I think this one works a little bit better. So having both of these is pretty nice to understand when the last status was changed, and then also, when it was finished at. Now, the last status change one might want to be its own model where we're tracking all of the changes, but in this case, we're just tracking the one. And so that's how I'm going to leave it. We probably could improve it even more, but I think this is pretty good, mostly because of how we end up using it as well. And let's see, I think we want these to be false, not true. Let's go ahead and change that. That's what that error was that we saw. So basically you can only have one or the other on these, in which case we want them false. And we've got a status without specifying a default. So I'm going to go ahead and provide a default in the code itself, which I'm going to go ahead and just say, default equals to unknown. And in fact, I will actually add this into our other status as well. And then do our make migrations. And then I'll go ahead and do migrate. Mostly because when we go to create this is the only place we create it at this point. We have the status of unknown here. I can now get rid of that. And so it just starts with what it is, and it starts at unknown, and so does the other one. And so this is like a lot closer to being a true check on whether or not the status is changing and when it last changes. So once again, do we need to run migrations? We probably don't. We can now go ahead and test the task again. This time I'm going to go ahead and grab another Reddit. Let's go ahead and do Reddit, I think maybe artificial. I think that's what it's called. There we go. Let's grab this one, and this is going to be our new URL that we will try out. And I'll just comment that one out with quotes here. There we go. New one, performing. I might have to refresh the kernel. I don't think I did. So let's go ahead and try that again. One of the downsides of using Jupyter Notebooks to do this is when you make changes, you have to refresh the kernel. Okay, and that's also true for Celery as well. Notice that Django Qstash does not have to do that. Okay, so the cool thing here is we've got the data coming through, and I think if we look at the admin itself, we will see here's the status there, and we'll see a few things related to this. Changed at, there's the change, because running, and then finished at is coming in, will be done very, very soon, I think, depending on how long that whole thing takes, which of course we could check within our Qstash stuff. It looks like it might already be done. But let me just double check in here. It doesn't seem like it is. Oh, there's the new events. There it is right there. And so it will come through very, very soon on whether or not that will be done. And there it is. It's already done after 2 iterations, and there's 20 records. Great. So it's showing us the different times that we would want to start tracking. Now, the big reason I want to track these times is to start adjusting what my deltas might end up being. So in here, this delta, I might have an average time that I end up using as maybe my first iteration. Then after that, I just do these delayed deltas if there's additional ones in there. Now, that actual delta would take maybe the average of the finished at or the average of the created at to finished at that exact time. But that's not something I'm going to calculate yet. I wouldn't need to do it for a while, but it would at least give me a better representation of the approximate time it would take to actually do the scraping and get it all done. Now, a lot of this is maybe not necessary because we can now implement the webhooks to make this happen. However, even if we implement the webhooks, we still might do this exact same task, the entire thing, because the webhook itself may or may not get delivered. If it doesn't get delivered, we don't want to miss that data. The reason it might get delivered is for many different things. Maybe our Django project's down, it's just not running at that time, and it comes back up 2 seconds later, but for whatever reason, it misses that webhook. we still want to be able to run these things and make sure that they are working and we're still getting that data. That's a key part of having this as a background process and not just solely relying on webhooks themselves for this. We now want to start the process of handling webhooks with Django. I want to start at a basic level and then build on top of it to actually handle our data collection that we're doing through their web scrapers and the snapshot IDs. But to start out, I'm going to go ahead and jump into the API request builder, and then I want to switch it on over to Python. I don't necessarily need all of this data here. That part of the data doesn't matter. It's really going to be the parameters here that we want to work with. And of course, if we select send to webhook, we see that there's a notification URL and a webhook URL. So the one we want to use is the notify URL. The webhook URL will send the resulting data. The notify URL will send an update on the scrape event itself, which is exactly what we've been building towards. So going back into our snapshot tasks, we have this progress task that's going to check the progress and then update our database accordingly. So we basically want to work towards this as well. So the way we actually create an endpoint that we can send even sample data to starts with a view. So inside of our snapshot views, this is where I'll go ahead and put it, and I'll define this as a snapshot view, or let's call this our snapshot webhook handler, which takes in a request, and then we need to return some sort of HTTP response. In our case, I'll just return back a simple HTTP response that says OK. This is very common across webhook handlers in general. Next up, what I want to do is bring it in as a URL. So in my main Django URLs here, I'll go ahead and do from snapshots.views. We're going to go and import that snapshot web handler. And then I'll also go ahead and do our path, and we'll say webhooks/bd/scrape. And then I'll go ahead and bring in this scrape web handler here. And there we go. So the next thing about this is webhooks themselves, in general, typically send a post request. If you're familiar with Django, Django does not allow a post request without CSRF tokens. So what to do? So a CSRF token is a cross-site request forgery token, which is a security measure. So when it comes to webhooks, what we do then is we use a decorator called a CSRF exempt decorator, which will allow webhook post data to come through. The CSRF exempt should pretty much only be used when you know what you're doing, which is exactly what we're doing right here. The idea then is we would say if the request.method is not a post method, so basically is not equal to post, then we would want to return some sort of other response. So we'll go ahead and say post required. Now, in the case of a hacker or something like that, we probably don't want to let them know post is required. We would probably say something more like, okay, just like the other one. So we know that post is required, but overall, we just want to prevent it from being something else. So if I were to say, okay, not post or something like that, and then we take a look at our project by going into HungryPy, webhooks, bd, scrape, something like that. Let's make sure our server is still running. So Python manage.py run server here, and then refresh, okay, not post. Great. Very simple, but I'm going to keep it in as simply okay. Now the idea for our webhooks would be to print out the request body, the data that's coming through here. So now we can actually test this out. And the way we test it is by jumping back into Bright Data, and we've got this notify URL. We would just do https://our tunnel URL, which in our case is hungrypy.com, and then we'll do that endpoint, which I have right here. So I'll just go ahead and copy and paste it. So that's what we want to have on there. And right off the bat, we could almost test this out, except we can't actually test it out. So I'm going to test out the webhook itself, and then I'll leave out a header in here. I'll do basic ABC123 and see if that comes through actually. And then we'll hit test webhook. So what we'll end up seeing on our print statement, the actual terminal, is it'll give all of the actual Reddit data. So this is the final result data from the snapshot. It does not give the snapshot data itself, which is one of the downsides of trying to test it here. But one of the good sides is we actually see this data come through. What I can also do is maybe just turn this into a string for right now, and basically just cut it off to like 40 items. Then I can also get the auth header with request.headers.get and authorization, and then we can print out that as well as to what's coming in for this particular data. I'm gonna go ahead and test that webhook out, scroll on down again, and now we can see here's that basic data that's being sent, and then here are the headers being sent as well. So basically then is that header that we can send, we would want to say if auth equals to the, ABC1234, or really that's not the whole thing. It would more be like if auth.starts with basic with a space, then we can go ahead and say the token, or the token is equal to auth.split of the empty string there, because basic has a little bit of space between it. Then we can get the first item there, which would give us our token. And then we could then say if our auth token equals to that, then we can print out request.body or whatever that might end up being. In our case, we'll just go ahead and print out this portion right here just to make sure that that's all working. Great. So I'm going to go ahead and test that out. And what we should see is that post data coming through. The final portion of this would be to just say data equals to an empty item, and then data equals to json.loads request.body, and then we would have to do decode, and that's UTF-8. Otherwise, we'll do accept pass. And now we'll go ahead and print out that data. We'll make sure we're importing JSON. And the reason this works is because if you see this B in front of this data here, that means it's byte data and we have to decode it, and then we'll be able to print out the rest. And so now if I were to test that webhook again, what I should see is an actual JSON dictionary, or rather a Python dictionary, because it was JSON encoded strings. But in this case, it's actually a list of data. It's all of the scraping events that would have happened. So of course, we need to work on top of this to actually then get the notification data, which is going to be slightly different. Now, it's certainly possible that the notification data does not send the header at all, which is something we will need to test. So the data itself, perhaps we have it in here, perhaps we don't, but that's something we'll test in the very near future when we actually design the helper function to actually call the webhooks or to configure it directly instead of just testing it. We're now going to update our perform scrape snapshot so that it handles webhooks or uses webhooks. So we'll go ahead and add in a new parameter here called use webhook, and then we'll just go ahead and say if use webhook, then we'll go ahead and update our params with our webhook params. Okay, so the way I want to use this webhook has to do with the snapshot still. So it's always going to be this notify URL here. So I'm going to go ahead and grab the items that are related to that notify URL or that webhook altogether, in which case I'll go ahead and grab all of these, including the endpoint itself, and then we'll go ahead and paste this in. Okay, so the endpoint is the webhook one. I don't want that one, so I'm going to go ahead and delete that altogether, but I will keep the auth header and also the notify. Then we'll go ahead and update our params here. So I'll do params.update and bring in the webhook params. And then I'll just go ahead and make sure I print out the params themselves if it's being used. The format shouldn't have to change, but I am keeping that format in there because it's nowhere else, right? I literally don't see it anywhere else. Maybe it's down here somewhere, but I don't see it anywhere else. So I'm gonna go ahead and keep in that format. Okay, so with this in mind, I will leave the hard-coded versions of these things because we will change them soon. But for now, let's go ahead and test this out by going into the notebook for this. I'm going to go ahead and go to the test bright data helper functions notebook and also add in the use webhook of true, right? So that's the important part here. When we come in, I'm going to change the number of posts to 2 and use webhook being true. Now it's important to note, none of this actually triggers any sort of background workflow at all. It's only going to scrape on the actual bright data endpoint, in which case when I do run this, I can see there it is. We've got our notification coming through with all that, as well as those handlers. I don't have my server running, so I might want to hurry on this and get my server back up. So Python manage.py run server. If I don't have my server running, I might actually not get the snapshot itself. that might not come through. So right now I still only have 2 snapshots stored in my database. I wanted that mostly to test this stuff out. Very quickly, I now see my snapshot ID, and there it is, right there. So right off the bat, the view, the actual endpoint here, is actually working, and it's working correctly. And so the nice thing about this is I can now then go ahead and do from .tasks, I could import our tasks, which is going to be the get snapshot instance progress task. And of course, this is what I actually want to use, but the problem is the data that's coming back is just the snapshot ID. So the snapshot ID equals to data.get and snapshot ID, and basically if snapshot ID, then we want to run this instance here, or this item. But the problem here is that we're looking for an instance ID that's stored in our database. We are not necessarily looking for the snapshot ID. We don't have that in this progress task based off of everything we did so far. So what I need to do then is something closer to this right here. So then going back into our view, we're going to go ahead and bring in that model. So from .models, we'll go ahead and bring in the bright data snapshot model here. We've got our snapshot ID, and then I'll come in here just like this. And instead of create, we would do something more like get. But the thing is, maybe we accidentally store this snapshot a couple of times. So I'm not going to keep it in as get, but rather as filter. So I'll do filter. We've got our snapshot ID. This is now a query set because it's a bunch of items. We probably don't need the URL here. I'll just leave it in as those 2 items. The helpers, we need to bring that in. So I'll go ahead and do import helpers.bd. And so now I'm going to get a query set that matches this snapshot ID, if it exists. Now it should sort of exist, potentially. It depends on how I did everything, but maybe it doesn't, because right now the bright data scrape snapshot portion doesn't actually have any updates to our actual data set. So that's another important part of this, is it's not actually going to be stored in the data just yet. It will soon, or soon enough, it just doesn't yet. So there's a few different ways on how we can actually handle this event. Is we could say for obj in QS, then we can go ahead and say get snapshot progress, and then just do obj.id. Or what we could do is grab the instance IDs, and that's going to be qs.values list of the ID, and then just saying flat being true. This returns back a list of just the database IDs. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on, the instance IDs themselves, in which case I can say instance ID in all of those things, and then we would be able to run through that. Okay, so we're in a good spot in terms of how this ends up working for the snapshot ID, assuming that it's already in the database. And that's actually what we want to assume. We only want to run it in one place to make sure that that's happening. Okay, so the one place we want to run it is this perform scrape task. That's where we are always going to want to run our perform scraping, not directly to the data right here. Otherwise, we run the risk of this data just simply not existing. So the question is here, is like on our view, do we want to just ignore data that doesn't exist, or do we want to make sure that we are getting all of the data? Well, it's actually not really that complicated. We would basically say if not qs.exists, then we would get a new portion here. So I'm going to go ahead and say that. Otherwise, we would then go through all of those instance IDs. And so what I would need to do from this would be to create that object and say the instance equals to those 2 things. Now it's back to create. We've got our data set ID in here. The unfortunate thing at this point, I don't think I have my URL on there, so I'm going to have to go ahead and grab that URL and say the bright data Reddit URL. Actually, the subreddit URL is not coming through. So that's actually a downside here. We might have to consider just losing that data because it's not actually coming through on the webhook, which is good and bad. So in other words, our snapshot ID here won't have a URL. But like I said before, that's actually not required. So let's stick with it and just use this instance here. And then finally go ahead and do the instance.id. And so however we do the scraping, we get the snapshot ID, and then we actually go through and create stuff. Pretty cool. Okay, so then I noticed something else, this bright data, should be bright data, so a little typo here. that we should probably fix now. And I'll just do a quick search for bright data in my project and then just change it out to being bright data where it makes sense so that we don't have bright data everywhere, especially now that I've used it a few times. Okay, so now we've got this query set. This should give us the progress task either way, however we end up calling it. So let's go ahead and give this another shot. At this point, hopefully we don't get any errors related to this, but rather we actually have it running correctly. The final step would really just be to flush out the authorization stuff, which we'll take a look at in a moment. But of course, this should give us this progress. And so once again, I get a little error here because I think I need to restart this kernel or maybe save a few things in here. Let's go ahead and try that again. This time I'll do the Django subreddit. Let's try that one just to give something different and seeing that this is actually working. I don't think I have any print statements in here, so I don't have any of those showing up. And it looks like I don't, and I still am getting something related to the bride data. Maybe I didn't save everything in here for all my tasks and stuff. So let's go ahead and try that one more time. And here we go. Yep, we got to remember not to have typos if you can, especially while you're recording. The real thing that I'm looking for here is that a post request comes through to that endpoint with a 200, and that's exactly what happens, so that then I can jump into the admin and take a look in here and see that I have some data coming through based off of the request that I performed just a moment ago. So now if I do it again and I do the number of posts, let's go ahead and say 25 again, which it may or may not have that many from today. Once again, it's got that response going, and then in the very near future, my database will show that. So now I'm kind of handling it either way, whether or not it's a task directly or it's just called through my version of the API request, which is this helper function in here. But there we go. So now it ends up showing us what ends up working for us, and it's completely done. Now, in many cases, or in some cases, we might not have any posts for the day, or maybe the scraping, maybe I've done it too many times where it's just not going to come back with any data. Either way, we now have a way to automate a lot of different functions and features to what we've been doing up until this point. So our webhook handler needs a better auth header. So let's go ahead and do that now. First and foremost, I'm going to go into the terminal, run OpenSSL ran base6432, grab a new string here, go into our .env, and then we'll go ahead and add this in as an environment variable. So bright data, and we'll call this our webhook, let's say handler API key, or let's call it a secret key because it's not really an API key. And there we go. And this I'll bring into my settings file all the way next to the other ones. So let's go ahead and do that with the same sort of idea of the OS environ. And there we go. Okay. Just make sure your .env does not have any extra, spacing. Every once in a while, if you see a equal sign in there, I always put quotes around them just to make sure that's working, or just get rid of that equal sign. Either way. Okay, so with this in mind, I'm going to go ahead and now update my headers here that I'm using. And the way I'm going to do that is by saying that is equal to settings dot. And there we go. And this is what I'll put into my basic, just like that. Okay, so now that we've got this new auth header, I'm going to do this same exact idea inside of my view. And let's go ahead and put it in here. And then I'll go ahead and do from django.conf import settings. Okay, so I'm going to use it as settings dot, and I'll explain this in a moment, but we just want to verify that token, and we'll put it in just like that. Okay, so what we have here is we have helpers, BD, bright data, dataset ID. This is a constant value. In other words, there it is right there. I'm actually not changing that, although I am putting it sort of as a constant value in here as well, but this is an environment variable, so it's not quite the same. So really in here, this is probably where I'd actually put my auth key and do something more like the settings dot in here, and not really even put it as a, like a constant that's on that module at all, but rather just put it in here as an auth key like that. And maybe in the view doing the same sort of thing. It's completely up to you. But the point is, I want to make sure that that is an environment variable, especially because it's a secret key versus the other one being more of a constant value that I'm not really changing at this point. Okay, so there we go. We have it in both places. Let's go ahead and test it out with our two different notebooks that can test it out. So I'm going to go ahead and do a kernel restart and clear all outputs on both of them, and kernel restart and clear all outputs. First off, that original one, which does the scraping for us, and then our run background one, which is the one we'll primarily do, which will also do the scraping for us. And there's that basic output. All of that header stuff's in there. That part's looking good. The one thing I do want to change is the print statement. I no longer need that for those parameters anymore because we do see them coming through. And then all I would obviously want to check is that my server is running and that at the near future that stuff would come through. And of course, we did check this already, so maybe it's worth checking again, maybe not. It's going to be up to you on how that ends up going. But the point here is we can now have a bunch of different ways on getting that data itself. Some of it is going to be webhook-based. Some of it is going to be doing the actual background processing that's going to eventually get it as well. In fact, it's a combination of them. And the way we have our tasks here right now, this instance task here, this will eventually be done, right? So this will eventually finish as to how it should work, which means that it's not going to continue to loop, because if the progress is complete, it's just done. But this is how we are going to constantly check the progress no matter what we end up doing for our data, whether or not we have this webhook handler in the future or not. So the other way of creating the data, the original way, or more the one that we wanted to work for, the actual task itself, this is how we should do the scraping going forward. Not the other one, not directly from the helpers, but having that webhook does give us some sort of background process that would allow for that. And of course, we also probably want to say use webhook in here as being true as well. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and do that as my default now. I just want to make sure that that is the default value. It looks like I did actually put it in there as the default, but we want to keep that way. Otherwise, we might lose some data here and there. But overall, the point here is our webhook now will make it just as efficient as it could be with using the webhook and the background task. We want to implement one more webhook, and that of course is going to be for our Reddit posts. Now the process for this is of course copying our original Snapshot webhook handler, because it's basically the same thing up into a point. That point is going to be the actual data. So in this webhook handler, I'll call it the Reddit post webhook handler, and then we'll just change this data into an empty list here, and then everything else I will test in just a moment. And for now, I'll just go ahead and say pass. So the idea is, of course, we've got this webhook handler in here. We probably don't need all this space or the comments really, but the idea then is how do we actually handle this data? Now, on one hand, we could actually hard code it right in here as to what we want to do with this data. On the other hand, what we could do is start building out something in Reddit where we do these services.py. Of course, this Reddit module that we have here. And this is going to be something like handle Reddit thread results, something like that. And then we'll go ahead and return back something potentially. Okay, so the idea here then is what are the handle Reddit thread results? What is that going to look like? Well, we actually have already seen it in the notebook that we created, which was Bright Data to Django model. These are handling the Reddit results right here. So all of these pieces we want in the function itself. So we're going to come in here, we'll bring that in. Now, the model field names and then the valid fields, these things are fairly constant. I don't know if I'll need to change them, but of course we could actually add this in as arguments in here, like skip fields or so on and so forth. But overall, I'm going to go ahead and just leave it right inside of the function itself. And then I'll go ahead and do from .models. We're going to get ahead and import our Reddit post model here. And there we go. So we've got the valid fields basically. In this one, I'm going to go ahead and do get valid Reddit fields, or let's go ahead and say Reddit post fields, in which case I'll just go ahead and change this a little bit where it's up here instead. And then that one returns those valid fields, so that if we wanted to change it in the future, we could do that. And I can do a little bit of caching here, so it's not necessarily doing too much in here. So if we do from func tools import LRU cache, this just kind of makes it a little bit faster as far as the decorator is concerned. But nevertheless, we get our valid fields in here. Next up would be to run through the threads, the actual results themselves. So we come in here and then I paste this in and we've got these Reddit results, which would be something like this. And it will be a data type of list, and we can have it as an empty list here. Great, so there we go. And of course, naturally what we could do from here is we could say something like IDs equals to an empty list, and then we just grab the actual instance and whether or not it was created. And then we can go ahead and say ids.append instance.id, and then just return back those IDs themselves. That might be one of the ways to actually handle those different threads. This created part we could just have as an underscore because we're not actually using it at all. We're really just using those instance IDs. Okay, so the idea here then is, of course, we now have this service module that I can use anywhere. Anywhere I need to handle these threads, this service module is going to do it. This is not meant to be a task. It will probably be used in tasks, but the idea is it's doing a lot of the database services that we might want to have, which is why, we've got our imports, or what we'll need as our imports up here, which will be from Reddit import services as Reddit DB services. And then down here, we can come in to our data that would be coming through, which of course is a list. Then it's Reddit DB services and handle, Reddit thread results. And then we do Reddit results equaling to that data. Cool. So it obviously simplifies our webhook handler a lot. Now, I think I mentioned this before with the snapshots. You would want to do the same sort of thing with snapshots. You would make a service specifically for it. So anywhere else, if you wanted to handle those snapshots, you would be able to do so. And it's not just in the webhook. So it basically turns all of these things into the same sort of idea. It really simplifies how we end up using all of these different services or these database type things that we might want to do. So that's really the point here. And so, of course, we could test this out as well. So let's go ahead and see if we can do that. First off, I need to go into this notebook here, and I'm not going to actually save it in the notebook. I want to just see if I can still get the snapshot data that was here. Looks like I can still get it. And so now all I want to do is just verify this. So we'll do from Reddit, and it looks like, let's make sure that we got our Django project going. It is. So Reddit import services as Reddit DB services, and then I'll go ahead and do Reddit DB services, and let's go ahead and do our actual handle thread results here, and then pass in Reddit results. Looks like we got a bad client here, so this one is not valid results. So let's go ahead and find one that might be by going into Bright Data, into logs, and just grab one of these that works. And then I'll go ahead and go back in here. There we go. And now I get some results back. And then we'll go ahead and do our Reddit results equals to that. And then we'll run it. And there's all of those IDs that are coming back. So we now know that yes, is working. And then of course we could update our Reddit posts and see, what's happening in there as well. So pretty nice, but now we've got a way to really handle that data. The primary thing though is the actual webhook. We have a service, but we didn't actually bring in the webhook itself. That process is going to be easy. We jump into our webhook parameters in here, and then we copy and paste it, and we just call this endpoint, and then this one, let's call it, let's say Reddit. And then in our URLs here, we want to bring that one in. So we'll go ahead and bring in that view now that will then handle this data. And I'll copy the other handler here and just put a comma and then paste in. And there we go. And of course, this should be Reddit. Now, I do encourage you to test that out. That is a sort of a backup way to grab this Reddit post. This isn't the only way we're going to do it. We want to have a few different ways to make sure that we're not losing any of the data. Now, one huge caveat to this is how we actually end up handling the updated data. So right here, what's happening is it's actually going to change whatever is stored in the database. So for some reason, the web scraping event that we use doesn't have a description or a field that we really want. We may or may not want to do this, right? So in this case, we would have something along the lines of maybe update fields, and we would go through the process of like, oh, are these fields that I actually want to update on a regular basis or not? in case you lose any of the data. There's a lot of different techniques as to how we might think about that, but I'm going to kind of go from the assumption that the way we do the web scraping is always going to be the same. So the data we get back from the web scraping is always going to be the same. So there's really no harm in updating that data continuously. I want to modify my perform scrape snapshot to not only have sort by time being today, but being all time as well. So like when we get a new Reddit community, we might want to get the top posts, even if it's just the top 10 posts, but we might want to get those from all time as soon as possible. It's not necessarily something we'll frequently do. Maybe we refresh it every month, or maybe not at all. The point is we probably want to get a lot of those popular posts from all time, maybe this month, maybe this week, something like that. Not only be from today, because some communities don't necessarily have a lot of action on any given day. So we also might want to think about this in terms of like, well, what will our regular lookups be? Maybe it'll just be this week, mostly so that we're not trying to promise that you're going to get the latest and greatest stuff today. So how do we go about doing this? Well, the way I want to do it is I want to actually have an argument for this. So the way I'm going to have this argument is really just going to be a string in there. And of course, it's going to be basically sort by time. I'll keep it with the same parameter name, and I'll go ahead and leave it in as this week. So as soon as I do that, I also want to check it. So the way we're going to check it is by having something called a sort options. So this is the actual sort options that I got from the API request builder in here. So if we come in and we try to change some of these, let's say, for instance, this week, this month, this year, I've got this week, this month. Maybe we want to put in this year as well. But I'm trying to copy it exactly how they have it, just so that the format is correct based off of what Bright Data is doing. And that's what we're doing here. Okay, so these are the actual options themselves. And then all I want to do is check if it's in there. So we'll say if sort options not in, or rather if sort by time is not in the sort options, then we'll go ahead and say sort by time, kind of have a default in here, which I'll say is this month. Okay, so that's going to be our new default. This week is also a good default. So the argument default will be this week, but if for some reason they put something in there that's not, this is going to be that fallback basically. And then of course we put it in here, and I'll just use a string substitution. It should almost certainly work now in terms of that new sort by time. But of course, this is how we perform the scrape snapshot, but it doesn't actually account for our task itself. So in the task, we also want to have this same argument in here, so we can actually use it when we go to actually call that API, just like our other items in here as well, like the number of posts. Once again, it's going to be a string, and I'll say this week, and I believe that was correct, and then I'll go ahead and pass this in to my perform as well. So we got our number of posts in there, raw being true, and then finally our value just like that. Okay, I'll put in some other data types in here as well, just to make sure we kind of get in the habit of doing that. Okay, so now we've got a couple of things related to that scraping, and I think this will give us just a bigger set of data. The number of posts we might also want to change in here. Maybe the default is going to be in there. We also might want to have a maximum value, which of course you could do something very similar to this, where there is a maximum value and some logic for it. But there is one more thing that I want to do when it comes to the actual performing of the web scraping here, and that has to do with the fact that we are currently ignoring some fields. When it comes to web scraping, I think it's better to have more than less. I'm actually not sure if this has any implications on cost. I don't think it does. I think the individual thread is what the main cost is, but then again, the comments might be a big part of that. Now, the reason I believe this is because when I go into my scraping events, what I see here is 20 records. Okay, so I've got 20 records in here. Granted, it doesn't show exactly what's coming back, but if we were to look at any given task result, or rather any given Reddit post, we don't have that many records in here. So there's like 58, 60, something like that. But what we're not getting are the comments, and I don't know if that actually changes the number of records. So let's go ahead and see if it does. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of both of these fields, and we're going to keep them. We want to keep them in there, as in we're not ignoring any fields now, which also means I want to go back into my model and I want to bring in that other field in there to store it, which I believe was related_posts. Again, we can actually go back into our scraping there and just refresh, and of course that's what it is, related posts. Great. So bringing it back where we don't have any restrictions there. Now I've got this model. I'm going to go ahead and run my Python manage.py make migrations, and then our Python manage.py migrate. There we go. And then of course I do want to still trigger this. So the way I'm going to trigger it is running those background tasks like we've seen before. In this case, it's just not going to be a background task. I will change the community itself to maybe like artificial intelligence. So let's grab that one, and let me just make sure that this is all refreshed and cleared out, because we have a few new things in here. And then I'll go ahead and run this. Now, naturally, the scraping task itself is going to take some time. And that time it will take will eventually lead into our posts that will come in here based off of the community. So at this point, it might be a good idea to have a admin for the Reddit post. So we'll do our Reddit post admin and admin.modeladmin. And then I'll just say pass for the moment, and then we'll take a look at the fields we actually want to show on the list display. So I'm going to do title and URL. That's pretty much it. I might have the ID in there, but I'll just go ahead and do list and list display, and that's going to be title and URL. URL is actually incorrect. I wanted community. So in here, we don't have the Reddit community coming through, although I think it is data. So let's go ahead and take a look at our API requests in here. So we'll go into Python, and what we should see in our sample data, actually go back to the overview here, there is community in there. So if we do a quick search, we can see there's community name. So this is data that I definitely want to bring back in here so we can make sure we're tracking that. And this is going to be our character field of 250. I think that's probably good. Let's save that, make our migrations, migrate. I don't know if we actually finished that scraping event yet. If we did, then we might have missed that data. Looks like we might have missed it. There's artificial, we've got progress. Yeah, so it looks like it already finished. But of course we can go into our Reddit posts, and in the admin now, I want to get the community name in here. And then I'm also going to go ahead and do my list filter by that community name, which in the long run, I might not be able to do, because if we have too many communities, it's going to like time out on the Django project here. So yeah, we don't have the community names in there at this point. So let's go ahead and run that again. I think I could actually run a sync of all of my recently scraped tasks, and it actually would have the community names be updated, because that's how it works. It's going to scrape all of that data. I'm now no longer ignoring anything, even if my Django project is not storing any of it. But my snapshot will certainly have it. So that's of course what we want to work towards as well, is being able to refresh this data from the actual stored snapshot stuff. But you know, the other parts is like, oh, well, what else do we want to store in our Reddit data? Number of upvotes, I think that's a good one. If there's other things in there, this would be a good time to do it, right? So we've got number of upvotes in here. Date posted, do we have that one? Yes, we do. And then we've got in here post karma. I'm interested, that might be a good one as well. I think community name is a big one, and then maybe karma. Number of comments, this is probably a good one as well, especially if we're going to be storing the comments now. So let's go ahead and bring that one in as well. Save it, make migrations, and migrate. So when it comes to designing this, it's important to understand also, there's our community name. Look, it's showing some of them, which is great. And then of course, if we look in here, we've got a bunch of things in here. A bunch of comments now, and a bunch of related posts that we can eventually scrape as well. And the number of upvotes, it doesn't show us the number of comments because I did it too late. But of course, if I were to run it again, I don't know if I have to actually reset this kernel. I don't think I should have to, because the storing of that data happens on a webhook, which is not relevant to running the scraping event. But overall, the idea here then is we can always be updating our data as we see fit and as it demands for it, right? And so what I'm seeing though is the results here. We've got 4 as far as the thread is concerned, and then our snapshot itself said, I think 20. So I think this was the snapshot that went through for that one. So what we're potentially getting here is maybe it is actually scraping the comments, and that's a part of the actual records that we're looking for and what's being triggered. As you recall, the number of posts in here is 20. So all I would really need to count is my stored comments on any given one of these, right? So if we come in here, like how many comments do we have in here? That might actually end up being 20 or so. So we've got a post and a number of comments. It's not something I'm going to check out, but what's cool about this then is if we ever need to feed it into an LLM, we can get the description, and then we can get a lot of the top comments that are in here. That's kind of the point of that one as well. I don't know if the comments are sorted by top or anything like that. That might be a parameter that eventually gets added. I'm not actually sure. So if we go into our request builder here, here's the arguments in here. I don't see any arguments related to sorting the comments by popular. I don't even know if there's a way to do that on Reddit, like in the web page. Let's take a look. I'm going to go ahead and click one of these here. Here's a post. We do have a sort by comments here, and we've got sort top. So maybe there is one in the API itself. This is for the actual entire thing. Got a number of posts. No, I think what we would end up needing to do is maybe a different lookup at that point. We might have to go back into our web scrapers, into the library, and look up our reddit.com, and then comments by URL, right? That looks like it's going to be the one. So let's take a look at the comments here. There we go. So this might be a better method for getting more of those comments out, because we get a specific comment and then we can search more. This is outside the scope of this one, but if you really wanted to have that many more comments, this would be the way to do it to really understand what's going on in any given thread. I don't know if this has anything about the thread ID. It does. Look at that. There's the post ID, which I would imagine corresponds directly to this post ID right there. Pretty great. But of course now, just checking, let's go ahead and jump back into our Reddit posts here. We have a few artificial, lookups here that are coming through, which is great. And then of course, if we did this again and just change it to like Python again and just run that one, eventually we will have the Python community listed out in here as well. Our snapshot data has a lot of coverage. We have background tasks to check how it's doing. We also have a webhook to receive notifications when it's done from Bright Data. We want to do the same kind of coverage with our actual results, the actual Reddit posts themselves. Now we have part of that coverage with the webhook handler. Now it's time to do the background tasks that will actually handle these results for us. So the point here is we've got two new stash tasks or background tasks that we'll end up using that of course could be done with Celery as well. But the idea is we want to jump into our helper function from Bright Data to really help us build out these tasks, and more specifically, the downloading of the snapshot. Now, I just got done saying that the Bright Data status, all of that stuff, is very well covered already, which means our download snapshot should not have to do anything related to that coverage. It should just be completely fine. Now, on one hand, maybe we don't get the response we're looking for to download something, but that can be handled when we try to actually do something with that data. In other words, I'm going to go ahead and come in here and just do our response raise for status. And then if it's good, then we'll go ahead and return back our response JSON. So basically going back to where we were at one point. But of course, we didn't have all of that status information about any given snapshot. So we kind of had to work our way there. So now the download snapshot request is very simple, and our Bright Data helper functions are getting a lot more simple as well. So then this means that our download snapshot needs to go into a task. So let's go into tasks.py, and we would then say something along the lines of our actual Reddit results equals to helpers.bd, and then download snapshot of the snapshot ID, which of course implies that this function itself should have that same ID in there, potentially, right? And this is going to be a string in there, and we'll go ahead and say it's equal to none to start out. Okay, so is it that we want the snapshot ID in here, or do we want something different? Of course, the answer is something different. It's going to be the instance, the actual database instance that we have. So this is not going to be the snapshot ID anymore. It's going to be the instance ID. And of course, this is going to be an ID, an integer itself. And there we go. Okay, so how do we download the snapshot then? Well, it's going to be very similar to what we saw here, right? We grab the instance ID, and then we're able to get the results from instance ID dot snapshot ID. There it gives us those results. So before we actually manage those results, which is going to be very easy in just a moment, we want this download sinks in here. So what is it that I'm trying to do here? This is going to be grabbing our snapshot data itself. So once again, I'll grab the snapshot items here, and we'll do objects.all, and then it'd be for instance in QS. Then I can actually go ahead and call the delay method here of instance ID equaling to instance.id. Because it's a number or a string, it's a very easy way to just put this in as a background task that ends up running there. Now, once again, we might want to do this apply async for this one. So having some sort of delta in here. So it's not necessarily doing all of them all at once, or in the near future, we could add in that delay delta as well. And then maybe add in a count here, like what would it be? We could actually, let's go ahead and order this a little bit different. So I'll do order by, and I'll do the reverse ID, as in the one that was created most recently is going to come up first. And then in here, I will just go ahead and grab something like enumerate of that query set. And enumerate, if you're not familiar with this, will give you an index value and then the actual thing that it's, looping through. That index value is now going to be our delta delay, and in which case we'll do our apply async here. And then I'll go ahead and say the args, or rather the keyword args now is going to be equal to a dictionary. And I'll bring that in. So we got our keyword args here is equal to instance ID and then instance.id. Okay. And then of course we would have our countdown in here as well, which I will put in as countdown and equals to the delay delta. Great. So good and bad. The reason this might be bad is our query set. So the only thing that I would really need to update or change about the Reddit results here would be to grab the service itself. In this case, I'm going to grab the service from the import in here, mostly so there's no circular issues that I might face. So from Reddit import services as Reddit DB services, and then now naturally I would then do Reddit DB services and then handle Reddit thread results, and there we go. Okay, so naturally these results might run into an error, which is why I'll do something like try and accept, and then just hit return. There we go. So that would mean that some of the tasks just simply don't work. This also could be an error. This also could raise something as we saw up there, or as we should have seen up there, or had some sort of handler in there as well, which I would want to log and all that. But for now, I'll just go ahead and do the return statement. Okay, so this brings us back to this query set right here. This query set is flawed for a few reasons. Because on one hand, are we going to want to download all available? I mean, maybe. If you say yes, then, well, this query set is still wrong. So how do we actually update this to where basically what is available? What does that look like? Well, I mean available as in is downloadable. So this is actually the query we want to have in our query set for that task. So in other words, this all will become filter, and then we pass that in, and all we do is get rid of the self in here, and then we put it in as a comma, and then we put status is equal to ready, and then records is greater than or greater than 0. And these should be our now filters, and this should not be equals equals, but rather just equals. So filter, it's ready, and the records are greater than that. Great, so that is probably what we'll want to do. But of course, we could also maybe make a mark here as to when this was last done, right? So in our models.py, I can now go, instead of last status changed, I can do last result sync, right? And then we'll go ahead and run our migrations. So Python manage.py, make migrations, and then Python manage.py migrate. Okay, and so then back into our tasks, and here, after all this is done, we would want to do qs.update and last, what do we call it, results sync. Last results sync equals to timezone.now, in which case I'll need to bring that in. So we'll do from django.utils import timezone. And then I'm also going to go ahead and come up here and say now equals to timezone.now. Right? We will have both of them, mostly because we want to make sure that maybe there's some time delta. And I'll just go ahead and say last week equals to, now minus the date time delta. And we'll go ahead and say days. I'll just give it 8. So the start of last week, basically. And to do this time delta, we'll go ahead and do from date time, import our time delta function. Okay. So the question then is like, what should our filters be? If download all availables here is going to be the ready one, that should be our default. So really what I want to do is I'm going to go ahead and say now just our filters, and I'm going to set this equal to a dictionary here, which will be status and ready, then records __ greater than 0. And then basically we want to make sure our last sync result is, let's do 2 underscores greater than or equal to last week, or less than or equal to last week, or the start of last week, basically. So whatever that date is, these will be our filters now as to all of them. So download all available, I don't think would be something we would necessarily want to do. So let's go ahead and say if download all available, or rather if not download all available, then we'll go ahead and add in the filters here for this one. There we go. So now our query set filters are just a little bit different, and then I can just remove these two things here, just have one query set, and then unpack all of the filters, but keep the ordering in there. And so I just unpack them just like that. And this will give me the filters I want necessary to go through this whole process, right? So one of the things here is this filter is going to be less than or equal to last week or something else, right? So this is maybe not the greatest filter at this point because we don't actually have any sync results just yet. So if we try to do it now, it's probably not going to do that. And we're downloading all available makes a whole lot of sense. Okay, so let's go ahead and try this now. I'm going to just jump into the Python manage.py shell. And all I want to do here is call this single thing and see if it ends up doing exactly what we're looking for. So from snapshots.tasks, we're going to import everything, and then we'll just call this just like that. Now we might hit errors. It's certainly possible. We could also get the query set that's going in here, but I think what we got was a bunch of different background tasks that are now running, which if we go into Qstash itself and we take a look at our logs for Qstash, we should see just a bunch of things come through here in the very near future, unless we had some major incident here and I didn't save everything. We do still have that delay in there, so let's see if that ends up giving us some of our logs. And after a short amount of time, we get all of those logs out there. And there we go. So that's going to now update our backend or run those results. And so our Reddit post should go up a lot once that's all said and done, because it will take a little bit of time for all that to work and run through. And then of course our also Bright Data snapshots, if we go into any given one, we should see the last sync result actually come through in here as well. So that's pretty cool. So at this point, I should probably be able to say download all available being false. Now the real question here is whether or not we need to even do that, because maybe you want to sync all of them all of the time, not necessarily just the last week, because it's going to depend on the scale that you end up working with. So I'm just going to keep it as is. And then of course, all of my syncing is going to come through in here, and it might be really fast. It might take a little while. So you could just refresh the data and see if it ends up working. So we get a 422 status here. So let's go ahead and see if maybe We've got something going on with our server. Too long character for varying. So we've got an issue with one of our model data points, which I think is going to be in here. So we've got our community name, 250 is a problem. So somewhere in here, whether it's title or community name is a problem. So I'm just going to change them from being that to just being that. And then the community name, I can't imagine it being bigger than 250, but we're going to go ahead and save that. And we'll refresh in here. I'm going to go ahead and do our migrations again. This is also why we test these things out, right? So let's go ahead and do our migrations here and make migrations and migrate. There we go. And so now, hopefully that solves the data issue with syncing from some of the other pieces, which it might. Looks like the webhook went through. We refresh on Qstash here, and we can take a look. It looks like some of them were delivered. These ones may be timed out, which is okay. It said to retry in a minute, so maybe it will still go through. But all these other ones, I think, will go through at some point. And then we can go back into our actual Reddit posts here, and now we should have a lot more, or in the near future, we'll have a lot more. But the thing is, I keep scraping the exact same communities, so perhaps we just don't have a lot at this point for that reason. But also the point here is that it will be downloading those threads. So of course you can verify that or try it out on your own. Now that we can scrape Reddit communities, it's time to actually grab the communities from any given topic and store them. The way we're going to do this is by duplicating a notebook we did before, which was the searching Reddit communities by topic with the LangChain Bright Data, Serp, and then also the LangGraph agent that was able to get us that structured data out for us. So it's essentially the same thing, but I will make some modifications. First, I want to make those modifications, and that's really going to be about the community structure here. So I'm going to call this schema and this one schema as well. Soon enough, these things will be in our code, and so we don't want it to conflict with what you might use for your Django model. I think schema is a little bit better for the format. You could also call it format maybe, but schema is essentially that. So now that we've got this in mind, let's go ahead and actually create the Reddit community model, because we will go through this process of storing it. So jumping back into Django, into Reddit under models, we're going to go ahead and create our Reddit community model, which I'm just going to go ahead and duplicate the schema right here and just modify it mostly for Django, but keeping the same fields in there that we had prior. And that's it. If I wanted to have additional fields, I might think about that, but for now I'm going to go ahead and just do these. So naturally, the first question we need to ask is what's going to be the primary thing that identifies this schema? So on one hand, it could be the subreddit slug. On the other hand, it could be the URL. We're going to stick with the URL, similar to like the Reddit post, where a lot of the things are going to be around that specific URL. So that's what we'll use as our primary entry to this community. And then all of these other fields are going to kind of come after that, in which case I'm going to go ahead and do something like this. Actually, I'll keep that description in there. So we'll go ahead and paste in the model field for that. And this description will become help text, just like that. And I'll do that same thing on these descriptions right here. Okay, so the name, I'm going to go ahead and do the same sort of thing with the title here and basically do null equals to true and blank equals to true and replace the field element in here and make sure we put a comma in there. Subreddit slug. Now, on one hand, I could use a slug field that Django has, but in some cases, if for whatever reason the slug field's super long, then maybe I don't want to worry about that. So I'll go ahead and do a character field as well. And I'll go ahead and come in here, paste that in. I'll do null being true and blank being true. And then if there is an error at some point, I will update that slug field to maybe a text field. Member count, of course, is going to be the integer field. So I'll go ahead and copy an integer field here and just do a simple replacement, just like that. And make sure I say equals. There we go. Great. So now we have those fields. I'm going to change this to models.model. Now there might be other fields I might want to add to this at some point, like an active field. This actually kind of makes sense right now, which is going to be a default being true. And the help text will say something along the lines of, is this searchable? Basically. That's all I want to know about that. Is it searchable? Yes or no. Like we could turn off a community from being used is the point. Now I might want other fields in here. I'm going to go ahead and copy the created at and updated at as well, and we'll just store that. So those are going to be the primary items in here. So what I want to do then is I want to run python manage.py, make migrations, and then python manage.py migrate. There we go. And so naturally I want to create the actual store this data in here. So going back into that notebook, we're going to go ahead and import our setup process for Django. So we'll go ahead and do import setup and then setup.init, run that. And I might need to do kernel and restart here. I will eventually move all of this other AI code out, and it will be within this actual notebook as well, where it's using that other code. But for now, I'm just going to leave it as is. So I'll do from reddit.models, and we're going to import our community here. And not the schema, but this right here. Did we call it schema? Oh no, we called it schema. Let's rename it. And let's go ahead and rename it just like that. Yeah, we want to call it Reddit community. That's funny that I did that. Okay, so let's go ahead and try that again. And let's go ahead and run all of the cells now. And we got Reddit community schemas not defined. Oh yeah, because of this right here. So let's go ahead and put that one in. There we go. And eventually we'll get this data back. Okay. So what I actually want to do here is I'm going to go ahead and say the community data is equal to that structured response still, but I'm going to go ahead and unpack it. So basically I'll do x.model dump for x in that structured response so that I can see that community data as a list of dictionaries. This will be easier to work with in the long run and require me to not have to move around my Pydantic schemas in my Django project if I ever wanted to change things, but mainly just focusing on dictionaries themselves. So what this means then, of course, is we're going to go ahead and loop through here. So I'll go ahead and do for data in community data, or let's go ahead and just call this community itself. And then the URL is going to be community dot, I'll pop out that URL. And then I've got name, subreddit slug, and member count. These things we can use in my update or create call. So then down here, this will be update objects.update or create, URL equaling to the URL, defaults equaling to the now community that has been popped, and that's it. And of course I could print out that popped out data, assuming that just to check that the URL is gone. So I run that again, and we get a little issue here. I need a comma. Let's try that again. And there we go. So we popped out that data, and now that URL is gone, and our Reddit community should be in our database. So let's go ahead and just double check by importing it into our admin here. And admin.site.register. There we go. Take a look in our admin and scroll on down, Reddit communities, and there we go. Got 15 in here, and we've got side project and so on. So I'm going to go ahead and also just copy this real quick and change it slightly so it fits better with what we're trying to do here. I'm not going to have the list filter here, but rather like the name, what was it? Name and subreddit slug, and then maybe the member count, just so we can see all of those, and refresh in here, and there we go. So a bunch of different ones on here that I wouldn't necessarily have thought to look up. So made in Python, for example, I don't know if I've ever been to this one, but let's go ahead and take a look. Made in Python, and yeah, there is a community here, and it has 25,000 members. I don't know how frequently these members use it or whatever, but point is there's a bunch of other communities. And so now, naturally, we can adjust this again and do something like maybe camera and photo and video, something like that. I don't know. Those are interesting topics for some. So let's go ahead and restart that one, and we'll do it again. I didn't really need to restart it, but it's nice that I can if I want to. And so naturally, what I'll get back is the actual data. So it's doing the Serp call, and then it's going to go ahead and do that data. And then now I'm starting to build out a list of communities based off of these topics that one might want to actually follow, or now I'll have better data that I can then go ahead and do that web scraping of. And there we go. So now I've got a lot more. Granted, the member counts aren't great, right? So that's part of the issue with what we've got here as far as what it's currently doing, because the Serp API isn't necessarily going to find that. But if I remember correctly, our Reddit posts, when we did do those, we were able to grab different things in here. So going back into this background scraping now, what I can do then is I can start getting that data. So let's go ahead and do from reddit.models import Reddit community. Okay, and let's go ahead and do that. QS equals to Reddit community.objects.all, and then, or rather, we'll filter it by active being true, and then we'll do order by random, which is a question mark here, and then we'll do the first one, and then we'll just take a look at what this is, and I might have to do the name of it, something like that, or the URL even. There we go. And so now it's going to give me a bunch of different ones in here, and so that will then be my Reddit community URL here that I can now use. So let's go ahead and see that. Python projects 2, I can now go ahead and start a process to scrape that. And I can keep doing it, right? So I can do it for all of them. And it will end up doing it, and then eventually we'll have our Reddit posts on here. Now, if you've been following me, you know that I did have Reddit posts here, but I actually deleted a bunch of stuff. I deleted the whole database even, and that way I can start fresh from this, because now my snapshots are just those two that I just ran, and then my posts will be correlated to that. But the main thing here is being able to use very fuzzy things. I could just say camera, photo, video. That gets turned into those Reddit communities that then gets turned into a full-on scraping event that will then eventually have those Reddit posts for us. Granted, I don't have them yet because they're probably still working, but overall the idea is, I think, pretty solid as to how that would work and how much easier it would be to do research on all sorts of things. The other cool thing about this, the actual topics themselves, is maybe we could build it out where we are getting a bunch of different agents. So there's the Reddit agent. This is the Reddit one that's going to get all the Reddit stuff. And then we have another one for a Quora one, and then maybe another one for like Twitter X, and then maybe another one for LinkedIn to find people and accounts to follow and all sorts of things based off of just this simple little input here for various topics. The other thing, of course, is we could take it even further than that, and we could say, here's just a string of data, extract the topics from that data. That might be the overarching topic extraction one that we end up doing. Now, there is a way to do this with just Python, where you take that string and then just try to convert things, but using the agent makes it far faster and far easier to do, which I think is pretty great. And here we go. There's some of our scraped events. They are now in here and they're ready to go. And if I remember correctly, each one of these data points had the ability to grab the community itself. Like there is somewhere in there that you can grab the community information too. So that's pretty cool. And of course we could use that then, because each one of these has a community name, right? So here's the community name. We could use that then to query the actual communities themselves and just do different variations of it to where we can update the member count if we wanted to go that route. It's not something I'm going to do right now, but it's pretty cool because I have already 56 communities on here that I can now start scraping. We now want to move out our AI modules, or all of the LLM stuff, the Serp stuff, all of that stuff outside of the actual notebook and bring it into our Django project. So the way I'm going to do this is by going into SRC here and creating an AI folder. And inside of there, I'll go ahead and create an init file. And then we're going to go ahead and create a schemas file. The schemas will be all of our schemas that we might want to use. So these ones right here. So basically starting off there. We'll also go ahead and do our LLM. So LLM.py, which means I'm going to scroll up here and grab the model. So this right here. And we're going to go ahead and paste this in. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and do something like get Gemini model and have that return back the init chat model here so that I can just basically change this model as I see fit. With this, I also like to do from func tools import LRU cache, so we're not doing this over and over and over again in our project. But of course now I need that Google Gemini key, which is going to be in from Django.conf import settings, and it's just going to be settings dot. I'll probably have to bring that in. I don't think I have it in there just yet, but we definitely want to have these things like this. Okay. Next up is going to be our prompts. So I'll go ahead and copy this prompt and we'll call this prompts.py, and I'll just paste this one in, and this is going to be our Reddit agent prompt. Okay. And then finally is going to be our actual agent itself. So in this case, we will go ahead and have two different parts for the agent. The main one is grabbing the model and then, being able to invoke it. So let's go ahead and create an agent.py, and we'll call this define get Reddit agent. And then we'll return that agent, which of course is going to be this right here. So I'll go ahead and paste that in there. We put LangGraph up high there. Model is going to be equal to, of course, from dot import LLM, and then I'll also import the prompts as well. So model is going to be LLM dot get Gemini model. The prompt is going to be prompts dot Reddit agent prompt. And then the schemas, we can go ahead and do schemas as well, and then we'll do schemas dot. Okay. And then of course in my AI, I'll also put in tools.py, and this will be our, our Bright Data Serp tool. So I'll go ahead and bring this one in here. And I'll also bring in func tools again. So from func tools, import LRU cache, and we'll define get Serp tool. And we'll go ahead and return this one. There we go. Tab this over. LRU cache, Django settings again. So from Django.conf, import settings, and then settings dot. Okay, in this case, I'll also keep the search engine as an argument as well. There we go. And back into our agent, we need to grab that one now. So let's go ahead and do tools. And in this case, it'll be tools.get Serp tool, and we'll run that. Sometimes with these tools here, I'll end up having something like tools equals to, and then just calling them directly. That might be another thing that you consider doing. That way in your agents, you can just do tools.tools, or let's call these Reddit tools. Yeah, there we go. Cool. So back into our agent here now, we want to return that one. Do we have everything? I think so. The next one would be just something along the lines of get, or let's do Reddit agent communities. Let's go ahead and basically get the community data. So let's see here. We'll call this get or perform get Reddit communities. And this will take in a query. The agent is going to be get Reddit agent, and then we will invoke it. So just like this. And then we could still call that Reddit agent, I suppose. And then we can return back the community data with the model data dumped out. And then we'll return that. Okay, and that query needs to go in where the content is. And there we go. Okay, so let's go ahead and bring in those configurations. So the first one is the LLM Gemini key. So let me just double check if that's in here. It doesn't seem to be. So I'll go ahead and now do the LLM config. Paste that one in, os.environ.get, that one. Okay. The next one was, I think, our Serp tool, and I think we have this one. Sure enough, we do. So I don't need to do anything with that. So at this point, my agent should be able to grab those communities based off of some sort of query. And all I'm going to do here is I'll call from.agent. We will import that agent as well as the Reddit agent, or get Reddit agent rather, which is also going to be, let's go ahead and do from func tools again. because this will initialize that agent for us. We don't need to do it multiple times. So that also means I can probably do something like Reddit agent equals to get Reddit agent, and in which case I don't necessarily have to do it here as well, but then I can import that agent directly and then export it as well as the perform get Reddit communities. Okay, cool. So now if everything went correctly, what we should be able to do is get the community data from basically ai.perform get Reddit communities of, let's do now RV, motor, home, and fifth wheel, something like that. And then I'll go ahead and get rid of a bunch of these other things. I'll keep this one in here like that. And then I'll go ahead and do, let's import AI. Yep, if I did everything correct, that will work. Let's go ahead and make sure we set up our settings here, saved, and I'll do a kernel, or let's do restart and run that again with our setup process at the very top. Oh, there it is. Looks like I didn't scroll all the way. Okay, so now I should still be able to get this, but I'm getting some other error here, and we're getting a class list. Oh, I know why. So let's go back into our agent here. I have Reddit tools, which is a list. So I'll bring that one back. Kernel restart and clear output. And oops, I think I did it too fast. There we go. So now we have all that. Let's go ahead and see if this does it. And there we go. No errors so far. So let's go ahead and leave it. And there we go. We got a couple good ones in here. Great. And then maybe something like camping. So camping might have more than just camping. This is where, you know, the actual topics themselves, we might have to play around with how those topics come out and what ends up happening. But overall, we now have a bunch of Reddit communities in here, just based off of a a much more simple way of doing AI, which is kind of the point, is to remove all of that friction so you can do something this simple. I really like camping. We hit enter there. This might grab the Reddit community stuff itself. It also might not. So what I actually want to do is one step further, is extract this data into topics, then actually call the Reddit community, even though this right here actually looks pretty good. So the topic thing, I'm just going to show you. It's actually a really straightforward process overall. But the reason I want to do that is more so that I can get better coverage on topics and allow the topic agent to handle topics really well, and maybe use a much different kind of model as well. I'm now going to create an agent that really just finds topics from strings. So for example, here's the prompt I'm going to go off of, which is a topic extraction prompt, where if you say something like, I'm very interested in photography, it's going to extract some topics from that. And then in our case, we will actually have some schema coming back from that, which would be following very similar to what we've already seen in the Reddit communities, but now it's going to be topics, and that's it. And so the point of this would then be to grab that data and bring it into an agent. So we're going to go ahead and come down here, and I'll bring in LRU cache. So once again, we've got this extraction right here. Then we pass in the actual query that would be coming through. Then of course the topic agent doesn't need tools at this point, but it will use the same model at this time, or you could use a different model if you want to. The next part of this, of course, would be the prompt itself. So we'll go ahead and do that with our prompts and prompts dot, and then our schemas dot topic list. And then we get our results here, and then we return back those results based off of our topic schema right here. Great. Okay. So what we've got now is the ability to do this. Let's see what's going on here. We are getting some spacing issues maybe. Yeah, it looks like the tab issue from the copy and paste. But I'm going to go ahead and try that again and tab it over. Okay, and so there we go. So now I'm going to go ahead and try this one out. I'll just bring it on in, and we'll go ahead and bring it right here. And so I'll go ahead and now change it to, let's say, query equals to I really like skiing. Okay, And then I'll go ahead and get the topics equaling to AI.extract topics agent from the query, which would probably be more like extract topics, but we'll leave it in as simply agent. And let's go ahead and restart the kernel and do it again. And here we go. So our topics should come back. I'm not sure why that keeps on failing. Oh yes, we didn't import it anywhere. So let's go ahead and bring it in here as well. So it's in the root of our AI, imports without needing to import the agent module itself. Save that, refresh once again, and then go ahead and run this. And we should get some topics back here that actually show us this data. Great. So from here, I could grab the slugs or even the names, in which case I'll do topic, let's say just topic names. And this is going to be x.get name, and then for x in topics. Okay, and then I'll join those by a comma and a space. That way we have a better query when we go to perform the Reddit communities. There we go. And this is going to be really fast, really fast, mostly because it's not really doing much other than extracting what it thinks, the LLM thinks, are going to be relevant topics based off of that. And so now I can then do the next portion, which we actually extracting from those topics, everything else that you might want from the actual search engine itself. And so we've got Reddit communities, skiing, skis, mountains, sports, so on, right? So it's finding a bunch of different ones, which I don't know if these ones are great or not. The other thing is maybe we loop through these topics and then do a search that way to where the performing community is looking only specifically for that, because it doesn't seem like it got all of the topics. So let's go ahead and try that one out. And then that way we can actually go ahead and grab all of those topics for each one. And we'll go ahead and do topic name equals to x.get name. Okay. And before it's joined, and then I'll go ahead and do researching the topic name. Okay, and here we go. And so now it's going to research each one of those things, and then we can just go off of that. So it's pretty cool. In some cases, we'll get the same sort of Reddit data, but if we are looping through each topic, then at the very least, it will search all of those as well. So we're doing a Serp for each one, and it's not just going to be one general one. So this is already giving me way more data, even though some of it is overlapping. But I think generally that's okay. The thing is, you will be able to pick either one when it comes to finally having your results. But now we've got all of these different Reddit communities in here, and that number is just going to continue to grow. But of course, they're very fuzzy matches. Nobody's putting in their actual Reddit URL here. So maybe that will end up working. Let's go ahead and try with grabbing Reddit, and then let's see if we can grab just the topic itself. So I'm going to grab the Python one, and we'll go ahead and throw this in as a topic here. And I'll just go ahead and do AI.extract topics agent, and we'll pass that one in, and we'll see if that ends up actually grabbing the Python topic. I'm not sure if it will. It does. Look at that. That is awesome. So that also means that maybe we can use this same concept to just get basically any sort of data and then turn it into Reddit communities, or turn it into a robust search for Reddit communities, which I think is pretty cool. It's great that it actually grabs that. Let's go ahead and do Quora. Let's try Quora and Reddit, or Quora and Python. Let's see if that one does it. Or maybe something different. Let's do Quora and cameras. Okay, so just the URL, why are the cameras everywhere? I'm not doing anything beyond that. Let's see how cool this might be. So let's go ahead and run that with the topics and see if it actually pulls out surveillance camera. Okay, so this one looks like it did more like privacy things related to cameras, so it didn't actually pull out the URL that much. But naturally, if I were to grab the actual text here, then we probably will see that as well. Cameras in there, I would imagine. And there it is. So yeah, pretty cool that we can extract this also from URLs. Now that I can actually store Reddit communities, I want to actually start scraping those communities right away. So whenever I'm running this, I want them to be scraped. That's kind of the idea here. So the way we're going to do this then is we're going to go ahead and come into here and we'll say instance and created being one of those two things. And then if it's created, we might want to do a bigger loop. Otherwise, we would go ahead and do something else. Okay, so that's the idea. So we want to scrape in there. And of course, we already have the scraping stuff available to us, which is inside of our snapshot tasks here. We can run this perform Reddit scrape, which will do all of the things. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to copy these arguments in here, and we're going to bring them into our notebook now. And I'll just go ahead and restart this kernel. And then we'll go ahead and import that. So import, let's say, from snapshots.tasks, import the function perform Reddit scrape task, which I'll go ahead and do that. Then we've got our URLs in here, which is where I'm going to start off, which is going to just be perform this scrape task with a few arguments already in there. Okay, so number of posts that we want to have, let's go ahead and start off with maybe 5. I don't want that many. I'm not needing to grab that many, especially if it's already been created. And so I'll go ahead and say sort by time this week. Okay. Subreddit URL is going to have to be the community URL. So I'll just change this one to simply URL. All right. And I want to delay this. I want it to run asynchronously to the community data. So at this time, you might think, oh, well, why don't I run, apply async and delay when these things are happening? Well, first and foremost, the actual scraping process may go quickly, it may not. And it's going to probably be dependent on the community, and it's going to be probably dependent on a number of things. So on one hand, what we could consider doing is improving the scraping request itself. As you may recall, the perform scrape snapshot, we could actually add in other URLs in here. So this might be an improvement we do at some point where we're actually combining all of those communities. We're grabbing all of these community URLs. We're still creating the communities, but then we do another loop or another call for each community itself. But in our case, we're just going to do each one. So every community that comes back from a topic, we will go ahead and actually scrape that community with about 5 posts. Maybe 10, maybe 20. It really depends. Okay. So the idea then is inside of this, if it's just created, if it's a brand new one, we might want to do this a little bit differently. And so that's where we're going to call this once again. But now I actually want to sort by time a few different ways. So this means then I want to go back into my BD helper function here. And I've got these sort options in here. So these are the primary sort options that I want to use. And I'm actually going to make them a constant now. So we'll go ahead and do bright data and we'll do scrape sort options. And then I'll paste those in. And I'll bring these down into the function itself just to make sure it's in there as well. And so now I could use this one. And the reason I'm going to use this one then is coming up here. We'll go ahead and do import helpers.bd. Then down here, if it's created, I'll go ahead and do for sort by in sort options, or those bright data sort options, which I'll just do helpers.bd.bright data sort options. I will go ahead and come in here and then do one for each one of those things, right? And we might want to bring the progress countdown timer down a little bit. I'm going to leave it up because it's possible that the webhooks will work and they'll work just fine. And so now it will go through that process for each one of those communities, especially if they were recently created. So for example, maybe the I like skiing and the cameras one has already been created. So you might want to look at something different like automation and NAN and make.com and Zapier or something along those lines. Let's go ahead and see what those topics will be. I'll run this again and take a look. If they're good topics, then we'll go through this process. These topics are generally okay as far as topics are concerned. Obviously, we're not storing the topics just yet, but those ones I think will work, in which case I will go ahead and put this in as our main query here so we can basically have it once and not have to run through it twice. So let's try that again, even though I am running through it. Oops, I did that backwards. Let's go ahead and try that again. There we go. And then we'll go through these topics. It will get those different Reddit communities, which there might only be one. I'm actually not sure. So let's go ahead and run this through. And so now it's researching automation as a community, which of course is that first topic. And then it's going to go through that process. Now through this, I actually was doing some tests. And what ended up happening is one of my webhook handlers, the actual Reddit post itself, was running a 500 error because of the results themselves. So what I found was in that error itself, if I go into the services, it actually had to do with these two things. So basically, if those two are not available, I should just hit continue. So in other words, if not all, and we'll pass in the list of URL and post ID, then we'll just go ahead and say continue. Just a really simple way to handle that. We could probably store, I think I mentioned this before, but storing actual webhook data, like the data that's coming through, just to verify if those things are failing in the future. But realistically, when we go to create the data, we want to make sure that we have both of those things. Okay, so at this point, hopefully my server is running and hopefully all of those tasks actually went through. It looks like I get this invalid attribute here for one of the new communities, the very first community. That's great. So I see that. The reason it's great is because that means that I just needed to refresh this and, of course, make sure everything is saved in here. All right, so let's go ahead and do that now. And at this point, ideally, it will do all of the different sort options in here for that, which is going to be a maximum of what, like 25 posts? It's not that many posts, but it gives us a nice like gambit of things that would end up happening. And so it's pretty cool. It's actually showing me a few different automation research topics that are now communities that we'll have in our database. So going into our Reddit communities here, we've got a few of them in there, which are looking pretty good. Great. And then of course, soon enough, we will end up seeing some of the posts coming through as well. And they seem to be going pretty quick. So that part's also really, really cool. So you can see this one right here. I'm not sure when it was posted, but it's got a lot of upvotes. So it's probably a little bit older and it's showing a lot of different content related to that. So we're a lot closer to what we might want to do in terms of our automation and our scraping. So completely up to you on how you actually loop through the new communities, or maybe all of the time you want to loop through all of these different options. Do keep in mind that that might add up in terms of cost and on bright data. That's just something to be aware of, because if you go nuts on the actual API requests you're doing, yeah, you'll run into issues like that. The other downside of this current loop here is it's not really checking how recently this was done, which might be something else you want to add as a database thing, which is something I haven't done and probably won't do. But the idea being the Reddit community itself, if you went into the models in here, you could have a field in here, which is like last scraped at, or maybe you have a field for each one of these sort options and last scraped at for community, which is outside the scope of this one, but something to think about. Okay, so what I want to do now is I want to change it to where when my Reddit community is saved, it's going to trigger one of these scrape events. So if it was just created, it will run this. If it was not just created, then it will run this one. And the point here is to use Django database signals, more specifically the post-save database signal in here. So the way this works then is we come into our model app here and we do signals.py. I'm going to do some quick imports here. One is going to be the post-save signal. One is a receiver function, and then connecting the signal itself, which does this. There are ways to use something else where it is actually a decorator for the signal itself, but the idea is we want to use this now. Now, on one hand, these signals, the way they work is very similar to like overriding the save method. Let's see, for instance, I think we did it on one of them. Right here, this is the pre-save signal, and then down here would be the post-save signal. And then there's other ones as well, but the idea is this signal is then sent out somewhere else within a model. So what we want to avoid calling is save. So just like when we override the save method, we only call it one time. When we use signals, we only want to update database entries a little bit different. I'll show you that. But basically, you don't want to call instance.save unless you have a really good way to do that. Otherwise, it'll just constantly looping on yourself. That's kind of the idea. But with this in mind, I'm going to go ahead and save the signals now, and then I'll jump into apps inside of Reddit here. And then we're going to define or override the ready method in here, which takes in self. And all I want to do is import reddit.signals, and then I'll go ahead and do no QA here. This just means that Django now knows about this module. Otherwise, it will not register any of these, receiver functions whatsoever. In many cases, and especially when I was starting out, what I ended up doing with these signal functions is I put them into models.py, but that gets models.py really like overrun with signal functions in there. Instead, just use signals.py. So to verify this is working, we of course need to make sure our Django project is still running. So let's go ahead and do that. If yours is not, mine is not. So I'll go ahead and run it just to make sure those signals are in there. Then I'm also going to go ahead and jump into my Reddit community and just grab any of them and go ahead and hit save and continue. What I want to see is a print statement with those ideas, right? So there we go. So we've got our Reddit community in here. What's interesting is we've got the community URL being incorrect. I wonder if how many are like that. So hopefully they're not like that. Most of them are not. So if we hit save and continue on some of them, we'll see this. Okay, great. So now that we've got this Reddit community portion here, what I want to do is I want to call those things. So these arguments here, maybe you didn't realize, are all written out in the signals documentation. You can see the import here. Here's all of those signals. Now, the reason I'm pointing this out is because of created. So basically, we could then say if created, go ahead and do the print first pass, Reddit community run, and then otherwise print update Reddit community, something like that, right? And so that first pass run we've already seen. This was done in our Jupyter notebook here. In fact, this is probably where we should do it, not so much in the notebook itself, but rather just have some tools that just run when they run. And so I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste those things in here, and then I'll put those print statements still in there just so we can see what is happening for, if it's created or not. And let me make sure that I actually have the print statements closed out. Okay, so the perform Reddit scrape task, where is that done? Well, we already have seen that one, but let's go ahead and bring it in from our snapshots dot, and this one is going to be tasks. We're going to go ahead and import that task, and then we also want to bring in import helpers.bd. So all of that works. Okay, so the URL, naturally, the URL is going to be one of these, and we want to make sure that these are all tabbed in correctly. There we go. And so if it's created, then the URL is going to be equal to the instance.url. Okay, and so then it's going to go ahead and perform that task just like we just did, and in which case this is now the only place that these tasks are going to take place. So this will trigger off those workflows is kind of the idea. But of course, the downside of this is every time do we want to run these things? Every time it's saved, do I want to be able to run this data? Well, the answer is probably not. So what I'm going to do then is something that I mentioned that I probably won't do, but I actually will now. And I'll go ahead and do something like the last scrape event. And this one is going to be like auto now add being false. I think we actually have this date posted here thing. I'll just go ahead and copy this one instead. And we'll paste this in here. Okay, so these things being false, auto now false. I think date posted needs to be false as well. That was a little mistake there that I now have cleaned up. But now we've got this last scrape event. I need to run my migrations here. I'm going to open up a new terminal window for that. And we'll run python manage.py, make migrations, and then python manage.py, migrate. Good. Okay, so now we've got this last scrape event. So really what we want here is going to grab our instance.lastScrapeEvent, which also might mean that we want to do instance refresh from DB. So this will update the data that's coming through, or at least hopefully it does, and then we can actually run through this process. This then means that down here, if it's created, like right before this, I would just do query set equals to Reddit community.objects.filter. The primary key equals to instance.primary key, and then I'll go ahead and do qs.update, and we'll go ahead and grab our last scrape event equals to timezone.now. So in other words, we're going to go ahead and do this either way, no matter what, basically. Okay. And so this is how you can basically update all of that data. And if we do it correctly, I believe this refresh will work in here. So let's go ahead and bring in our time zone now. So from Django.utils, import the time zone package there. And all I really want to see here before I actually call the scraping events here, I'm going to go ahead and print out the last scrape event. I'm going to print out now. And then I'm going to go ahead and print out a delta between the two. So I'll go ahead and say now equals to that. And then the last event delta would be equal to now minus the last scrape event. And there we go. Okay, so let's go ahead and see what these things look like. Again, in our print statement, all of that. I'm gonna go ahead and refresh this. We'll hit save and continue in here, and we get none type. Okay, great. So the last scrape event, if it's none, if the last scrape event is none, or is not none, then we'll go ahead and take a look at that delta, whatever that might be. Okay, let's try it again. Refresh in here, and we got last event delta. Oops, I should say none in here. Doing print statements, kind of going a little too fast, but we go in here and do it again. And now it finally gets that last scrape event, and I hit save and continue. This time I should start seeing a delta in here. So I've got a bunch of different numbers. We've got our last scrape event, which will be this number. We've got now, which is this right here. And then we've got a delta, which is this right here. So a few seconds. So with me talking, hopefully we're over about 10 seconds. If we hit save, there, 18 seconds now. So this means then we could have some sort of delta that's a requirement. So let's go ahead and do from date time, import our time delta. And let's say, for instance, we want to do minimum delta, or let's say minimum last event delta equaling to time delta of, let's do minutes, and we'll say 5. So in other words, nothing will scrape if the delta is less than that. So let's go ahead and say last or scrape ready being something, right? So basically the last event delta is greater than this, then scrape ready is true. And then we can also say scrape ready is, let's go ahead and say scrape ready is true for if it's none, and then else if it's none, then we'll go ahead and say scrape ready is true as well. Okay, so basically we're checking right here. Did the delta, did it scrape somewhat recently? If it did, then it'll just skip it. If it didn't, then it won't. And of course, if there is nothing, no event, then we'll just go ahead and say scrape ready is true. Okay, so now we want to go ahead and come in here and just change this to basically if scrape ready, then we can run this right here. Okay. Now, if created, we could just leave that. We don't need an else anymore. So if it's created, it'll just go ahead and scrape and it'll do all of the ones like we said. Otherwise, if scrape ready, then it'll come through. And either way, it's going to be constantly updating the last scrape event based off of what's happening here. Now, perhaps we want to put the last scrape event on a callback function or something like that inside of this actual service. I don't want to do that. I'm just going to go ahead and run all of this right here. And then I'll go ahead and print out, scrape ready. And then I'll do my instance.url, something along those lines. Okay. And then also create it. So let's go ahead and do created, scrape ready, instance.url. Going back into our object here, I'll hit save and continue. False, false. It's not created. Let's go back to that. It's not created. It's not scrape ready. And we've got instance.url. Great. Let's go into another community, technology, save. And we've got false, true, as in it's scrape ready. And then there's the URL. So there goes to actually run updating that Reddit community and doing that scrape event. If I were to go back to it, save and continue, false, false. And if I press save and continue several times, we should get false, false, false. Okay. And so a key part of that is this instance.refresh from DB. The reason we need this is because if we call save many times in a moment, this data might not be fully updated on this instance information. It also might be, but calling this will ensure that it is, because the way we're updating that data, especially the last scrape event, is in a query set update, mostly so that we can avoid that .save method, and doing both of these will help us with that, as well as if we have a bunch of different instances of Django running at the same time, where any given instance might have incorrect database data. So it really helps us with both of those things. Now, while I like using database signals, this might not be the way you always want to do it, which is why we want to take all of this logic out of the signal and put it into a service. Now, you might have already thought about doing this in the first place, and I hope that you kind of did. But if you didn't, let's go ahead and do it now. Either way, the logic here is meant to just stay in services. This is now a service of this app itself, which is currently being handled by signals, but we might want to have it everywhere. And so all I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this literal entire signal as well as all of the imports. So let's go ahead and copy it, bring it into services here. I'll paste it at the very bottom and then kind of rearrange my imports here to basically the top here. And what I've got here mainly is to get rid of the post save and then have the model import being with the model import, and then go ahead and bring this up to the top and commas and all that. Great. So now we've got the function in here. I'm no longer going to call it the Reddit community post save signal, but rather handle Reddit community. Let's call this our scrape automation, something like that. In which case I will go ahead and grab just the instance and create it. I'll put a default in here as to false, mostly so that I'm not overwhelming my scraping events ever, so that this isn't automatically running every single time. There we go. And so the other thing is I want to update scrape ready and not created, so I don't duplicate that same, scraping event basically. If you caught that before, great, good for you. If you didn't, that's okay too. The main thing here though is of course instance.active. One of the things you could also consider here is we could also do force scrape being false, and then we can go ahead and say if not active, and if it's not active, then we'll return it back, and for scrape and not for scrape. So this is not being true. So if this is true, then this will be invalid, and in which case we would come down here, and if scrape ready and not created, then I'll go ahead and say if for scrape, scrape ready being true, something like that, just to add that in if you wanted to. But again, I'm having that as false. So with this in mind now, I'm going to go into my signals here, and then we'll just do our from dot import services as Reddit DB services. And then this one now will be only that service. So we'll get rid of everything else, Reddit DB services dot, and this is the handle Reddit scrape community automation. We take in the instance and we take in created being created, and we'll go ahead and do for scrape being false. Great. So what we have here now is we could then build out other commands to do this scraping for us. So it's not just relying on a save event from our actual, signal itself. I also might want to add in one more in here saying verbose, and we'll leave that in as true. In my services, I'll come back and say verbose being false, and then really basically just saying if verbose, we will do that print statement. And I'll go ahead and say if verbose, print it out, which of course we could change basically how we want verbose to work, but I'll leave it in as this. Okay, there we go. And so now that we've got this, it's a little bit closer to where we want to be. Going back into our signals, I'm going to get rid of some of the imports in here. And now the signal is very narrow as to what it's doing. That's kind of the point. Okay, so with this in mind, let's go ahead and save everything and just make sure that it's all running and all that. I'll go ahead and jump into my notebook. I'll do a quick refresh in here just to make sure that it's all being printed out and it's all working. And so now if I were to go through here, this update or create call should, in theory, actually run this stuff. I'm only going to do one of the topics at this point, just so I'm not doing too many of them. But let's go ahead and run that. I get my communities from that, and then eventually we should see whether or not those print statements are coming through in here, because the print statements would come in here now. So we got this update Reddit community and false, true, and so on. So those print statements are definitely coming through, and all of those, of course, are coming from the services in here. Now, your print statements might be different than mine because I did a bunch of testing, but that print statement is in here. So really, we would say something along the lines of ready to scrape, and then that's where I'll do scrape ready, and then the instance URL, and then maybe like print created and created was just created. How about that? There we go. And then the final one, again, being if verbose, then I'll go ahead and print out like done, and then a new line after that. Okay, so let's go ahead and save that. And going back into here, I'm going to overwrite what's going on here, and we'll restart this whole thing, and we'll try that again. And so now I should get basically those same sort of print statements coming through, and then automating the full-on Redis scraping that we've seen up until this point. And there we go. So ready to scrape, true. There it is. Was just created false. Updated Reddit community, done. Great. Cool. So we, of course, the update is not quite there, but maybe it'd be trigger Reddit community update, post update, or post scrape update, something like that. Make it a little bit closer to what it actually is. But of course, at this point, what we should have is a bunch of Reddit posts on our system, right? I've got nearly 2,000, which of course, I would imagine my bill has gone up quite a bit because of that, because I've been doing a bunch of testing. So if you want to avoid the actual bill portion going up a lot, of course, what all you would need to do is the perform scrape snapshot is just say, for instance, like test or demo being false, and then basically passing in if demo return. That's it. That's a quick and easy way to just make sure you're not running all of those things. And you would probably want to do this on the other one as well, where we did our Serp calls as well. But again, I'm not actually going to do that. Feel free to do it if you like. But at this point, we now are in a really good place to just continuously scrape these items. Of course, the key thing here too is whether or not one of these is like actually active, right? So if I take off futurology as being active and maybe update the URL here, because that's what it should be, I hit save and continue. This right here should now have not triggered any sort of like even lookup at all. If I hit save and continue on active, and there we go, then it actually does do it, right? Was just created being false, ready to scrape, true, right? If I run this again, we should get ready to scrape false, was just scraped, or was just created false as well. Cool. So now we've got both things, and it's working a lot more cohesively of a system that we might want to have on in terms of automating all of this. I now, of course, want to store the queries that are coming through as well as the topics. So let's go ahead and jump into our Django project, and we'll do both of these things. So first and foremost, we'll do Python manage.py, start app, and I'll call this queries to start out. And then we'll go ahead and come into our query here, and we'll go ahead and do class models, or class query rather, and it's going to be models.model. And then we'll go ahead and do our text equals to models.text field, big time text field for sure, and then that has to be required. I'll also do created at and updated at, and these things I will grab specifically from another area, just so it's easier on me. Now, this might be where we want to start thinking in terms of users as well. I'm not going to be implementing the users, but this is definitely a place where it's like, oh, this is going to be a user query, but I'm just calling it query just to make it nice and simple. That's it. So I'm going to go ahead and change this out with Python manage.py, make migrations, and then Python manage.py migrate. And I made a mistake, which is I need to bring in the queries into our installed apps, and then we'll run those again. Okay. And so here we go, queries, save that, make migrations, and migrate. Great. So what is it that we want to do with our queries themselves? Well, I'm going to go ahead and create services.py, and then we'll copy the extraction portion, and then we'll return back those topics. Okay. So again, if we look in the AI portion, we should see the agent for extracting topics, which should be inside of here. We see that, of course, it's getting the structured response. So maybe this is what you want to have happen, maybe not. In my case, I definitely do. And so this actual service itself is going to perform the query and extract the topics itself. So really, this is more like perform query extraction, or maybe perform topic extraction, something like that. It's kind of up to you on how you want to name it itself. But of course, I want to actually store that query text as well. So that means then I'll go ahead and do from.models. We'll import our query itself. And then I will go ahead and do query.objects.create. The text itself is going to be equal to the query text. Now, the reason I'm doing create here is because this is just to keep track of the queries that are coming through. I don't necessarily care whether or not they're used or not. But I'll go ahead and do instance equals to this to grab all of those query instances. The topics themselves, well, it actually makes a whole lot of sense to store those as well. Now, to remember back what those look like, we can just take a look at our notebook here and print out those topics. And there we go. So we've got a name and a slug. Cool. So that's what I definitely want to have. And we'll go ahead and do Python manage.py, and we'll create, or rather start app, and we'll call it topics. Okay. And so let's go ahead and grab that one. So now we'll do basically the same thing as query. I'm going to go ahead and copy that, bring it into here. This time we'll keep the text here, and I'll keep it in with the same name as this one. So we've got topic name, and then we also have slug. So models.slug field, blank being true, null being true. It's possible that we want to have this as the DB index, but I'll go ahead and put the name in there as the DB index. I think because we used the names. Let's see here. Yeah, we just used the topic name when we performed getting the Reddit communities. So the slug itself isn't necessarily what I'm super concerned about. Okay. So of course, now that we've got this, let's go ahead and add it into our installed apps. And there we go. Make our migrations. Migrate. Going back into our service now for our queries, we will then go ahead and do the from, topics.models, import topic. And now with these topics here, I will go ahead and create the query set itself. So for topic in topics, we'll do this. Let's go ahead and say topics list. And we'll go ahead and say topic item. And then we'll go ahead and do our topic.objects.update or create. I don't know if I want update or create or not, or maybe just adding them, but the titles will be basically the same, in which case I will go ahead and do the title itself. And then I'll go ahead and do our defaults in here and say slug equals to the topic item.get of the slug, which I might also not even do. The topics themselves, I might want to clean up at some point later anyway. But then the final thing would be just returning back that topics list. And another thing that I might consider is the instance itself. So let's go ahead and say the topic obj and created. And then basically say if it was created, the actual query that did it, we would then do topic obj dot query, or let's say, for instance, created by query. And then we can grab that instance and then topic obj.save, which means that back into my topic, I want to bring that in as a foreign key. So for those of you who haven't seen foreign keys before, you can see it now. So models.foreign key, and then we want to bring in from the queries.models, we would bring in the query itself. And then this is going to be query on delete models.set null. If the query is deleted, then this field will be set null. And then we'll go ahead and do blank equals true, null equals true. Go ahead and run our migrations again, make migrations. And now we've got a new service in here to perform the topic extraction. Okay, so now back into this notebook here, I will restart the kernel here. And then we will go ahead and add in, let's say from queries import services as query DB services. Okay, and so now our topics are new. It's going to be query DB services, and then perform the extraction. Okay. And so now our topics should come back as that same list, still assuming that all of this is done. I could have it go back as a query set, but I'll leave it in as is. And then we'll go ahead and see the topics names in here. And let's go ahead and see what's going on. We've got can't resolve title into field. So it looks like maybe I put something else. This should be name, and this is also name. Small little error that I just accidentally did because I use title and name interchangeably a lot. Okay, so now we've got topics in here, and so hopefully what we'll end up seeing is the actual topics coming back with that query being performed. Great. So the last step here is I just want to make sure I can see those. So from.models, we're going to import the query, and then admin.site.register of that query. And then I'll do that same thing for the topics. And of course, it'll be just simply topic. Great. Let's go ahead and make sure our admin is still up and running. And refreshing here. We've got our queries. There's two queries. This one and this one. Not surprising, they are basically the same. We go down to the very bottom. We now have the topics in here as well. Great. So now we have the next step that we would need to do, which would basically take those topics when they are created or saved, very similar to what we've already seen with the communities. As soon as those are saved, then we perform, hey, what do you know? The same sort of idea that we did down here. Naturally, back into our notebook, we need to turn this portion into its own function, its own service inside of Reddit. Basically taking a topic and turning it into a community. That's the idea, or a few communities. Now that, of course, will trigger other things, but the point here is we need to still be able to do it. So the way this works is, of course, grabbing this community here. I'm going to copy this whole thing, and not the individual item, but the individual community. And then we'll call this now to handle topic and to Reddit community. So the point of this one is to take in the topic object, and then we will do all of these things here. The topic object name will be just simply .name. And then of course I see that AI is coming in here. And then really I probably don't need anything else. I probably just need that. That's it. And then we can also go ahead and say something like verbose being true. And then if verbose, then we can print that out and maybe print out the URL. And we'll go ahead and if verbose here as well, to have it in. Okay, so obviously I need to import AI as well. So let's go ahead and bring that one in here. Okay, so one of the things we want to make sure is that our AI doesn't actually grab any of these services at this point, which I don't think it does. So if we go to the imports, we just want to make sure it's kind of set to itself other than maybe the Django settings, and in which case it is. It's very much its own module, again, except for the settings itself for the environment variables, which could also be just environment variables. So that's another thing about that. Mostly just to make sure that I'm not having any circular imports here with the AI coming through. If I were having circular imports, I would need to get the community data maybe in another way or as a background task or something along those lines. In this case, I'm keeping it in here. One other thing to notice, this is called object topic object, where if I scroll up, we've got our Reddit community and it's just simply instance. At this point, I now want to call it Reddit community instance so that I don't have any issues with the instance namings. Instance as a name is a little bit too generic. So I'm going to go ahead and come in here and give them a lot more verbose names. Now, same with down here, we might want to have the Reddit post instance. And these are just things that help improve what the instance or the object is. And so going back down into mine, I'm just going to call this now the topic instance. And there we go. So basically the model class name underscore instance, that's kind of the point. Okay, so with this in mind now, of course, I still will need to use or handle this one itself. So one of the questions would be, oh, well, should I handle it very similar to this? And you definitely could. But the thing is, extracting a community name is not really that much of a stretch here to just do anytime a topic is saved. So with this in mind, we have the ability to just call it directly on the topic itself. I don't need to use signals here. Using signals can sometimes add to like this spaghetti that's happening all over the place. In our case, we really just need the name of the topic. So I almost don't even need to have the topic instance in here either. I could just leave it in as the topic name and call it whenever, which is what I will do actually. So I'll leave this in as topic name. I'm still extracting the topics elsewhere, but the idea then is we want to be able to grab this whenever we want, which in this case, I'm going to go ahead into my models for my topic and then go ahead and do from Reddit import services as Reddit DB services. And then we'll go ahead and override the save method here, and it'll be self and args and keyword args, and then super.save, and this is args and keyword args. The order this happens doesn't matter so much, but we'll do Reddit DB services dot, and then we'll go ahead and do the handle topic to Reddit community of the self.name. And that's pretty much it. This also could be a background task. This would probably be a really good one as a background task, just to make sure that that's happening and it's not blocking anything because of the potential that it could, because it is also creating all this. So right off the bat then, I'm like, okay, well now, since I am thinking of this in terms of being a task, I'm gonna go ahead and do tasks.py, and then I'll go ahead and do from Django Qstash, we'll import the stash task, and then we'll define the topic to Reddit community task. And all it does is take in the task name, and then we'll put it in as a stash task. And then I'll go ahead and grab my model here, do the same sort of thing, paste this in, and then the services here is going to be calling once again of that task name. Okay, so now that's what is actually going to handle it, in which case my model is going to change a little bit. It's no longer going to be that one, but rather we'll do from .tasks. We will import this task here, and then we'll just go ahead and call that task.delay, and then there we go. So now the blocking is a lot less. It does add some complexity, of course, but the blocking is far less. Now, you could consider the same sort of idea with handling the scrape automation for when the models are created as well, the actual Reddit community models, which might be something you want to do as well. But in the case of tasks, this actually might end up creating a bunch of those different Reddit communities, and thus this will actually be the place where it's being delayed, because the community task, the topic itself, is going to create the communities, right? So again, going back and thinking through this, the actual community scrape automation stuff can happen when it happens, because the main time that it will happen, the main time these communities will be created will be off of these topics. So this topic creates those communities then trigger that scraping automation, which is also in the background task as well. So let's go ahead and see and make sure that this stuff's working, because there's a lot going on. So let's go jump into our topic here. I'm going to grab this topic. Let's see. I'm going to grab maybe the automation topic. We'll hit save and continue. And if everything was done correctly, it should have triggered a background worker task, which of course it seems like it might have, because I'm seeing this print statement come through here. And of course, if we go into our Upstash events here, we should be able to see it as well, which this is now taking a little bit of time because of that background process, that multi-background process that we ended up doing for this one. And of course, everything went through in terms of the actual print statements and all that. So I'm pretty sure we're in a good spot for this now that we can actually take those topics and just save them. So whenever we create topics, they will automatically turn them into Reddit communities, which is great. Going into our database, we want to think about how to kick off this whole thing, and I think it all relies around the queries themselves. So if I go into add a new query, this is actually what should kick everything off, not calling the function to perform the topic extraction, but rather create a query that does everything else. So how do we do this? Well, it's going to change our perform topic extraction a little bit, but luckily for us, it's pretty much only in one place, which is on that notebook. So we will change that, of course. The idea here is we no longer are going to be using the instance inside of the service itself. So we'll go ahead and comment this one out here, and I'll get rid of this. And instead what we'll do is call this when our model is saved, when our query is saved. Anytime it's saved, we'll just go ahead and run this. Now, the idea though is we also want to make sure that the actual query text is coming through correctly. In other words, I'm going to change this now to being an instance. This will be, of course, a query instance, and then the text itself will come from that, which is going to be query instance. The query text will be the query instance.text, like this. And then in that way, I can still set the topic object, whatever it was created by, to that same query instance. Okay, so now we've got our text here. So naturally, all we need to do now is create a signal. So signals.py, and then it's going to be very similar to the signals we created with Reddit. So go ahead and copy this one and paste it in here. And this time it's going to be our query instance post save receiver. Naturally, still the same services. This is now going to be our query DB services. And then we'll go ahead and call what those are. So let's go ahead and do this with query DB services dot perform topic extraction from the instance itself. And we'll do that every time it's saved. So we'll go ahead and make sure that we're bringing in that query itself. And there we go. Next up, of course, is going into our ready command here, which will take in self, and we'll import queries.signals and do a no QA here so we don't have any errors. But there we go. So now our services are related to this specifically, and then we've got our signals, and there we go. Okay, so all of this now should be kicked off by creating a new query in here. So say, for instance, I am very interested in personal development. Now, before I hit save, what I want to do is I want to look at my topics. I'm going to open this up and I'm going to see I have a few different topics in here, and it's hard to tell what's going on with those topics. So let's go ahead and jump into the admin to make sure that we can see what they are. And I'll go ahead and do our class topic admin, and there's going to be admin.modeladmin list display, and I believe it was just name, topic name. Yes. So name, and then possibly slug and possibly created by. So let's go ahead and do those two as well. So slug and created by. And you might want to do a list filter for created at. Cool. So let's go ahead and do that, save it, and we'll refresh in here, assuming we did everything correctly. Looks like we did. Okay, we refresh in there. There we've got our query object. Obviously this is not great, but there we go. Query object 2 for all of these. Now let's go ahead and add this one in. I am very interested in personal development. I hit save and continue. This should start that process for us. And of course, this will take a little bit longer because of how our current iteration works. We're doing a signal that automatically performs that extraction. This again might be grounds for doing a background task. I'll let you do that if you want to, but the point is it actually went through, and if I refresh on my topics, I should see new topics in here based off of what we just did, and there we go. So it is showing us. So now our query to topic, then to Reddit community, then to Reddit post, all of these things are now automated based off of our input. So going back into our notebook then, all we would need to do is one single thing. Let's go ahead and see how this works. I'm going to get rid of these other ones in here. And it's really just grabbing, we'll go ahead and do from queries.models, we'll import query, and then we'll go ahead and do our query and .objects.create. And let's go ahead and see what the name was again. If we come in here, it's just simply text equals to that query, and run that again. Naturally, this will give us something very similar that we've already seen here. So if I wanted to do different kinds of topics, I could do, let's say, woodworking and metal shop or something like that. I run that. That's a new query here. Let's take a look at, we've got our query objects in here. I just want to make that a little bit easier to read. To do that, we create an str function in here, and we'll go ahead and return back the string of self.text up to about maybe 50 items or 30 items. Save that, run our migrations again. Let me go ahead and try that out with our make migrations here. Where do we got it? And let's just run it. Python manage.py, make migrations. It looks like it gave me no changes made. So the str method doesn't do migrations anymore, but nevertheless, there we go. So here's our different queries in here. And so then we look back into our topics. That shows us these different things. There we go. Cool. I'm very interested in person, which is kind of funny. But of course, it said personal development. But overall, we now have the two different topics themselves, which would then lead into our Reddit communities here. Home improvement, carpentry, those two make sense. That happened pretty quickly. And then, of course, our posts would be in here at some point as well. We've got woodworking in here. I literally just did this, so it didn't take very long to get some of these posts in here and get going. Pretty great. As our final step, we're going to go ahead and update our Reddit community to be trackable or not. So basically, we would then come into our community and say trackable and do models.boolean field, the default being false. And then we'll go ahead and say help text being, is this currently being tracked? Something like that. In which case I will go ahead and run my migration. So Python manage.py, make migrations, and then go ahead and run our migrate. Okay, and then in our admin, we will have a couple things here. So we've got a list filter, and we'll go ahead and put trackable in here. We'll also put active in here as well. And then the list editable will be simply trackable. We also might have active as well. As soon as you want to edit something, which I'll show you what that means in a moment, you're going to want to make sure it's also in the list display here. And at this point, I'm going to get rid of the name and just put the Reddit slug in there. But I will also make search fields in here of the name, the subreddit slug, and then perhaps the URL, which I believe is what we had as well. Yeah, so those are going to be in there. So now what I want to do, of course, is jump into the admin, and we'll refresh in the admin, assuming that our server is still running. Looks like it is. And here we go. Okay, so all of the default ones are now not trackable. So the only reason I'm doing this is on the automation scale. Like, what is it the ones that I actually want to track? So if I do a quick search for like Python, I can see in here that I do want to track all of the Python ones. So I'll go ahead and save that. And then that will now be my new trackable ones. And we can go say yes. And so this means that in the next step would be in my services here. This will be another one where we just add in trackable equals to the Ready community instance dot trackable. And then we'll go ahead and say if not trackable and force and not force scrape, then we'll go ahead and return. Now, the only reason for this is so that I can get a lot of the models and maybe they're active. If they're not active, then we will just say that it kind of nullifies trackable. So these basically do the same thing, except now I can like filter things down a little bit more. In other words, like I could go through this process of where I'm looking for active account. Let's say, for instance, I want to do all active accounts. So I'll say everything that's trackable and everything that's active. I'll get rid of my search here. And then I'll say like, oh, for example, I don't want anger to be active ever. At some point, maybe I want to track it, but right now it's just inactive. But it's still a community on here. So I'm not necessarily recreating these things, but they are on there. And that's kind of the point. So then I can go into not active and see all of the inactive ones that are on there. And that's it. Okay. So then from here, of course, my services, they are basically saying, hey, it needs to be active and trackable. So it's basically both of these things. And then also my signals, this will still be running. So it's not going to scrape anything that's not trackable. It's not going to scrape anything that's not, active. So then all this means is we need to do the next step, which would be running the regular scheduled task for this. But if we look in Python manage.py shell, and with Django 5.2 and above, we can just do Reddit community.objects.filter and trackable being true, active being true. And from here, we would get a query set that's in there, and it will probably resemble what we had for Python. And so this is now the ones that we want to scrape, and in which case I'll also go ahead and do a Reddit community manager and this is models.manager. And then I'm going to go ahead and do something called trackable. And it'll take in self, and it will return back self.get query set.filter. And this is going to be active being true and also trackable being true. Okay, and then this manager here will come in here as objects. And that should be manager, not manage. And there we go. So then now if I were to exit out of this again, and then we can go back in, run a similar query set, but this time now it's just going to be simply trackable. And this is now going to be that same sort of query set that was in there. But this makes it a little bit easier for when we want to create a task that's going to basically save these communities so that it triggers the scrape automation. Let's create a background task that will regularly run our whole scraping process for the trackable Reddit communities. So inside of our Reddit here, we're going to go ahead and create tasks.py. And in this thing, we'll go ahead and define trigger trackable Reddit communities task. And this is going to be a shared task. And then I'll go ahead and do from Celery, and we'll import the shared task. I'll just show you what this is going to look like. But of course, the idea here is we'll then also go ahead and do, from Django.apps, import apps, and then we will come in here and do our Reddit community equals to apps.get model. And that's going to be, of course, Reddit and Reddit community, as we've seen. I'm not going to import it directly. Then, of course, we will go ahead and grab our query set, being Reddit community.objects.trackable, and then for obj in QS, obj.save. That's it. That's going to be our task. Okay, so as soon as I put it into Celery, I have two options here, or at least one option on Celery. What I can do inside of the backend on Celery is I can go into these periodic tasks, and I can go ahead and look for that trackable task. So this is how you would run it, and you give it some name of like tracking Reddit communities, something like that. And then you would give it an interval schedule, maybe like a cron tab. The reason I'm doing cron tab will be very clear in just a moment. But the idea is you can do minute, hour, day of month. And so crontab.guru I think is actually pretty great. So let's say, for instance, you want every minute past the hour at 4. Okay, maybe not. But every day at 4 a.m., for example. That might be a good one to have. So then it's going to start that tracking process for all of your scraping ones at 4 a.m., and in which case you would do at minute 0. Maybe you do it at 4 a.m. and 4:30. I don't know. It would be up to you, but let's say, for instance, I just want it at 4 a.m., in which case you do it 4, and then there you go. And you can do the UTC in there as well, or the time zone that you want to work off of, but that's going to scrape it one time per day based off of that stuff, and also based off of the delta we have for that. Right, so going back into our actual service that does this, we have the delta in here, which is every 5 minutes. So at the most, you could do it every 5 minutes for any given task, any given trackable one. Okay, so that would be how you would do it in Celery, but I'm actually not going to do it in Celery, so I'll get rid of that one. Instead, what I'm going to do is change this to Django Qstash, and we'll do the same thing. We save it, we refresh in our admin here, and then we go into the Django Qstash schedules. You go in here. This time, I'm going to go ahead and do the same idea, which was, trackable Reddit communities job or task. And then I'll go ahead and come down to the cron expression and just paste the one I have in, which of course was the same as this one. crontab.guru is something I use all the time. And then we've got the number of retries that it'll have, which at this point is just 5. And then we can hit save and continue. What this is going to do is send this as a scheduled job into Qstash. If we go into our schedules there, what you'll see is that specific job. And there it is, right? And so anytime you might need to, you would run this itself. Looks like, let me just refresh in here. Oops, I think I made a little mistake here. I see the function says clear stale results task. That is probably something I'll want to do, but I'll go ahead and change the task schedule a little bit by actually selecting the correct task, which of course was the Reddit trigger trackable Reddit communities task. Then I'll go ahead and hit save and continue. Then I'll jump back into Qstash and we'll refresh in there. And there's the function updated and all that. So in my case, it's going to run in 6 hours. I could run it manually right now. So if at any point I want to run that scraping event and those scraping tasks, I could do it. And of course, this works when my actual, Cloudflare tunnel is working and all of my local Django project is running and all that. But of course, if you were to go into production, it would still work into production as well. It's just a slight change. And then at any time, if you wanted to stop this, you could delete it. Just come in here and hit delete, and that will also delete it on Qstash, which you'll see just like that. And so feel free to pick either method here to actually do the regular scraping scheduling for all of those trackable instances of the Reddit communities. Having it as a shared task is nice, but I also want to be able to have it as a Django management command. So the process of this is going to be doing management as a folder, which is easiest to just type it out, management /2 underscores init 2 underscores.py. And then from in there, we do the same thing with commands /2 init.py, of course, the dunder method. And all I want to do here is say trigger, or let's do track, or let's just call it track. So we'll go ahead and do Reddit and track. And so the process here is doing from django.core.management.base. We import the base command, and then we just create the class called command, which takes in the base command, and then we define a function called handle, and you could do self args and options, and then you print out what you're going to do here, and this is going to be track or trigger tracking event for Reddit communities. Okay, and then so naturally we can come in here and do from Reddit.models, import our Reddit community, and then we can do our query set here, which is of course Reddit community objects and trackable, and then for QS, or rather for object in QS, obj.save. And so here I might actually want to have more of an output. So say for instance, like the name being obj.name, and then go ahead and do starting the name like that. And then now if I do go into the root here and then python manage.py, what you should see in here is Reddit. So then we can do python manage.py track, hit enter. And of course, this is going to go ahead and run through these things to scrape. And of course, if I do it right after that, we get falses, right? It's not going to automatically do it for those ones. And then at any time, if I want to run this, I just run that. And I can also then go into the different communities I want to track. And let's say, for instance, we wanted to track woodworking again and beginner woodworking, these ones in here, right? Looks like we've got a duplicate in there a few times, but that's okay. Let's go ahead and try this out. And so I'll run through the tracking process. Great. So the last part of this is I really just want to be able to write python manage.py query and then just write a query. So we'll do that in the next part to kind of wrap this up. But now we have a lot of different ways on how we can automate this. The final step, we'll have this management command where we can write in our interests as a query. Now, at some point, you might change this management command to be an actual agent itself, where you can have a chat right in here. Now, the reason I steered away from chat is mostly because I only wanted to do very specific things. I wanted this project to be hyper-focused on extracting content from Reddit and storing it in our database based off of what we're looking for, what we're interested in. So of course, the idea is we run python manage.py query, and then it asks me what topics you like to search for. And then in this case, you could say, I love technology and servers and open source and home lab and so on and so forth, right? And so what this of course would then do is it would create a query. This query would run off all of the different things that we've done so far. We create that query. We have this signal where it's extracting the topics. Those topics then go into where they need to go, right? Stored into the model itself, which then of course actually sends out a request to get all of the Reddit community tasks from the Serp. From there, we then end up creating the different communities. Those communities end up getting saved, and then we actually go through and scrape them if they're ready to be scraped. The initial ones now don't do that, right? So we changed it a little bit in the actual database admin, and in which case we would actually want to change things that are trackable, right? So if I come in here and add some of this stuff being trackable, then I would be able to do that, and all we need to do is hit save. And then what we would run after that's all said and done is I think it will trigger it on its own, but we would also want to run the other management command, which of course is simply track. So once again, Python manage.py and track. And this of course will do all of the tracking necessary based off of all of those different things that we have. Hey, thanks so much for watching. I hope you got a lot out of this, and thanks to Bright Data for helping bring this course to life, as well as giving us some great tools as developers to perform web scraping much better, and more specifically, grabbing data from Reddit. This has never been easier, and it's only going to get easier from here. Now, there's so much you can do with this now. You can start analyzing all of this data, maybe look for common themes about topics that you're interested in, but maybe don't know that much about. But then you can find these common themes and explore them that much more, whether it's for learning or helping those people or making a new business. I think there's so much to just that data alone that now that we have it in our own database, we can do a lot with, which I think is super cool. But from a technical challenge, what I would recommend you try to do now is get this thing into production. Get it running on a regular basis. The thing is, you don't have to scrape that much. We have a lot of different levers that we can actually change to scrape only a little bit for the things that we super care about. That was a big part of this to me, is because you shouldn't have to spend thousands of dollars a month to try and find this stuff, but rather you can spend a few dollars a month and get really good data from it. At the very least, you would be able to be on top of trends in topics that you really care about, so you can just jump into the Reddit community and say some stuff. Now, I think there's a lot to this project in particular that could make it even better, to where you only just have to put in your API keys and then you'll have all sorts of stuff. If you want to help me do that, please check out that GitHub repo. Of course, that'll be linked in the description. But overall, thanks again for watching, and I look forward to seeing you next time. If there's something that you want to see in particular, please let me know in the comments as well, because I want to check it out. Thanks again. Bye.